And yeah. And then get ready for BLG NIP later. NIP 2-0'd BLG the last time around, particularly with some great play from Hoya to kind of keep Bin down. And much better tactical play. Strategic play, even. War Uma? Why are we... Oh, right, War Uma. Yeah, what's a horse? I only know Umas. You know, funnily enough, in the world of Uma, there are no such things as horses. They're seen as, like, mythical beasts. Is that League of Legends cast Nymaera? Yes, it is. I know. Why are that... Wait. What are these hands on that? You see those shadows? Oh, are they trees? I thought the shadows in the background were like hands, like ghostly hands. That was a thing.
上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。
Hey, hello Dio, hey Kirby, hey Crapton, hey Pintless, hey Monsters, hey Panzer, who else some shit? And hey Solonius as well, good to see you. And Katari, not sure if I said that already. Hey, yes, everyone I see in chat right now.
TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝。
Oh, I did see, but yeah, there's one message from Blade earlier. I try and scroll through and say hi at the start of the day at the very least, you know. The least I can do. All right, let's get into the interest. Oh wait, no, LNG arena. Oh, they didn't do the LPL intro in the same way. Oh, my bad, Blade, my bad. Well, up onto the stage, I suppose. I thought we'd be doing the regular LPL intro, but I suppose that's only on day 1 of the week. TT vs LNG, we have ourselves a Nirvana matchup here. Now, we haven't seen that many games from LNG. TT, we've seen 3 series from. LGD, the most in the group, have had 4. But LNG have the least, and they've only played 2 series. They've gone 1-1, having lost against EDG, but won against OMG. But then again, everyone's won against OMG, so we haven't got a great read on... Hello, Sam. We haven't got a great read on how... Freaking hell, that's hot. Yeah. Ow. Yeah, that'll be a boiling drink. Yes, that funnily enough, that is what hot drinks are as well. Okay, well, ow. Well, I have a coffee now, as you can tell. Hey, Esteban. Oh, gosh. And LNG get onto the stage. So yeah, I mean, we have 2 teams which we haven't seen, well, particularly LNG, we haven't seen that much from them. LNG last split, I thought they were set out for something to be just clearly better than the stage that they were in. We're in LNG's arena in Suzhou. And TT will be facing them, I suppose, on away territory. TT themselves lost to LGD, currently the first place team in the group. And then beat OMG, and again, kind of everyone has it, but they also beat Ultra Prime, which actually right now, Ultra Prime have looked a little better than I thought they did after their first series. They came back with a great win versus LGD, who, as we said, first place team within the group, and then lost to TT. The important thing now is if LNG win this series, Ultra Prime are in an awful spot because they have to catch up. They need to win their last series, basically, the last 2 series. If you get to 3 wins, you're not mathematically safe, but you're kind of like theoretically safe, right? LNG, they lose this one here, they are at minimum tied with Ultra Prime on both series score and game score, so it's a very dangerous situation for them. Right, let me go turn the camera on as well. Hello everyone, how's it going? How's it going? And hello to everyone over in Onivia as well. Hope you're doing well, and of course onto YouTube as well. Right, so now we need my poor microphone. We'll have to wait for Sam to come through as well. Okay, I mean they don't spend too long on stage before getting into draft now. So when I think of LNG, obviously I think about the 2 players you really need to watch from LNG are Croco and 1xN. Now Croco is incredibly flippy. He is perhaps the most flippy jungler I've ever seen. And that's because he flips into the negative so hard as well as flipping so good. There are people who flip positive harder than him. But if you flip and then lose, there are very few people which have the impact which he does to that part of the game. On the other side from TT, I think Kashi is great. I think Kashi is incredible. I think that this guy in top lane could genuinely find himself being in a top tier LPL team not too long into the future. You know, I've liked the way that he plays out his 1v1s. I love the way that he plays mechanically. Now, the problem is in a team like this, obviously you kind of have to outplay the strategy as well, because a lot of the time these teams are not good enough to win strategically. And not Sheer. I'm sorry, I think that Sheer, you know, he had a great debut year. His year after that was a little middling, and now I think that Sheer is struggling a little bit more. And I think that Kashi is instead a kind of player who, you know, this is his first year. I mean, this will be a great matchup between the two of them, because you know, Sheer has been around since 2024. This is his third year of pro play. Kashi, this is his first. Zach is okay. They must have found a ban or something like that with. They must have found a reason to bat out the Zach. There must be a global bug or something like that. That's surprising. I didn't know about that. Not that it would have been likely to be picked anyway. The Karma is still available, worth noting. So they're going to pick away the Karma from the Ezreal, which means it'll probably be Ezreal Bard for Arn and Feather. I mean, Arn versus 1xN is a good matchup too. I mean, Arn was very, very good back in, well, 2024, same year that Sheer debuted. So you're probably going Karma, you can go Karma Caitlyn, Karma Yunara's fine too. Don't need to lock in your AD carry now, you can lock in something like Jarvan. Jarvan's not a bad lock-in right now. As far as I'm aware, I'm not sure we're on the new patch. It takes a little while to come through for LPL. I mean, or rather we're not quote-unquote playing on live patch. Even though it's much quicker than it was, because it used to be we'd play like 2 or 3 weeks on the same patch. Hello Sam, how's it going?
Hello. My boy is on field.
Yeah, this should be a fun matchup. I mean, we've got Arn versus 1xN. I think Sheer versus Kashi in terms of, I mean, like, obviously Sheer's been around for a couple of years now, but Kashi feels like he is the new hotness in terms of top lane. Even Junha versus Croco, I think that Croco is incredibly snowbally, but Junha has some great performances for TT
over the years. Yeah, I mean, obviously TT in general have not been having the greatest time right now. And again, you only play 5 matches. LNG played 2 of them. There are a couple teams who are already languishing at the negative win rate, and Ultra Prime in particularly, OMG. You'd really like to avoid joining them because you want to be towards that top side of the... Hey, thank you very much for the
hey, Raz. How's it going? Gam
girls, let's go.
Hang on, let me see if I can find my jersey. All right, Sam, you can take over draft.
Yeah,
I'll see if
the mighty Razzleplasm. How you doing, Raz? Have a good stream? Guys, if you're not following Raz, please make sure you do. One of the absolutely best streamers out there. The man is unhinged. It's always entertaining being in those streams, so please do go and ensure you're following the great man of the LCS himself.
Sam, I need a seat back.
You need your seat back.
All right, Gam girls in action. Let's go.
It's that easy to get into this. There we go.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Funny thing about that, yeah, I mean, pronouns are a whole topic over here anyway. So, you know, like if anything, they got it closer to the truth than most.
Fair enough.
Jin Bandaway, right, blocking into the draft again. Lee Sin, I mean, Croco loves his snowball leaf jump champions. This guy is one of the most snowball junglers which I've ever seen, really.
I'm missing loves of Karma, so Karma Annie Lee Sin is about as potent an early spike as you can ask for in the current meta.
Hey, Jin Love, I haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Hope you enjoyed the stream over there as well. Good to see everyone over from Raz's chat. Azir banned away, the Rise banned away from Haru. Haru's been struggling a lot recently, Sam. You know, the last series he was in, he was given a lot of duties to like engage and be a main carrier, like a main kind of like initiator for the team. And he did struggle with that. I much prefer TT when that's on Feather and Junhao instead. Bulldog on the Annie, of course, like, I think Bulldog, he's had a quiet split. Again, he's only had 2 series, so how loud or quiet can you be from only 2 series of play? It's one of the problems of Root Nirvana. You have so little time to showcase your talent, really.
You're into an Ezreal Bard here, and yes, Karma earns you more shove than nearly anything, but what do you want to play with it? Something like a Civet, something like a Yunara might be the option. 1x since Yunara was so good in the off-season that basically his buyout became pretty mental, and there's this whole bidding war that ended up with him via the various whims of fate ending up on LNG.
Yeah, and basically he was scrimming Worlds teams, and everyone was like, okay, you can't give this guy Yunara. He was that good. I mean, we knew he was good. I'm sad that he's ended up like in the situation that he's in, where LNG maybe you should have made it to Ascend. Obviously, WE have kind of fallen apart now. LNG were quite soundly beaten.
Yeah.
Is one thing that they didn't deserve it through their gameplay there, but it just feels bad for 1xN as a player who really should be at higher levels of playing.
Jace now locks as well. Double poke for TT. Add in the Bard and the Jhin. You can kind of put a barrel, and you've got two people who like to shoot them while they're in there. Relatively long range as well. So the ability, I think, if we do get to these 5v5s, the standoff that TT can kind of bully you around in sounds pretty good. You don't want to be playing a long neutral game versus them.
Like a lot of the time with stuff like the Annie, you want to be, you know, want to be engaging, but the champions you're engaging onto are so long range away from you, such a long range away from you, that you can struggle, especially if your flash isn't there. You really struggle as the Clean Feast just had a little bit of a start. It looks like the Yorick has been locked in there. By the way, Sam, one thing we can do to the button here.
Yeah.
If you change over to that, I think that's basically the servers it's streaming from. Sometimes that helps. So that's just for future knowledge, basically.
Gotcha.
I don't know whether that's just placebo of me clicking that and it works better, but sometimes that works
Sometimes
better.
that helps.
Yeah, okay, so TT, massive outrange. LNG, I mean, not bad lanes. The Kami Yunara can win there, and the Yorick, if it starts getting ahead of the Jace, can be a real kill threat. Real person we have to watch from LNG is Croco. Croco can just blow up in this game with the Lee Sin. If he doesn't, I think TT outrange, and I think that they have a bunch of very mechanically proficient players like on the Ezreal, and then particularly Keshi, who I think has been really fun to watch in top lane, doing a lot of work there. I'm gonna go put on an ad break, folks, before we get into games. We don't get ads in games, so Raiders, thank you. You're funneling directly into our
the
rent.
Pockets. That's it. Raz knows what he's doing. He's got it sorted.
It does help us pay our rent. This is how we pay our rent right now. Broadcast work is kind of dried up, so streaming it is, and we hope that you're all enjoying yourselves. And, well, I mean, you can't hear me now because it's not an ad break. Haha, we caught them. All good. All right, let's get ourselves into the game. Okay, my arm got bumped as I was just changing the volume, and I did just absolutely blast you because Sam basically not intentionally, but Sam did just push his chair into my arm as I was changing the volume. Oh god, that blew my ears out.
Sorry, Al.
All right, everyone blames Sam for that one. Let's get on to the rear.
I was trying to sit down on my seat.
No, Sam, you were trying to move I can tell it was good. Okay, whatever.
Yes, I had to turn it so I can sit on it. Well, now that we've all been deafened,
you gotta apologize or anything, Sam, to the poor chatters in chat.
I've apologized twice already, mate.
You're gonna do it again while I remember because I forgot.
No, I'm not. You get two.
Looks like the overlay machine's broken, so we're into the old one again. I was just saying, it's a little bit weird in terms of muscle memory to figure out where information is on the screen again, because we spent a good number of years watching the old overlay, and then changed it around obviously to new one sometime last year. And hang on a second, level 2 is actually kind of nasty there. Feather not going to get Karma Q'd because missing fires at a minion instead. That was a little strange there, buddy.
Yeah, it doesn't quite catch that one. We'll help them get shove at the very least. We'll see how that goes. And again, I'm looking at a game where Arn's gone teleport, Hairu's gone teleport, Keshi's gone teleport, TT in general outrange, will probably outscale, I think, in the grand scheme of things as well. We are also going to then say, okay, well, LNG, what you've drafted for is the first roll of the dice, the first play of the cards, and you are the team theoretically with the more aggressive 0 to 1 item spike. You want to abuse that as much as you possibly can.
When we look at this top lane matchup, Keshi versus Sheer, I think narratively it's fun. And, we like to throw a bit of narrative in there because Sheer was kind of like the quote-unquote new top laner to LPL. I think that when we look at 2024, came into JDG after their super team disbanded, effectively. Most of them went their separate ways, left with, Kanavi and Ruler on that team. Sheer came in, but then, of course, Flandre came in to rotate with him, and he was replacing 369, who had an incredible 2023. And I actually thought that Sheer was the best rookie in the world that year, specifically because he went from being solo queue fighter matchup with, stuff like the Jax and Exton, into someone who could confidently play weak side play out the map much better than you'd expect any rookie to within a lane swap meta, because obviously lane swap really came back in 2024, and I thought he did so well at adjusting to that. But then sadly, I think 2025 was just not really it from him, and then we look at 2026, and I think that Sheer is starting to kind of lose his luster a little bit. Need to see if he can kind of regain that form, which we kind of really came to appreciate him for.
That's a nice route there onto Arn, actually. He ends up losing about half his HP, but Junhao can't steal away the big... Oh, actually, no, he did! Croco last auto, the pet stole it.
There you go, Junhao slight lead, and he's got his Gromp coming back up too, so he's going to have good kind of camp timers to work around. We did say Croco's got to make something happen. Losing camps like that reduces his ability to do that.
Yeah, he's still got most of it, but like losing that big one there at the end, I saw that heal go over the Jarvan, and I went, that'll be the last tick of the pet stealing that. He was on his way out anyway. Missing's going to threaten Arn here. Won't quite get anything more. I think the other thing is, like, obviously, this roster from LNG, beginning to at the end of last regular season, looked really, really good. We were very impressed. They looked very dangerous, saying, hey, they can make a real run into playoffs, actually. And then playoffs happened, and they just weren't quite deep enough as a roster, and Croco was a little bit too coin flippy, and things kind of fell apart a little bit. I think Bulldog as well, some of those kind of issues we've seen before in terms of, hey, what is your effective champion pool in this meta? We were sometimes just not quite there.
I think what I boiled it down to for LNG was that when they were put under pressure, they didn't know what to do. They had to have lane leads because that's what the team knew how to do. They didn't know how to play a slower, considered macro game. They didn't know how to, protect losing lanes, as you have to do inevitably within League of Legends. It's very hard to always guarantee you have that. Croco missing up to the top side of the map are going to be on vision there. Knew that there was a chance of some fight in the top side, but didn't quite find that out. But yeah, LNG, last split was, in my eyes, Sam, a disaster. An absolute disaster. I thought that they should have been 100% gunning for an Ascend spot. They lost out. I mean, technically, they ended up getting hurt by the OMG upset win over EDG, which kind of changed the seeding of the next round. I actually thought that LNG potentially could have beaten an IG on the form that they were on last split, because actually I thought that most teams could. IG only barely made it through because OMG won their own match versus EDG. We would be living in such a different history now of LPL if that one matchup of EDG OMG hadn't gone the way that it had done in the 5-game series during last playoffs. Of course, it would have changed so many different matchups and seeding beyond that point. TT on the other side of it, a team which kind of hit their high a couple of years ago now when they had UCal and 1xN on their roster. 1xN coming over to kind of make sure that UCal wasn't the only person kind of carrying. Was a huge moment for them. That's where we first got to know Yishin, 1xN, this incredible AD carry who I think could be the next superstar AD carry of the
really
LPL.
Good.
I've said that for a little while now, and I still believe it. You might think that, oh no, it's just been way too long now. I don't think 1xN has ever been given a truly top team to showcase this. I really think he deserves it though, folks. I think that 1xN is one of the best players in the LPL on his day, and I do genuinely mean that, despite the fact that he is in a Nirvana team and has been for the last couple of splits. He's genuinely that good. Potential jump into the mid lane now.
Flash for the stun into the Sonic Wave. Resonating strike, very cleanly done from LNG's mid jungle. Flash burned by the Annie, but worthily so. Top lane we just look at, level 6 has been hit. I don't think we're going to see a full send quite yet. The Arc of Judgment slows Feather down, and that just made me wonder for a second or two there. Top side, slight lead for Keshi, doing his best to be obnoxious there. Eventually the Yorick gets to the point where he really annoys the Jace, who hates dealing with the ghouls.
Yeah, but I do think that it's been more Jace favor than it used to be.
Yeah,
the more I think about it, the more I think that Jace is, with a little bit of help from jungle, getting ahead of the Yorick, and then can just wave clear for a while. Now, we've seen things like the Yorick Jace and the Vayne Jace matchup snowball against the Jace quite heavily too. I believe it was it Breathe on IG that got the worst end of that? Like right here. Flashes it back into turret. The insect from Keshi onto Sheer isn't enough. Keshi very nearly outplays, goes down for a solo kill to that Yorick. We were just saying it was so much better for the Jace, Sam.
No,
apparently not.
I was about to say, I fear you may have just cast a curse that one. It was a really, really good Dark Procession, then a flash for the last rites, and the ghouls keep flying. You can insect him all you want. It's not going to stop those ghouls following you.
Oh gosh, yeah, just aggro too much onto them. Well, I try and keep my powers in check, Sam. I try. It was just the Q, not the ultimate, so 1xN not going for the full damage onto Arn there.
No TP from Arn quite available yet, actually. That's a very frustrating time before him. He'll be able to come back into lane soon enough, but I wonder whether he's going to have to just wait a second or two. Yeah, he's delaying the reset to try and be here as the wave crashes.
Hey, and you know, I know people are like, oh, Alex, you're cursing Keshi, who you were saying was so good. To Keshi's castle, all of these great things. You're still up against Sheer, who we were saying, look, Sheer was really good on debut, and he's earned a bit of respect for himself. He has. Perhaps Keshi has a little while to go before he can stand with them. He's had a really good split so far in the limited games that we've seen him. 2 grubs to the side of TT as Keshi was almost jumped on by a flash Lee Sin, which is typically not a good thing.
Crap dodge there. I saw that one crack out.
it's you know, it's the cousin of Faker hide on river.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you that
hide on mountain, hide on swamp.
Exactly. We've got all of these. Well, hide on island, hide on plains, hide on swamp, hide on forest. We've got all
hide on colorless.
Exactly. What are the MTG lands you got?
It was wastes is colorless. Hide on wastes.
Right. Hide on. There's also like Sab. This is Sab. How much would like a shock scuttle crab, which does 2 different mana but 50 damage, do for you, Sam?
It's a top late gank happening. We'll have to discuss that after the kill spell comes on through. Decent heal there with the last rights, but realistically in the 2v1 it's going to be tricky for Sheer. He's doing a decent job with his maiden of buying some time, gets a bit of space, does get Keshi quite low. The ghouls will chase, but they'll quite have enough damage. I appreciate the effort there, but all that time top should likely buy Dragon.
He took so much time to die there. Hang on, whoa. Are we actually on 2609? I was under the assumption we aren't. If we are, that changes everything. Oh wait, we actually totally are. I can actually, guys, I can in fact tell that from context. I was looking across all the rooms. We are in 2609. We didn't have a good graphic for it, folks. And I can tell you why, because it's Storm Raiders on Jason or Phase Rush.
Oh, you're so
we are on the new patch. The Ezreal almost steals the dragon there. I'm so sorry for not, like, keeping that up, because that's a genuinely important thing. Well, I just kind of assumed it would be next week, but there we go. We are on the new patch. A ton changes now, folks.
I genuinely thought that was airy, with what I thought that rune was for a second when I glanced at it, when I was just going airy, Jace.
Yeah, you look at Karma though, and you can tell it's
different. You're absolutely right. It is Storm Raiders.
So, I mean, I've got the patch notes on the side, and I'll just go check that as we go along. But, I mean, most of the champions in the game haven't changed too much. Some of the items may have done. Ezreal has changed in the sense that he's got, like, an extra 30% AP ratios across everything. Which
is kind of silly, so there's been some interesting decisions and builds that might come up on that one.
Yeah, and then there are things like Shiv is a very different item now. Voltaic Cyclosword is the go-to lethality item. I'm pretty sure we weren't playing on the new patch yesterday, because we didn't see any of the new stuff there either. So this is the first day of LPL on new patch, so keep that in mind as we go through today's drafts, and some of the itemization might change.
Yeah, eyes on that. First items are beginning to come on through. Of course, we've got that Ghost Blade done for the Jace. Eclipse is the decision from Lee Sin. We are seeing a lot of Eclipse Lee Sins. None of those Sundered Sky options. Really want that snowball.
That explains why Shinzao was banned in the draft, because AP Shinzao with the new healer. So that explains why basically with the healing boots and Shiv, that's one, and AP Shinzao are all incredibly strong. So the Gluttonous Greaves and the new boots, they basically give you Omnivamp. There's a lot to talk about here. Potential fight in the TVT top side as well. Keshi, no flash.
There's that kick in. The Sonic Wave follows. Taken low. The Resonating Strike should now likely kill. There's a knockback with the Thundering Blow, but that now leaves Junhao in a 1 versus 2. Keshi gets to survive for now as Heru's coming on up, and they will survive, but are left critically low.
Yeah, well, Keshi kind of lucky to get away with that. I was expecting him to just straight up die. Does have his teleport in towards that top side. Can stop too much of that tower going down, but there's probably going to be a plate at the very least. Bulldog caught out, but not CC'd by the Bard ultimate. We'll just backstep, and we'll be fine.
Molten Shield speed up was good enough to get them out safely. He can get back towards this way and be happy enough. No one started with any of the new starting items, either Doran's Bow and Doran's Helm. A little bit more niche, I think it's fair to say. There was a couple top laners out there saying, hey, I don't think you'd ever run Doran's Helm. It feels really tough.
I know some people are saying that, and then I know other people are saying, well, it outscales from one item onwards.
Right.
So, first back onwards. So it's like, if you're already fine in your early... So I think it was way too reductive to say, oh, it's just bad because regen's good on Doran Shield. But if you're playing for early laning phase, Doran Shield is better. If you're playing for a winning lane anyway, I actually think Doran Helm's better. I think it gives you better stats after that first back, once you start getting some HP in.
Nice Sonic Wave catch there onto Junhao. We'll just take him to about half. Bulldog was also trade low, but Heru's very tight on mana. That might make things a bit more interesting. Of course, sad to lose things like opportunity. I was a bit of an abuser of that in ARAM in particular. It was always very entertaining. They are sat on a ward here.
Also, I was wrong about the rune that Jason's running too, because I just saw the thing. It was it's Death by Touch. Death by Touch. So actually, I've actually completely lied to you on that one too. It's Death by Touch. Because I saw the blue thing, I was like, oh, it's got to be Storm Raiders, and I just didn't know the new Death by Touch thing as well. We have Deathfire and Storm Raiders. God, it's really hard to tell on that tiny thing. Anyway, he's got one of the new runes. Second jump force from Croco.
Gonna get the flash out of Keshi. Just get the slow. Smite slow to follow. There's the acceleration gate. When's the next Q lands? Nice kill from Croco.
Said Croco needed to have an impact, and there you go. 2 kills, both onto you know, important members of TT, especially putting Keshi into a deficit really helps LNG. It's good gold for them, only at the 1,000 gold lead right now. They haven't used the Lee Sin ult. You can still use that here.
See what's going on. The flag to spot him out. There's 3 members in the jungle. I don't think he wants this with sheer resetting. Croco needs to get out of here. Kick back through. Tries to escape. Running towards Bulldog. Get taken very low. Doesn't get hit by the flash Q from the Bard. Now they've gone too deep. Oh, Thunder Talk. Failed the pick on the Lee Sin who outplays. Tempered Fate buys a second or 2. But Junhao needs to run. Hero needs to run a flash for an Incinerate. Claims another. 2 down. TP back in. Arn has to back away as he's joined this fray. They're going to try and get a weirding slow. But Hero's also been slowed by the Mantra Q. The flash for the Morning Mist doesn't quite land. And Bulldog's left a little alone on the other side. As the shot blast comes on forward, he's gone too far. Croco on the other side is on top of Heru though, and will go down. Makes that another 1-for-1 at the extent of it. 3-for-1 right now. Now LNG are in the enemy jungle. Keshi has got another acceleration gate shortly. Won't need it. And LNG come out significantly ahead from that play.
Especially because of something you mentioned midway through there. I mean, oh, Arn's turned up. Well, 1xN didn't. On the other side, I mean, the AD carry committed on one side, got nothing. 1xN got to push out bot lane, reset, push out mid lane as well. So despite the fact that 1xN didn't commit to the fight, LNG still managed to get what they would do, or, you know, get what they wanted out of this fight, whilst also not committing their AD carry. So what happens with the Q here? It very nearly works, but Croco just about W's out. That's the value of the Lee Sin, just infinite mobility. Karma Q comes through, slowed into the fight, and it feels like, you know, the Lee Sin's incredible early game mobility just adds the extra amount of threat that LNG needed, despite the fact that they didn't commit their AD carry to the play.
That's the one, and then Bulldog does kind of end up split apart from his team a little bit, so good from Keshi to at least get something there. The problem is on the other side, Sheer and Croco just mash Heru, and they are the ones that come out significantly ahead. This Lee Sin, this Yorick are in pretty good spots, Al.
They are, and you know, on the other side, we hang on a second, jumping onto Bulldog, uses flash in the last fight. He's going to find it hard to escape from this one. Indeed, he won't. He goes down fairly easily.
Yeah, they'll take the dragon as trade there, will LNG. Nice lane gank from Junhao. To at least get something on the board there. His second assist of the game. This Jarvan that's been so potent across the last matchup, struggling. Oh, ward hop kick onto Arn. He tries to arcane shift away, but 1xN can just run him down. Croco is so good at Lee.
And why did we ever put Lee Sin out of the meta, Sam? What a wonderfully fun champion to watch. Feast or famine, the champion really. Managed to see something in the picture. I actually missed what was happening in the picture.
Basically, Bulldog, before he got picked off, managed to blow up, I want to say, Feather in the picture.
Oh, okay, right. So well, that's why he's died a second time, then. Yes. That would make sense. Yeah.
So yeah, he kind of did that and then ran down the river to go take the wave bot. And while that was happening, Junhao sneaked into a lane bush. So, looking at the gold at this point in time, LNG up a significant amount, but again, with this composition, you'd hope so, because I think if we do get to some of those more mid-game fights in an even state of affairs, I'm looking at a composition from DT, as we said, that theoretically will be easier to pilot. Of course, LNG, now that they are so fed, the fact that this Lee Sin realistically threatens the entire map, kind of for the next 10 minutes plus, will be a problem. He is going to be able to just be that additional threat, provide that extra bit of CC, because they are a little light on CC of LNG. You've got conditional CC from the Karma. Lee Sin brings it, but it's kind of reliant on skill. You've got Annie, who's probably the most simple CC to operate, and obviously you can also occasionally get a good sheer cage with that Dark Perception.
And that's why we were saying, if LNG don't have a lead, they're sort of just outranged. How do you get in range for the Annie CC? And that was a difficult question for us to answer, at least within context of draft. But now they are ahead by a significant amount. You know, 1.5k is nice, but particularly, you know, just the kill score on the dragons make it just look very good for LNG here, particularly in jungle. That Lee Sin is going to be adding in an extra threat because he's tankier. He's got the Eclipse and the Sunder Sky, makes you very hard to take down because the shields and the heals. And now you've got Bulldog in a good position too. He has the upgraded cooldown boots, but more flashes to force those fights more often.
Yeah, we're likely building towards a Rocket Belt second here as well, which can be quite nice in terms of just providing threat into a comp that is a little longer range than you. Obviously, and they're already for the Aurora, makes some sense, and Heru will be trying to be an additional threat as this game goes. Again, I think for me, my eyes have to turn to Arn and Feather, of course. Feather and 1xN were once playing together for a fairly long amount of time. It is 1xN's alma mater here that they're playing against, and Arn has had a fairly good re-debut back into the LPL on the whole.
Yeah, I mean, last year on EDG, he didn't achieve what he wanted to, and I think, sadly for him, it was probably one of the worst years of his career. Now, you look at 2024 on Invictus Gaming, I keep calling back to that because it was an incredible year. 2025, just not that. So, seeing him come back to better form on TT raises some hopes. Perhaps if it comes around to a Kai'Sa meta again, he can start to strut his stuff on one of his very best champions. His Tristana was always a very good too, actually, on. Amongst other things, he was an aggressive AD carry, up there with the likes of Abel as well. Ah, I miss Abel, Sam. What a player. Mid lane turret inevitably going to fall down to this Herald now. They do have a Bard ultimate, but I think it actually dies before they can cast the ultimate.
Yeah, not going to happen there. Herald charging into the wall there, so Croc will now get right back in. Instead of driving it somewhere else, they're going to try to go bot with it. Croc, have you got your driver's license?
We shall see. Will it take down the full turret? It gets pretty close here, actually. There you go. Croco's got a driver's license.
And he gets to drive potentially towards a tier 2 here as well. That's going to be a lot of gold in inventory. John Howe's going to try and invade for some camps. The Tempered Fate will deny that charge there, so nice work from Feather. And that's going to give John Howe a lot of gold.
It is, because, you know, Bard was trying to mark the Herald and say, mark the Herald Angels saying, glory to our support king. You know, it's that time of year. It's that time of year, you know. That's Golden Week, right? Just Bard casting ultimates. That's Golden Week. We've got to come up with our Bard carols. Fighting Chopside potentially here, as Akeshi isn't going to be cancelled.
Oh, John Howe, that is going to be a needed flash. Still gets stunned, and I think he's now going to be dead. There's no real way for him to get out here. Trapped inside his own Cataclysm. The invade is punished swiftly. 20 CS lead all right for the Jarvan. That's nice and all. The problem is the rest of the game ain't looking so pretty.
It's a good teleport from Bulldog. Very good teleport from him. Means that John Howe basically has no way out.
Oh, wow.
Heading up to... No way we're doing this on Spawn.
Oh, wow.
We're doing this on Spawn. 30 seconds till Dragon. Green Jungler's dead. Aurora's going to TP. Maybe they'll settle for just a teleport.
See what they can do. They are going to take the TP and look for force to fight. Bulldog's nearly got himself that stack. Can maybe threaten Arn here. He's got to be a bit careful. Jumps forward. Must miss his potential E. Missing now, threatening himself over the wall. The stun onto Arn. He's now going to jump at Bulldog. But the Baron's still going, by the way. Heru tries to flash and gets out. Bulldog is surviving the multi-man collapse, which means they aren't stopping the Baron. LNG gets it. Now Feather's in danger. Has a magical journey, but it's into the waiting arms of the Annie. You knew she was there. Heru goes across to try and find an angle, but get caught inside a dark procession. 1xN surviving. Missing's running away as well. Now Heru's in danger. Sheer just gets to sprint at him. Sped up by a molten shield.
Oh,
that's the one.
No.
1xN tried to reset. Doesn't get his recall off in time. Heru's going to keep walking, but he's going to get caught inside the dark procession. I want to call it a mortal shield for whatever reason. Either way, Annie helps the Yorick run at people, and LNG find a very aggressive spawn Baron.
That is one of the most disrespectful team fights I've ever laid eyes upon in League of Legends.
Yeah.
What do you mean? They kill one person and take the, you know, really hard to kill Baron on spawn in the current meta. You don't just kill Baron like that in 20 minutes, especially with there's 4 champions breathing down your neck as well. Now, Bulldog survives. 1xN, I actually think he could have lived there. He just didn't need to recall at that spot.
He had a recall. He's fine.
No. Well, of course he's not fine. He died. He was roadkill.
What is death but a fast reset?
Slower reset than using the Baron Sims, what it is. Anyway, Dragon's going to go to the side of LNG. They'll have third, threatening that Ocean Soul later on if they get their fourth. TT jumping onto Missing. That's a good kill. That's a really good pick off. It'll delay the Baron buff some.
Over goes Croco, though. Keshi's going to die, and that will make that the 1-for-1. Cataclysm comes on down, flag and drag out, but then Croco keep chasing. Bulldog goes well low, but goes golden. Now 1xN is here. He begins to unleash as well as he transcends himself, flashes on in, trying to get a little bit more work done, and that's a significant number more kills for LNG. They only kill Missing.
Yeah, the logic is you engage onto the team with Baron buff just as they start their push, because they're not quite in position. You can take some Baron buffs off the board if they don't respond accordingly. They do get Missing very easily. He just evaporates. He gets shattered into glass. They don't manage to really correctly predict where the enemy players are going to come from after that, though. Initial play is really good. They kill him. They just don't realize how close everyone else is on the board. The Ezreal comes into the play just a little too late. Even if he had been there earlier, they just don't have the stats. Stuff like the Cataclysm, it's multi-man, but they just don't have the stats at this point. It's a good Zhonya's there from Bulldog to make sure that Heru doesn't quite get that for free. In fact, doesn't get it at all, in fact. Very good stasis from the Annie.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And then a Molten Shield speed up to walk away. Bulldog's actually having a good game here, which is great news, because again, I think he is a player that has often been under quite a lot of scrutiny ever since his kind of debut into LCK and now move over to LPL. Croco, of course, another one of those imports, was once a well-known and loved, if slightly psychopathic jungler from the LCK.
He hasn't changed, Sam.
He hasn't changed. And Lee Sin's back in meta, and for me, that probably means good things if you are a fan of your Croco play. Looking out this final remaining outer turret. 6,000 gold or so for LNG to work with. 3 minutes until the next dragon. Flag and drag forwards onto Sheer, but he's quite tanky at this point. It does take a little while to go quite low. Finally brought down, but it takes all 5 members time to bring down the Yorick.
Don't really think LNG are going to get anything besides jungle. Well, how much of the buff, the Baron buff have they got? Well, that's gone now, hasn't it?
Wave shove top is what they got, basically.
Yeah, they got the wave shove top. They'll get a little bit of damage onto the inner tower top side. There'll be some minions taken there as well. I've just realized that the towers are back to the regular ones on this map.
Yeah,
we don't have like I don't think they are the Demacian ones with like the whole Galio wings and the stuff. Oh, interesting. Just noticing things, because technically it's the start of Season 2, right? I actually haven't checked to see if there are any changes to it. I actually might be completely capping. I mean, the Crystalline Overgrowth is still there. Am I just capping, chat?
I mean, Crystalline Overgrowth is there, but it's definitely not the Demacian.
I just thought that the Demacian...
I think it's just years of habits, is the honest answer. We've got 2 minutes until Dragon, by the by. Same with the Baron, so we'll keep an eye on that. Just give us a moment or two to start considering things as Keshi gets hit by an Annie ult and therefore loses half his HP bar. That will be a regular experience.
I'm sorry, just Demacia's cancelled. We're actually making all of their characters into fun-loving, wonderful, moral people who don't have any qualms with the way that their country works. And you know, particularly Vayne, she's just a happy-go-lucky, very smiley person now, Sam.
I did have... Okay, so there were some issues I had. We've got a minute, realistically, where we can have this conversation. And to an extent, I agree, there is a problem with that. However, I did have some issues with how they decided to redesign Noxus Demacia to be kind of order and chaos. Because, once again, they fell into the Warhammer problem of everyone must be a shade of grey. And
Sam Vayne wasn't, and now she is.
Yeah, I know, which is, again, one of my problems. Because actually, by narrowing the moral spectrum, you end up with less interesting characters. Because actually, it's possible to have people who are just unrepentant evil. It is nice to have characters who are actually legitimately morally good. It's nice to have factions and people who are that, and vice versa. And yes, you want some in the middle as well. And by reducing the moral spectrum, you actually end up reducing the complexity of your narrative. Yeah. And because you just have a much more, or less a much more constrained moral experience, which I think is poor.
They just showed individual gold there, by the way. Everyone is pretty much up 1,000 gold on the side of LNG, which makes sense with the overall gold lead. But yeah, Vayne was an interesting character because she was like an completely immoral agent with a moral cause. It's very interesting.
That's wonderful. The temper fake comes and Croco dies for it, and actually that could be a problem. The problem is they put so much into getting the Lee Sin back that things get spicy. Jungler for jungler, Trident Arn is down Flash and most of his health bar. Does have the TP to potentially come back in. LNG can look for a bit more. The slow from 1xN, not quite enough to threaten anything more. Jungler for jungler, shot blast lands onto Missing. That's actually not quite what I think LNG were hoping for. Hey, Flash off this Ezreal is punishable as the game goes on. Are we going back to this dragon? They've got some honey fruit to pick up, and so they will look to at least hold court here.
Well, I mean, without the jungler on either side, things get a little bit different. I mean, TT looking to see if they can respond in time. The extra teleport from the Ezreal does help here because he was chunked down so low. What can they do with this, though? Can they walk towards mid-turret? They need to stop the dragon because it would be the ocean.
Stun onto the Bard who had to face check. No one can do that. He's dead. Dark Possession forces the Rocket Belt away. Arn needs to keep running, be slowed, and that means he needs to start rod dodging in once his next E should be up, has to leave. But again, the Ezreal at this point doesn't have the capacity to keep away.
And I think particularly with Sheer having the Jack Shot, just hang on, Bulldog's going to come around for another stun, trying to get into Keshi. There's the ultimate.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Thunder Talk, unfortunately, eat the lightning, and they are more talk than bark this time around, and they'll lose another member towards Dragon. We look as Croco is there soloing it because the rest of LNG are winning the extended fight. Missing has to flash out. Heru can't get it. She goes into the wall, trying to get towards the support, and all the while, I will get the Yunara in the 1v1, but everyone else is dead. That's Ocean Soul and a 4v1. on LNG, snowball through the early game, and Thunder Talk are left reeling.
The Lee Sin Annie has been beautiful from LNG. We said they needed leads. They said that they, were going to get outranged if they didn't. They got those leads, Sam, and Bulldog has found incredible engages. The Bardol's back up. It only saves one of the turrets, though. I don't think it's going to save both. I think the death timers are too long. I think LNG are taking game 1.
5 seconds on Keshi will mean very little here. Takeshi's castle has been ransacked and blown apart. The siege is swift. And LNG in the home arena find a key game 1 win.
As we were saying down here in Group Nirvana, quite hard to predict the outcome of this group. So there are so few games played here, folks. We have very few games between each of our teams, each of them playing only 5 series in this split before we determine who's bottom 2 and who misses split 3. It is an absolute cutthroat scenario. And LNG have only played 2 series so far. TT, they played the 3. They're currently at 2-1. If LNG win this, they draw even with them. And it means that teams like Ultra Prime and OMG, who are stuck on Ultra Prime at 1 and 2, and then OMG at 0 and 3, they start to really sweat because they see another win that they'd have to pick up to make it out of the group.
Oh, that's huge. And then we're seeing the MVP vote, some for Bulldog. I think that's fair. He had a really good Annie game, guys. I think Crocker would also be a consideration. Honestly, the top side of the map in general played pretty well here.
LCS only has 7 series. That doesn't make either of these formats good for that. I want you to understand that. More series is better on the whole. At least Ascend, they play 14 series in a regular season. Or something like that. Rio, because they have 8 teams, 7 other teams to play against, play them twice, 14 series. So yeah, they have literally double LCS series in a regular season. Now there has actually been the problem because now we've got other events happening where actually the format means that they play too many games to take all of the games seriously in terms of they can't fund 100% prep for all of them.
Yeah.
So there is something about oversaturating that too. But obviously in Nirvana, complete opposite scenario. They're playing, it's a single round robin between 6 teams, 5 series per team. They have so little chance to fix their mistakes. You've got to hit the ground running.
Yeah, and I'm also, of course, seeing some news over from LCK. I saw how game 1 went. I just seen how game 2 went. Sounds like that's quite good fun.
What matchup is it?
It's KT Bro. We're going to 3. And game 1 was a 40-minute one where Teddy was 12 kills deep on an Ezreal and nearly won.
Jesus.
KT are KTing, guys.
KT, I still think they are the best coached team in the world. We'll see what happens to them. It feels like every team, when you're at the top of your league, it's very hard to hold on to that. It means that the teams which are consistently at the top, if the teams are consistently at the top, they will get caught up to. That's just the nature of being the best team in your league. People learn from you at that point.
Coffee?
I've actually got most of one left there, so I'm okay.
Do you want to reheat on it?
No, it's okay. I'm actually okay.
Cool.
Okay, right. You go take your break. I'll chill out for a bit. I'm gonna put on. We'll wait around for the highlights.
Well, anyway, she just called me.
Huh?
Mum just called me, so I'll give her a call.
Yeah, sure. Okay, wait, let's roll this out real quick so I can sit over here and roll it back in there. So how's everyone doing? What was Raz streaming earlier? I'm not sure if he's still around. Typically when I raid, I actually head off pretty quickly because I'm tired after a stream. It's hard, this stream and stuff, I tell you, it's hard. At least when you do it consistently anyway. I don't think they've lost 2-0 Qatari. I think that they I think Sam said it was going to a game 3. Unless Sam's spreading misinformation on the internet. Yeah, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. Wait, a 20-team double round robin? Hell yeah. We need to make like a super league, which is definitely not going to have any logistic issues. Bros smoked KT. Gotta hope that their employer doesn't give them like a random spot check then. Y'all got any of that KT? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Quad Nord won the tennis show. So that's one of Kita-san Black's children. Might end up becoming a triple crown at this point then, isn't it? Takarazuka Kinen is the third one from that. I think it's Osaka High, Spring Tennis Show, then the Takarazuka Kinen. Quad Nord is one of the children of Kita-san Black, which is one of the most famous Japanese race horses of all time. In fact, they ran in the Arc de Triomphe race. They actually won the demo race for it, but then lost the actual thing. But yeah, I mean, Quad Nord's like, you know, partway through their career now. I think they might be getting towards the end of their career, actually, their racing career, because the race horses don't race for a very long time. But I think they're on their way to a spring triple crown. I mean, you only get one chance of the triple crown because it only happens in your classic year, so you can't have multiple tries at it. It's only on your like second year racing, I think. We often say KT is the Weibo of the LCK. Well, technically KT came first. I mean, like, I'm very particular on orders like that. I mean, in this case, how the hell did I get that far away? What the fuck? E-Flash, I guess. So technically Weibo is the KT of the LPL, you know? Such a loving older brother. Yeah, I'm very lucky to have Sam. Very lucky to have Sam. Wouldn't be able to do this without him, and yeah, definitely wouldn't be able to do all this without him, because it's just the amount of time you have to invest to cover LPL is just absurd, folks. Sam and I haven't missed a single game this split, which we typically in a split we miss a game or two because just the schedule catches up to us. But we've actually been very good this split, partly because we haven't had other broadcast work, so we've been able to focus onto this. But yeah, and again, we wouldn't be doing this without you, so we appreciate you as well. If you're watching in the background and you haven't dropped a follow, a like, or a subscribe yet, I mean, if you got the bandwidth for it, it does make a difference to us. We'd appreciate you if you do want to stick around. Right, and now we wait for MVP, which for me it's probably Bulldog, actually. Might be Croco, probably Bulldog. Yeah. Alternate. So instead of a Super League, we have a Soup League. We give up this League of Legends thing and everyone just makes delicious soup and has a nice time. Oh, I do like French onion soup. French onion soup is really nice. It does take a bajillion onion and garlic bits, but, you know, it's really good. Oh yeah, but we cover the LPL, so as far as we're concerned, Weibo does it more often and bigger. The problem is, like, KT actually reached a World Finals as well, and they didn't get blown out in finals. They got a 5-game series. So the problem is, normally we're like, but Weibo did better at it because they actually made a World Finals. But then KT did. I'm like, we don't even get to have that anymore. Is nothing sacred? So it was a very, very cool experience to have a Telecom War Finals and get Monty and Doa on call for that. Getting Monty and Doa on call, also getting Wolf, we got Hysterics in. We had some really cool casters for that World Finals co-stream. Yeah. Bulldog gets player of the game, no surprise, he was really, really good. But yeah, I mean, I'm not good enough video editor to edit that myself. We also had Quickshot as well. So we had Quickshot, Monty, Doa, Wolf, all turning up on the stream at some point. It was very, very cool. Yeah, for World Finals 25. I know I'm not the biggest co-stream. I should have marketed it better, really, and just said, yo, we've got like these crazy people. Sam made a post on Reddit, I think, or someone did. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go put on a ad break. Sounds like something out of 2015. I know, right? Yeah, but like being able to get that many people in, it was kind of like the Outcasts co-stream, you know? Quick shot Monty Doa and myself, I guess. It's a little bit dramatic, but you know. I was so tuned out of League last year, I didn't know Finals was the Telecom Wars. It was perhaps the greatest Telecom War ever, perhaps. My only problem with MVP is completely based on pure flashiness and not how well the person played. I mean, it is voted for by various people, and then it depends what their voting criteria is on. So, for instance, I don't vote based on flashiness that often. I tend to be, I'm not contrarian, but I tend to be a little bit more balanced on that. Hey, Simi, good to see you, and Hertzer as well. Appreciate you. Okay, let me just put on an ad break. I gotta do that now because we're about to go into ads. I need to find a way to make sure that my PC survives having Uma on screen again, because I do actually want to keep running Uma. Oh god. I've got to prep for the next Uma CM. Upgrade the PC with what money? With what money? I need to spend that on rent. I'm not hired by a main broadcast anymore. I gotta. So the thing is, even when I was on main broadcast, I was like, I should probably save money because this isn't gonna be here for forever. Even if it goes well, I just can't bet on that, you know. Yeah, exactly. I actually have a decent amount of RAM. I think I have 32 gig of RAM, which is fine. That's more than fine. Yeah, I've got like 4 sticks of 8. Wait, is it? Wait, I have enough RAM. RAM's fine. What I need is a new... I need to change out my motherboard because my CPU's old in this PC. So I have a 3080, so the graphics card is fine. I've got the RAM. Really, it is the CPU. But to change the CPU, because I think I'm on a 700K, like an Intel one. So that's old now. That's old. And I really need to upgrade that because in fact, I did get a replacement CPU, but I didn't have the motherboard for it. So, and I just don't want to tear out. I really get anxious about tearing out the motherboard and doing stuff from scratch like that. At this point, I mean, this is why I've got my laptop. My laptop's actually better than my PC. That's the nature of it. But in fact, yeah. And I ended up with... We need to find a Saudi oil prince to help you. Well, I did turn down Saudi money, so that goes against that. I've been having a lot of thoughts about that recently. I have been because, you know, I mean, technically, should I talk about this on stream? Anyway, it's just like, I have turned down money from gambling, from Saudi, which are the two big ones. I could have got paid a good amount from that. And yeah, and I chose not to. I've turned down EWC every time I've been asked. And again, like, I understand why people take that gig. I've just said that that's my moral line. I'm not doing that. And I understand that would have probably changed my career hugely because I never made it to an international. And that's always going to be really sad for me. You know, I never made it to an international. I thought I was good enough to be. You know, I thought I was good enough to be. I think that I can compete with the best casters in the world on my day. If given the opportunity, and I've worked very hard to do that, and I understand that that's a very subjective thing. But yeah, I thought that I was good enough to do that, but in some ways I felt like taking EWC would be a shortcut, and I wasn't sure I loved the feeling of that, but also just mainly just the moral things. You know, like, I am a queer agender person with an esports, and I'd feel like I'd be really betraying myself, I suppose, if I did that. You know, not that I talk about that a huge amount, but yeah. Oh gosh, it's all very complicated, folks. It's which is why I really tried hard on the stream. I really want the stream to take off how I can, because if actually, you know, if the stream works well, it means that I can kind of separate myself from those kind of moral issues, and I'm not under pressure on them. I don't have to feel like I have to choose between rent and morals. Which is a thing. It is a thing. Yes, fighting games are in a weird spot right now. Anyway, I thought it'd be interesting, you know, I think that you as the audience, obviously you're here for LPL, but it's interesting to kind of like, at least kind of update you on some things behind the scenes every so often like that. Because yeah, I've made decisions basically on moral backgrounds, I suppose. Yeah, and it's a very difficult time to be doing that. So we're close towards game 2 now for TT and LNG. I mean, LNG just kind of brutalized them through top side of the map. I mean, the Jace didn't do what it needed to do in lane. I got shut down by the Yorick. And in some ways, Midge, I've thought about that too. I have thought about that too, Midge, as well, like on that side of it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mecca, for the whatchamacallit, the Kofi. I appreciate you. I swear if KT wins just one trophy, then I'll consider them a good team. It's official, KT is the most flipper team. Bro, wait, no, Bro didn't 2-0 them, didn't they? Didn't they wait. Aren't they in game 3? Wait, is third game just it's just finished? What's happened? Wait. I thought that it... Wait, no, they 2-0'd them. They got the post-match thread wrong. Huh? No way, they 2-0'd them? Wait, the post-match thread was wrong. It said 2-1. What? Excuse me? That's so funny. No, I know you did, but then I checked Reddit and I saw that the post-match thread was because Sam said it had gone to 3. Then you said it was a 2-0. I wasn't watching the stream, so then I checked the post-match thread and it said 1-1. And I was like, what? Huh? That is mad. That is mad. That's funny as heck. I mean, Katie, what a stupid team. What a wonderfully stupid team. That's funny as heck. I mean, bro are just the best team in the world. What can I say? But thank you, Mecha. Thank you so much. Let me go check on that again. One sec. Teddy might go. People forget that Teddy was one of like the biggest like AD carries within the LCK for a very long time. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Mecha. You are an absolute saint. You know how much we appreciate you. Teddy had such a crazy good series. Well, for everyone who's coming over from the LCK, if you want to watch over to LPL for now, bloody hell, you guys are going to have to recap us on that one. That's crazy. Teddy's better than Amy. I mean, I haven't seen enough of Teddy recently to draw actual conclusions on that, sadly. I mean, I really like Teddy. I mean, Teddy was like the guy to replace Bang on T1, right? Because Bang was there up until 2018, and then things fell apart because they lost in 2017 finals. I think things fell apart in 2018, and then Teddy came in. I think it was at 2019 that Teddy came in because he was on the roster with G2 beat. Because it was Teddy and Effort, then Teddy and Marta, and Teddy and Effort were the 2 bot lanes they played against. Dude, because Teddy was the fountain laser. Papa Smithy coined him as the fountain laser. Because he'd reached like full build. Teddy was the AD carry in the Jin Air 90-minute game, the longest game of all time. Teddy is the longest suffering ADC, I feel. He always seems to be fighting for his life. I'm trying to think if anyone else even comes close. Teddy is definitely one of the AD carries which has really suffered for his career. The AD carry which caused the most suffering was probably Space, because he ruined like the last 2 years of Mad Life's career. Because that was the thing which Monty joked about with Space Prison. Yeah, the 1000 CS legend, exactly, the 1000 CS legend. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah. Well, we're getting in towards game 2 here, so thanks if you've come over from the LCK. We're gonna have, so this is Group Nirvana. This is our version of the Fry's group, so expect what you would expect from Fry's group. LNG had a really good game 1. They had a very good game 1. They mechanically just kind of brutalized TT, despite the fact that TT are not a bad team by any means in terms of Group Nirvana standings. LNG have only played 2 series so far, only the 2. TT have played 3, they're 2-1. LNG 1-1. They lost, I believe it's to EDG was the series that they lost, which was quite surprising because EDG had been a bit mixed themselves. Yeah, they lost to EDG and they beat OMG, whereas Thunder Talk themselves lost to LGD, beat OMG and Ultra Prime. So they've beaten the 2 teams below them in the standings, but then again, the standings again is quite hard to grasp on that, really. So we've got through our first rounds of bans. The Mbessa and the Vi, I wouldn't strictly call tier list. Reminder, we're on the new patch here. So stuff like Xin Zhao, very, very strong. Ash Seraphine still meant to be very strong too. We're going to learn a lot about the meta together, folks. Now, how much has changed? Orianna is still banned despite the phase rush nerfs, I suppose, with Storm Raiders now proccing off. But basically, if you do 25% of someone's max HP, then you get your phase rush equivalent. It's on a much lower cooldown, but harder to activate. Xin Zhao is incredibly strong. If you go Shiv, you proc your passive onto every chain lightning bit, and you get an absurd amount of healing. I've seen people get pentakills with this. So static Shiv Xin Zhao is a thing. Be aware of that. Be aware of that. What else do you lock that alongside? You could take away the Ashe from the Seraphine, but I think you can just lock in another lane dominant bot lane. You don't have a Lucian Milio. You lock in the Varus, that can also be a Shiv Varus top lane, or a Voltaic Cycler Sword Varus as well. It's an incredibly, incredibly strong item. Pantheon locked in, which is, I mean, Pantheon's still kind of same old Pantheon. No, I don't think there's any crazy change to him on 26-9. Last pick of the first round from LNG. Presumably want to lock in something along that. Well, no, you don't have to lock in a support right now. You don't actually have to, because the Varus is good enough by itself. If you lock in the Nara, it does mean the Varus does go bot lane. But if you go for this, you know that Yorick is already gone, Jace is already gone. You can ban away Cassante if you particularly, I mean, not that you should care about it as not, but you can ban away a couple of champions if you really want to hammer home that top lane matchup. Sheer was very good versus Kashi. And you were saying, like, wow, Kashi looks really good. And Sheer, is his kind of time in the limelight over? Perhaps not. I mean, Sheer had a good game last game, and Kashi didn't really get to show stuff at all. The Zac is permanent, is global banned. I don't know why. Zac is just... Zac's in jail. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. Yeah, static shift Zac. That's what broke him. Oh, no, that's it. There's a bug on Zac where if you kill him in passive, he doesn't give gold or XP. I think I saw that bug. So basically, Zac, when he's in passive, you don't get the kill participation, basically. So, yeah, I would... Thank you. Hello, Angie. How's it going? I will get hydrated. I need to actually refill my water bottle. I've left that water in there a little too long. Nautilus and Vayne banned away. The Vayne has continued to be a huge problem for the Gnar. We saw Bin try Halo Blade's cloth armor start, and it actually worked pretty well. But then one person goes into the lane, forces Gnar into a bad trade, and the lane falls apart. Jack's also banned away from Kashi. Last ban presumably towards bot lane again. Although, I mean, the Nautilus is... I mean, you could ban away Nico, I suppose. You could ban away Nico. I think that's not a bad ban to chuck in. I don't know if you want to really thin the mid lane pool out when both of these two have yet to pick mid lane. They ban away in the Twisted Fates. Leona. Missing used to really love this champion. Rakan is a little bit better in lane and still gives you the engage potential. Nico is the most lane dominant and the hardest engage, but quite vulnerable too. Rakan has ways out of a play. Leona gives you a front line. I think Rakan is probably best here. Missing used to have a legendary Rakan win streak within the LPL. For those of you that didn't know, on his time on JDG in 2023, he built up his Rakan domestic win streak to, I think, 23 games on the trot. 23 games in a row he won on the Rakan regionally. Now, of course, that was on the super team, but he was a very good player of that too. Are we really niddly topping? We did see a game of this the other day, actually, from LEC, I think it was. We've seen this, so we're going to get a niddly, I'm going to presume, into top lane. It kind of has to be niddly top for Keshi. All right, so we get ourselves Gnar versus niddly. Someone phone up the shy. Last pick now for mid lane. Has anything really changed with the Taliyah? Can't remember anything crazy which happened to her. We get the Taliyah locked in. The Heru in the mid lane. Checking the patch notes over. There is some. So the changes to her Q is base damage on the Q has gone up by 5 at all ranks, and the bonus monster damage has also gone down a bit to kind of like make sure her jungle doesn't get out of proportion. But her Q got some buffs, and to be honest, Taliyah was feeling on the weaker side for a little while now. Appreciate you, Sam. How's it going?
It is. Sorry, to the quick call from my mum who was giving me a belated happy birthday. Briefly on birthday, but then I've just been doing busy.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, Sam had his birthday the other day. It was a wonderful time. We went out and had spokes time with friends. Bulldog going towards the Ahri. Of course, big playmaker for him. We're going to go into a quick outbreak, folks, so we don't get them during the game. You know how it works. Let's get into it.
Absolutely.
It is, Sam, basically, we were talking about this. Patch 26.9 has some very different things happening to it.
Yes.
The big kind of patch you need to be aware about. Static Shiv Shinzao applies his passive to everything in the chain lightning, which means he gets instant amounts of damage and healing. It's incredibly strong. Yeah. Also, his AP ratios are kind of insane right now.
I've seen the Dom's video.
So we might see something like, you know, Dusk and Dawn. Shinzao is just incredibly strong outside of just being AD Bruiser. His build might have actually changed. Niddly, we saw a game of it in LEC just the other day, and Taliyah's base damage on her Q got buffed by 5 at every rank. So actually, over the course of the third volley, actually has significant extra damage. Anyway, I'm going to go quickly head off myself, and I'll be back in just a minute. Don't miss me too much.
Not a problem. I'll look after people. Don't worry about it. As I said, had to have a quick call with my mother, which was very lovely. But it did mean that Alex had to look after you all for a second or two. Fortunately, I'm now back. I'm home. Oh, is this the bro result? Yeah. I have seen that there's been some spice over in LCK. Why is there pant in Pantheon's name, but he only wears underwear? What a question from chat. I've got to listen to Giles, but I will consider that. I've never really had to consider Pantheon's attire before. And I think the question is, basically, because it's in his name, he's then not obligated to wear pants. Like, that's the rule. So you only need to wear one pair of pants, and if it's in the name, then you don't have to do it with physical clothing, which I think is very clever. There you go. So Storm Raider Surge on Talia, worth noting. There's that new rune. It'll be Grasp for the Nidalee, Conqueror for Croco. Eyes on that again. We'll see how Keshi manages it, because again, we do often need to ask these questions about how do you deal with Gnar. People have come up with funny answers over the years, things like the Vayne, but it's been a while since we've seen the Nidalee. Realistically, though, the only two players I ever trusted with Nidalee top were named the Shy and Zeus. And not, as far as I can tell, Keshi is not named Zeus or the Shy, so he's going to have to earn his path. AP Xin Zhao is viable. Oh, yes, it is. There is a fantastic clip somewhere of Dums playing it, if you want to see some of it in like action, like the messy solo queue scenario. But yeah, very, very strong. Storm Raider Surge, of course, is back. We'll see the Talia will be on that one as well. We'll chat about Xin Zhao depending on what build we get. Be a bit pointless chatting about it if we don't see it. Just a really crap night. Okay, good to know, Lion Man. In terms of what was happening over there. Again, we didn't think we were elsewhere. Let me go find out exactly where our Storm Raider Surge deals are. That will be, I'm assuming, towards the bottom of this one. Yep. So, basically, if you do max health damage, you get a significant move speed and slow resist. So it's kind of a replacement for Phase Rush, basically. Because basically, Phase Rush activated off hitting abilities. This one activates off doing damage, which does change things quite heavily. So the important thing is to do damage to activate it, rather than hit a load of abilities, which does change things fairly heavily, because it means basically you can't just randomly press a load of keys and run away. I'm becoming old right from your eyes. It's true, Abba. I appreciate you. And thank you for the happy birthday. It is much appreciated. Again, it was on the LPL day off, which was quite nice. Otherwise, we'd have done a happy birthday on stream, I'm sure. Hey, Deeds. Good to see you. John Howe should pick up this bot side Scuttle Crab. Xin Zhao will go top side at this point as well. But that does leave the bot lane a little out to dry. They know what's happening because they've got some very good early wards here. Should keep 1xN and Missing safe. And of course, Missing is on his Rakan. For a long time, was on an incredible win streak on it. Like 23 wins in a row. He kind of fell off with Missing as he dropped out of the LPL. Recently rejoined with LNG this year. And he on 1x and a pretty solid bot lane, all things said and done. Of course, they do have to deal with an Ashe Seraphine, which is a bit of a miserable lane, it must be said. Goodbye, Huya Ads. And you are still running effectively a melee support into a ranged support. Yes, Rakan's very mobile. Yes, he's strictly ranged. But in the grand scheme of things, is he compared to a Seraphine at least? Angie's being a problem in chat. I see you, Angie. Keshi eats quite a nasty hyper proc. We'll have the primal surge, so she should be fine. Croco's now over here. John Howard's going to be knocking away this Raptor Cap. Tunneler on the Xin Zhao implies probably still the old Sundered Sky build. Don't think we're looking at a Shiv here. I guess the components on Shiv aren't particularly great for Xin Zhao, it must be said. Or a bit mixed. He's not bad with a bit of AP, to be fair. Dark Seal's actually a very good item on him. We're going to have a fight over this Raptor camp, though. Will be the way forward as that wind becomes lightning. Some of those camps there did John Howe, but not all of it. A quick slip away from the play. Not too much to be seen. No, Heru's got Storm Raider Surge, which is, of course, the new rune. Basically, as I was saying, you do damage to activate it rather than just pressing a load of buttons.
Yeah, it's Phase Rush, but it's different activation conditions. So it's not just hit 3 things onto the target. You've got to do 25% max HP. Then basically does the same thing. Lower cooldown, though. One of the things about Phase Rush is that you could only proc it basically once every other wave, because it's like a 30-second-ish cooldown. you wouldn't really get it cleanly once a wave. Whereas Storm Raiders, you can get it every wave. It is like a 20 second scaling down to 10-second cooldown, I want to say. Just harder to get that off.
And I can see that certain poke champions would be very pleased with it. Xen now potentially able to help Croco out here with missing, going forwards towards the bot lane. We look, Feather's going to have to flash. Croco flashes in himself, finds that Talon Strike. Isn't timed out, but the root is good. Wind becomes lightning. Next Audacious Charge not required. The Hail of Arrows is there. Now Junhau's over as 1xN left low. Does have a flash. Isn't going to need to burn it quite yet as the heal gets them to back away. Good piercing arrow. Leaves Arn and Junhau a little too low, I think, to really start sticking around. Nice Audacious Charge into Wind becomes lightning, catches on again. He's left at half, and a nice gank bot lane earns them the kill there, and it goes to 1xN. And again, you're the team with the Rakan. You're not the team with the double range enchanter kind of oppression. You want those kills where you can get them. Keshi eats a couple turret shots, but does have the ability to primal surge.
Does hop out of the... Oh, that grasp auto is so annoying, man. Just hops away from the turret, goes melee, so you get the full damage of the grasp. Croco going mid now. Heru save his E up, presumably he does. Tell you what, the Deathfire Grasp and the Storm Raiders icon are really similar at low
I had
size.
the same concern.
I'm dodged out on that double. If that had hit, that would have been some big doo-doo right there.
A bit dicey, I agree.
Yeah. Welcome to the chat, by the way, Turtle. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And if anyone else has stuck around who's found our stream for the first or the 100th time, hope you're enjoying yourselves. If you'd like to drop a like or follow, it does make a difference to us as well. Oh, wow, just as we say, I appreciate you, yours truly, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. Welcome into the community.
At least you're not here false.
No,
that would have been bad.
True. But yeah, if you are a little confused about when LPL is on or when it's not, you can actually check out the stream schedule on the Twitch page. That will have all of the start times for the games. Asher does get put onto Rakan. There's enough minions under turret, but that would have genuinely been death if the minions have been cleared out a little bit better there. But yeah, if you want to know when LPL is started in your time zone, check the Twitch schedule. It'll be on there. Leaguepedia is a good one too if you don't want to check that. And if you just don't want to bother with that, just join into the Discord. We ping
you in the Discord.
We ping everyone when the games go live. Also when I'm on other streams as well. Sam has his own Discord, I've got mine as well. And you can join us and find out a little bit more, learn from the community, and just chill out and make some new friends.
Indeed. Appreciate to all of you who do. And Promise is actually a very nice Discord, very friendly. We do movie nights and stuff as well. There's been a lot of horror movies in there. There's a discussion about doing Blair Witch at some point soon that I've been pushing for because I've still not seen that movie. And it's a classic. For all, of course, I think a lot of other movies, as we've been hearing, have done their style better since then. Keshi continuing to be a bit obnoxious with the grass procs, but hey, I think Shearer's just saying, cool, I know my job here is to suffer and kind of be useful. Junhau's been left low. Well, Aegis has to flash away. Dragon's taken by Croco as well. So it all goes a bit wrong. Junhau has to flash away. The double root is good. That puts Croco in a difficult spot. On gets inside the Thunderdome, but the damage is still good. Croco will likely die, and that leaves LNG in a difficult spot. They're going to flash over the wall, get out to safety. The roots are good. Feather looking for some more damage. They can't get it, so a 1 for Dragon as it stands. Lots of flashes blown absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, Bulldog went really deep looking for the charm. Didn't land it onto Junhau, and it meant that TT escaped without losing a member there, which I think is a high roll for them. Sam, I thought that there, with the amount of damage flying through from Croco and from Bulldog, surely something was going to go wrong. I think Croco... Oh, is Croco going like a lawnmower build? He's going for a giant spell, so we might go for Titanic Shiv.
It would be very Croco.
Don't tell me he's going for a lawnmower where like just gets like a million Titanic procs. So he look, forcing out the E from Junhau. Smite comes through from Croco. That's good. Bulldog then looks for the charm. If that had hit, he does kill. It is enough damage with the electric coming over. Junhau would have died, would have gotten the reset, and I think this play goes a lot better because, you know, at that point Triumph starts to come through from the Shinzao as well. As it happens though, Junhau managed to force another flash out by ulting back into the play. Back to live now. Let's go. Oh, hang on. Charm lands there, but the E will stop the Rakan dash.
Yeah, just about managed to buffer that through as the charm landed. Otherwise, I think that would have been the knockup. I don't think it would have been death, considering there is no ult on the Ahri at this point. But hey, could have been a bit dicey. Also leaves 1xN a little alone on this bot lane. Potential dive angle here. Over comes LNG to try and defend. Heru's going to be left a little split off. Blast cones away, and that will dissuade a potential play onto 1xN.
It does. It's a good cover there from Croco. We know that Croco doesn't really have an off switch, just kind of continually fights, and
he sort of gets duct tape, looks at the accelerator pedal, and just tapes it down. You know, don't really need to not have my foot on that, really, do I?
This car is going forwards at great speed.
Did you see the Kanavi tweet? Because Croco is in the same school of jungling as Kanavi, and Kanavi had this statement about Jarvan. I'm just making sure nothing crazy is happening. I think we're good. And basically he said this, look, EQing backwards on Jarvan is bad. That is why you must always EQ forward. Yes.
EQ forwards backwards on Jarvan is bad, so you must EQ forwards. And he did do that like a lot recently. Like a lot. So, yeah. Kanavi, of course, if you can talk about that stuff, spam MLXG, really.
Yeah.
You know, Kanavi ain't the original by any means, but he's definitely been the one that's been very successful here in LPL. LPL junglers, on the whole, have been very, very good this year. Even last year. I think 2 of the 3 best junglers of the entire year were from the LPL. We have Tarzan and Kanavi, who I think were there with Ona for last year as the top 3 junglers in the world on average across the year. This year, it's been a bit all over the place, but I think that Shun, he peaked so hard around last playoffs and then into first stand. Incredible from him. Weirdly, I mean, I think Skewmond actually made himself pretty high. Here come the globals, though.
Oh, the encore comes through the chains of corruption was solid to catch out at least one, but there's just not enough there, and Missing can't defend with the quickness, so good gank there from TT as they land all their ultimates in succession to get the kill onto 1xN.
A single flash is not enough. The encore, very good from Feather onto his old AD carry. Feather, of course, as we were saying, has laned for a very long time with 1xN now against him. On LNG on the other side, 1xN, we were wondering which team he would end up on. I was kind of hoping it would be an Ascend team. He's had to kind of go down into the mine somewhere else here in the LPL as Keshi gets himself a hit onto tower.
Yeah, Keshi's continuing to shove it very well there. I didn't see who got grubs. I think it was Croco, actually, so will not necessarily be there for the Nidalee, which would have been annoying for them. But early objectives are there for LNG. Early gold lead for Thunder Talk, largely found in top and mid, where Heru got that kill, and of course Keshi is being very annoying. Does get first turret for TT as well. Not a lot the Sheer gets to say about this, really, and I think LNG much more interested in playing around this bot side river as Dragon's about to spawn. Potential play towards 1xN is being jumped on here as the globals come flying. Pantheon to Lear, there's the seismic jump. 1xN's got nowhere to go, but now the fight commences. They collapsed onto the AD carry, but not before he did a lot of damage, and that means that everyone else is real low. Arn has to flash. Are we going to get over the wall here? I don't think we are, so it becomes the 1-for-1. Croco doesn't have the stun. That means he's just in range for an audacious charge. Heru, what was that? The Titanic Hydra damage is pretty significant, and Missing gets that kill.
And it's going to be some really good kill participation. Croco with the early damage of the Titanic is really scary. It does mean you're a little bit squishier than the Sundered Sky, which gives you the more regen. Even though there's a difference in HP between the items, Sundered Sky makes you harder to kill on the whole. Titanic gives you a lot of damage in the instant Q knockup or a very, very quick onto it. 1xN was trying to roam to the play, didn't really have the position to do this, didn't have the flash, and we're saying, look, 1xN, great player, but now he's been punished 2 times back to back. This is one of the problems of the Varus. You can just get caught out by people who can jump onto you very quickly, much like you can do onto someone like a Caitlyn too. These long-range AD carries, which are not really balanced around escaping people who get into melee range of you. And Heru, he flicked him in the wrong way. In fact, just brought him into closer range, ended up giving the extra kill over.
Does indeed. Of course, we have indeed got that lawnmower build currently en route. Potentially, Croco with the early Titanic Hydra here is good pick follow-up, to be fair, in this game. We've got Dragon up now. I suspect, actually, we might well see a bit of contest. We're seeing no one down there at the minute, but LNG have got vision in the river. Croco's pathing towards the bot lane, but no one's there right now, so it's not happening on spot.
Log aware that Keshi could be around somewhere. Keshi, good gold lead for him so far. We'll see if that continues. 1xN, oh, the arrow's heading towards him, and it lands!
Change of corruption's good, though. Gonna try and turn this around. 1xN buys a fair amount of time. Just about cleanses. Oh, the splash on the threaded volley as John Howe survives as well. That's so frustrating. Now the shot back. Heru survives for a second or two longer and does get the kill this time. That looked good until it really didn't.
Yeah, clearly they've put a target on the Varus's back. I think actually Missing ended up killing 1xN inadvertently there with Sam saying it's the splash damage. I think it would have just been out of range. So Missing unfortunately tried to get in for the Q heal, ended up giving the damage over from the Talia instead. 1xN actually did a very good job of landing that ult on the landing point of the Pantheon. Teleport's coming in from the Gnar, but the Dragon's already gone. They're going for Keshi instead.
Keshi flashing just gets the kill. He didn't even know he's there. Just blind jumps in, gets that one. Now he gets to get run down, but he is in Nidalee, gets the speed up. Everyone else is coming down. They won't be able to get that. That's not great there from LNG at all.
He did know he's there because he had the mark on him. So he jumps in with the mark. That's why he had the extended W range went in and the extended damage too. That's where the damage came in onto Bulldog, where the Q execute goes really, really insane once you have that mark applied. So it's a good solo kill from Keshi. We were saying, look, Keshi, great top laner. The camera's not really focused on his lane that much so far because, to be honest, it's just the same thing. Him just shoving in and, you know, doing dirty deeds to the Nile. You can't really lane against it. But you can see right here, the difficulty of the Nidalee is then making sure that laning lead becomes important later. Well, he's managed to get himself an important kill there. It was only his first kill of the game. 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent, though. If you land spears, he is going to kill people.
Yeah, and that's the majority of the gold, actually. Of course, decent now for Arn as well, who's managed to see to the demise of 1xN off some very extensive dives. And again, you've got Pantheon Taliyah, right? We're used to Pantheon Rise these days, but the Taliyah back in action has always been a very potent duo there with the Pantheon. Very, very strong indeed when they get the opportunity to link up their CC change. And the pick CC is pretty brutal from TT. Missing first item Mikhail's makes a lot of sense with that in mind. Missing, just get jumped on there. Interrupted mid W, but still got the battle down, so should be out fine there.
Like Sen has really had to play more respectfully now, which is a real shame. I think that, you know, the first death in bot lane, I think you can put that down to not tracking the globals. The second one as he walked up, that was, hang on a second, Croc is trying to go to melee range with the Nidalee. I'm not sure the Shinzao wins this.
He's doing quite a good job here, actually. The arrow goes well wide. It lands, actually, hilariously onto someone on the back of that play. Didn't see exactly who it was. I want to say the Rakan, but Keshi still trying to run. Will get hit by the wind, becomes lightning and does go down. Missing, backs out, just about alive. They get the kill. The flash for the encore lands onto one, but there's Mikhail's after. Bulldog's left down, though. Sheerhouse to flash, and the extended rundown from TT in this death ball is too much. Grand Starfall, where are we going? Towards Croc, who gets over the wall here. Can Junhao chase for more? He's thinking about it. Heru's also coming. This gets messy. Smite fight to go forward. Junhao does get a little bit of stun in. There's the grand entrance. The Aegis Assault, though, buys a lot of time, and Croco will likely fall in this 1v3.
Croco even flashes for that too. Doesn't get anything from it. CT are really snowballing now, and this is where we see some of the issues with LNG. When LNG don't have the huge early gold leads, when they're not ahead through Croco particularly, they still try and play as though they were ahead, and they don't quite understand how to finish off the fights as they would do when they had way more stats. I mean, Croco Keshi trade very evenly here. One of the things which ends up fooling you quite a lot is that just sometimes the Nidalee just ends up getting the random E heal as well. Croco and Keshi trade very evenly across this, and things get really messy as Bulldog looks for a big play. I think he just takes too much damage on the way in. You know, looks for this big play. Encore flashed away from by Bulldog, not enough to save him though. Arn just gets to sit and fire on the Ashe, and he's had a very successful game on the Ashe. Good arrow accuracy and good DPS uptime.
Suddenly it just takes too long to kill the Nidalee, and the problem is all that while the Taliyah, the Ashe, just throwing out all that damage, and it just gets incredibly difficult. Now, nearly 5,000 gold down, and the gold is no longer just in that Nidalee, makes things quite scary. Chains of Corruption do land there, and as begins to spread, but the follow-up is only really to half of Heru's HP. Junhao left a little low as Croco goes in, tries to land that wind, becomes lightning, can still try and trade this out best they can, and they go. They split people off. There's the quickness, the Mega Gnar back. Arn's left him melee range, nice kill. Croco with the Crescent Guard buys time. Bulldog with the reset, they get another. Nicely done from LNG. Can they hunt for more? Missing is low, would die to a Q.
Blast Cone.
They see the ward, they've got that Blast Cone. Bulldog gets that Rocket Belt charm. Heru's dead as well. Missing will die for the price of putting that ward down, but it gets them the vision they need. Keshi needs to try and pounce away, but the wind becomes lightning, lands, and LNG, the moment we say, they've just not got it in them, find a wonderful fight.
Baby, it's all natural from Bulldog. He just uses the terrain to do it. Uses the Mega Blast Cone with the last charge of the ultimate to get in range for the charm. Bulldog really playing quite well on the Aria. I know the KDA gets a little bit weird here, and he's, you know, only got the 1 kill, but the 5 assists have largely come through for him, getting some crazy charms in there too. We've got to get a replay of that. It was very split. TT didn't manage to gun down the Varus early into the fight, and the gold lead, which was around, what, over 3k?
Nearly 5.
Nearly 5k, ends up going much, much lower. Great arrow, but a great charm on the other side. So we've got a two-pronged attack here, really. Even though the Crescent Guard isn't up, LNG realized, okay, we've got great times coming up. They're starting to get split away from the death ball. We can get the AD carry out of position. That's 1 kill down. But then they realize, hang on, we've got a real mobility advantage here again with the Ari resets. Watch what Bulldog does over him. Doesn't have a Rocket Belt completed. It is just himself. Mega Blast Cone, last charge, into the charm. Just does it himself at the 1 item mark. Great play from Bulldog on the Ari.
Yeah, Junhao does flash to at least kill Missing, who also had a very good fight. It was his battle dance into Grand Entrance that caught Arn out initially, and then Sheer managed to hit the ball that was tossed up. Very, very good slam dunk there. 2,000 gold for TT, but it has really shrunk. And a lot of it's still in this Nidalee, and we've all known Nidalees are not the best with their lead, especially this top lane variety. This looks manageable. Only second dragon for either team. We are going to fight this.
Okay, where are the ultimates from TT? They do have a front to back right now. LNG need to split up the team.
Bulldog goes over the wall, threatening Junhao, lands that Orb of Deception. The wall splits things off, but it's Croc already across, so that means actually Junhao's got to back away. Dragon comes on in, the knock-up is there. Junhao gets slammed into the wall. The encore is there, but on this side, Missing's got in. Junhao goes and gets that kill. On, however, it's also going down. Keshi needs to flash away. The healing is good. Shear's trying to get it. It's a triple to On, who's murdered everyone. He flashes over. The pentakill for that AD carry.
On walks away with a penta from third dragon. The Ash took the last fight personally where he was singled out and killed. It's all about On. TT managed to keep their battle lines, keep their AD carry safe. On delivers wonderfully. That's going to be the Baron. That's going to be a huge swing back into their favor again. The gold lead had just reduced. It's going to explode now after this. Bulldog, I thought, actually had a good start to the fight where he jumped over the wall and very nearly caught On. On doesn't end up having to flash this charm, though. It goes wide. If that hits, who knows what could have happened. I think Bulldog was a little impatient with that. Then he goes melee range of the Pantheon, ends up getting hit by a Sundered Sky, means that he dies, doesn't get the reset onto his ultimate. I think Bulldog going melee range there genuinely might have lost himself the fight. Gave the extra DPS uptime to Arn as well. No threat left onto him. Bulldog, I think he's played very well this game. That fight, though, just the couple of percentage off. Didn't quite hit that charm. Didn't quite get the right spacing onto Junhao. Went down, and I think that really cost him, Sam.
There we go. The last time he got... It's his first ever pentakill, actually. I take that back. Gets it here in the May of 2026. Extraordinary stuff. And a very important set of kills gets him to 3 items. He now gets to be the additional threat. And we were saying, oh man, I wonder, TT, have you just thrown it around that Herald? Not anymore. Dragon was still secured by LNG, so at least they've got that to their name. The arrow goes wide, but with this Baron, I think TT can start to leverage a much more meaningful gold lead this time around. We've got a very competitive series at this point.
Me too. I mean, TT managed to kind of deal with the onslaught of Croco, just kind of perma all inning. Shinza, by the way, just a quick update on the build. It's actually quite usual. I would have liked to see some spice here, Sam. I would have liked to see something like the Dusk and Dawn or the Shiv or something like that. There are a couple of builds which I think have really broken Shinzao on this patch. I also don't think we've seen any of the new boots, the Gluttonous Greaves, which give you Omnivamp, which I think it starts at 5%, and then per takedown it gives you 1% up to a maximum of 10. In mid lane, it goes insanely hard, by the way, because when you get the upgraded tier 3 boots, it gives you damage over 50% HP, and then extra healing and shielding below 50% HP, which goes very, very hard on certain champions. So
Yone, I could see being quite scary. I mean, you want the attack speed.
Someone like Aurelia loves it, right?
I can see that.
And there's plenty of champions which can use it. In fact, there's going to be a big talk with LS and Xpetu from Coachless who are going to talk about some of the intricacies of that, because there's so many different ways that'll interact with different mid laners, of course. And of course, with the mid lane quest being changed to AD and AP change as well now too. Hang on, Harry's caught out here.
He is, and there's the arrow coming as well wide. Has to gets that flash away, and again, Bulldog can't confirm what he's looking for.
Yeah, I'm not loving his angles he's choosing here for the charms. When you go straight melee range, it's actually quite easy to miss them. Missing. Going into the top side, Jungle Kashi taking down another turret. Mega Blast going into the Ahri.
And there's the turnaround. Actually, now Junhao potentially in danger. He's put the Aegis the wrong way around. He's likely dead, and indeed is. The piercing arrow brings him low on XN. Gets to keep running away. Heru's now not really in a great spot. Now, actually, there's a big split flash for the charm. Oh, it's gone. The Pentakill AD carry dead. Keshi now trying to run away. Sheer is beginning to stack towards the Mega Flash out from Feather. Does get that root. That's good for Croco as he tries to get that Crescent Guard off. Over goes Bulldog. That'll be the death of the Nidalee as well. Nice work. And LNG again find a massive fight from 5,000 gold down. They're chasing for more. Here we go. 2 members remaining. The piercing arrow keeps them busy. Orb of Deception wide. Gonna keep looking for the Mega Gnar. Play at the hail of arrows. Feather left low. Bulldog can look for the charm. Out of range of that thread of and that means Feather dies because the rocket belt keeps one safe but allows the other to die. Hero needs to run away. When is his next ability to run? He just doesn't have it. Even with the rock surf, it's just not there. Will not be able to trade it, and it's extended death. He's now down for 45 seconds. Dragons in 50. TT, a horrendous fight in the same place as last time.
That's a clean ace, Sam. Against a 5,000 gold deficit, that is a clean ace. 5 for none. The way that Bulldog has been playing this Ahri has either won or lost LNG the fights in my mind, Sam. He's been very patient, following up. Of course, It's a whole team effort, but just look at the value which Bulldog continually gets. This time, it is quite literally delivered to him on a silver platter. Junhao tries to go for the hands check, goes straight into a charm, does not work out in his favor. He does end up actually getting the initial CC, but the follow-up's not there. That's a bad misjudgment. Allows, of course, 1xN to have a clean fight. Charm flash, gets onto Arn. AD carry down, had the cleanse, just not enough at this point. And then watch how patiently he plays at this next point too. Realize he has another 10 seconds on the ultimate because it resets every kill that you get. Up to a maximum of 10 seconds. Keshi's then down. They just go for the pick after pick after pick. Dragon up now, and as you were saying, it was Heru down for a long time, but it is back into a 5v5. Everyone's back on the board.
Bulldog does put the ult there, actually. Gets a chunk onto Heru, but that's it. LNG don't have to play this.
That's very true. And I think with the Ahri ult not really being used to great value this time, they'll back off. I think it should be pretty obvious now who's doing a lot of the work in these team fights. It's whether missing Bulldog and Croc and kind of twin up together to pick off people isolated on one part of the fight. If TT actually keep their death ball in a 5-man group, it's very hard to do that. Missing, going up towards the top side. Baron not available for another minute, but LNG will still start putting down wards anyway.
Yeah, they'd love to get some of these turrets, because it's 5-1 in turrets. There's so much gold on the map that LNG can pick up at some point soon-ish. Not being done quite yet. The Sterak's now done for Sheer, big deal. See what we get. Third item elsewhere as well, looking like it's going to be a Shadow Flame for Bulldog, which I think makes some sense. I also get why you've got Rocket Belt this game. Look, you just have to be looking for these crazy angles all the time. Playing to the mobility advantage you do have, because actually everyone but the Varus is very mobile. You try and make the Ash's life as difficult as possible.
Yeah, Crocker looks like he's just going for a standard build. We have Death Dance or a GA. Actually looks like it's the Death Dance third coming out of him. And yeah, Sam, you mentioned this before, but one of the problems of having the Nidalee top lane is that it just doesn't feel like you have a real champion later on into the game. It's meant to hold down the Gnar, and it has, but Gnar is still at 2 items, and when you go Mega, the base stats you have kind of make up for most gold deficits that a Gnar will have. You go Mega and you go into the backline, who cares really?
Also, like, I hate to say it, but like, the Gnar is down relative to the Nidalee, but relative to the game, he's still 3-1 and 5. He's still on a decent farm clip. He's still gotten a turret. Like, that's not out of the game. In most other games, if that was just against another top lane, you'd be fine here.
So now they're grouping up to the spot side. They do have double teleport on the solo lanes and on 1xN as well. So LNG have a great ability to kind of redeploy on the map. So bot lane turret will go away. A lot of the gold which TT has is actually in towers right now. They need to recall, get back up towards this top side. They might be a bit late to the play now, actually. I think they might have mistimed this.
We'll see. Wards are available. They might come in now, but that'd be a very deep TP location.
They're looking for the fight, not the steal. So they have to look for the steal. How much can TT get out of this?
He does go low. Gets in! Doesn't get the steal. It's taken by the Seraphine. Croco now will likely die for this, but on the flank is Bulldog. Good damage! That makes things real spicy as they've blown up the Ash. That's massive. 1xN trading onto Keshi here as Sheer nearly at the Mega. Missing low. Battle Dancer's out. Bulldog gets the charm, but there's a massive Sterak shield. They've blown up the Ahri, but Keshi's left low as well. That massive pop into the wall as Sheer goes crunching down on the Nidalee's head. They get the kill on the other side as Heru goes golden and making sure that 1xN can't get that kill. Sheer's trapped to the back of the pit. It all gets too messy and TT get the Baron.
TT win the Baron and they win the fight. LNG mistimed their approach then. They didn't get there on the right timing and Crocker took all of his HP looking for the Baron steal. It was the Seraphine which secured it. I mean, it wasn't just a straight up smite secure by Junhao, but TT, I think that this is where they start wiping the sweat off their brow. This should realistically be what gives them control again. They can group up through the Baron, and because of the, the power of those minions, LNG will have to group up in response. You gotta feel that when LNG are going straight front to back, they do just lose a lot of these fights. Poor 1xN has just not been able to have clean team fights the grand majority of this game because of just the difficulty of playing against the likes of the Nidalee and the Pantheon, causing him to play so defensively in these plays despite his range.
Yeah, and Keshi going to take Bulldog with him on the way out there was huge, because I actually thought after the turnaround kills began to come on through, I think this is going to get really spicy. But Heru goes golden, denies 1xN getting the kill on him. He had the threaded volley flying. We'll go again because Quaco does get in. This is a smiteable.
He does, and it gets down to a 52 HP and it's secured by the Seraphine. Very, very close from Croco. Bulldog managed to get the charm, but Junhao ends up blocking that bit. So Junhao actually ends up trading back very well onto the Ahri. The thing with the Ahri into the Pantheon, if you don't charm the W, you kind of just die. Flash away from the second one. Junhao realizes, if I just don't get hit by the charm, don't die. Turns out that's how you play against Ahri. Don't get charmed, don't die.
LNG, 1xm flashes the combo from Heru, but then he just runs out of space to keep going. And basically, Sheer chased Heru down and then gave up on the play. And so he gets a really good flank angle because Sheer was looking for the ult, but he only gets one. All just gets quite messy. Back to that 5,000 gold lead, but TT have really struggled to keep LNG out of the game, who have been very scrappy and unrelenting and continue to look for plays. I'll give him that.
I mean, a huge hand has to go towards Feather. The Seraphine enchanter value has been nuts. You saw what happened in that last fight with Keshi and Feather both pressing their heels at the same time, and just someone goes from 0 to 100 HP. It is absolutely nuts. So unless someone gets burst out by the Ahri Shins out, feels like the healing will make the difference. I mean, Rakan can't really do the same. Look how puny that heal is on the other side. Keshi's almost at the frozen, the frozen heart. Arrow lands onto 1xn, cleansed away.
A charm lands onto Keshi, and they're going in with the quickness, but he's immediately annihilated. Goodbye, Rakan. Quack goes in, but he's just not that tanky. Bulldog in the backside. They have killed off the Ashe. That's something. Sheer nearly at the Mega. The Starix is good. Keshi's gone. Bulldog resets. Feather nearly low. Knocks down. Can 1xn get the Hail of Arrows? No, he can't. It's a quadrant of Jun. How? Grand Starfall. A double pentakill game. What on earth is the LPL game? 1xn won't give it to him.
Now, funnily enough, the only game in League of Legends history that has ever had 2 pentakills from 2 members of the same team was TT versus Ultra Prime in 2023. I cast that with hysterics. We might have it again. 3 years later, they're diving for it. 1xn, do they give the penta? It's so close. No. They don't have the damage, and I think the timer will fall off now. TT, they win the fight, but they don't end the game.
They don't end the game, actually, and that's a bit spicy. They need to get out here. There's Dragon up, and they're all really low. I think they could play for this. There's going to be teleports. If Missing can interrupt some of these resets, they're all going to be about 20% HP.
Yeah. There's a very poignant question in chat, Seb, saying, why doesn't anyone buy anti-heal? That's a great question. I wonder why. I'm surprised at that too. I think someone needs it. 1xn has it on his E for the Varus, but they need it more consistently onto someone. I think that anti-heal could have saved them a bunch of heartbreak in a couple of these fights now. And now Ashe has the GA as well. Dragon is up. It's not actually Soul. LNG once again can look for the fight and not the objective if they so wish.
They're going to try and take at least control of the river. TT have a little less fun getting in there. They hawk shots on the Weaver's wall. But again, no one really wants to face tank aside from maybe John Howe from the right direction. Dragon down to 4,000 HP. The arrow lands. It's onto the Shinzao, who's going to get encored after the CC chain is good. But the quickness, the Mega Gnar! That's pretty nasty. John has got his own GA. Bulldog is stunned up. Needs to get over the wall. Arn gets missing. Flash out from 1xn. He now survives. Can they go for the smite fight? It's going to be one, I suspect, there by the side of TT. Keshi survives with the Mega Code. The Boulder Toss comes on in. They just don't have the damage. TP out. There's another team fight win for TT. And they'll find themselves 29 to 18 in kills. It is a riotous bloodbath. But this time around, Thunder Talk are the ones who come out on top.
Eventually, TT managed to seal the game out through multiple 5v5s. Heru flash forwards, a much better game from him on the Talir than many he's had recently. Bulldog tried with his playmaking, but the heals and the shields of the Nidalee and the Seraphine are proved too much for LNG, and we will go to a game 3 in a very important group Nirvana match. You lose this one, and you start to sweat a little in terms of that threat of finishing bottom 2 with only 5 series total played in this Nirvana format.
We'll have to call it as well. Let's be real there. TT, you were made to sweat there. You were so ahead. You got double Barons, and somehow it still ended up that messy. That's a little alarming. I mean, partly it's LNG being absolute psychopath, but part of it as well as Thunder Talkers there. They're going to be wondering, like, man, that should have been easy. We were in a great position. What happened?
I mean, LNG, it's another game where when a game gets complicated for LNG, it just doesn't feel like they get to play with the same kind of chemistry and charisma they do. It's easier for any play to play from ahead. If you have a lot of gold, you're always going to play more effectively. It feels like it's much easier to tell when you're, the low percentage plays are actually just high percentage plays and you get to play them out for free. What happened there was it required some very intricate team fighting from LNG. And as actually said by Midge and Onivia's chat as well, no anti-heal really hurt them towards the end. I think that 1xm was punished very hard in the early game. I think part of that wasn't his fault. I think part of it was, I think particularly that second death when he walked up to River, just gets nailed by the ultimates. That was on him. 1xm will have to go back to the drawing board himself, I think, a little bit there too, because if he was more powerful, perhaps they would have had the damage to one-shot the first target a bit more consistently.
On the other side, actually, aren't getting that pentakill. Had a great Ashe game. The Ashe Seraphine largely managed to be very problematic. Though I will say credit again to LNG for getting on a few times in fights where I thought, you know what, I think this Ashe is going to be hard to get to. They still managed to bring them down. Partly why I thought that second Baron fight was going to be pretty good was they blew up the Ashe quite early. But hey, good work there from TT. Went back to the drawing boards, came back out with something spicy, did a great job there, and found themselves a key win.
Yeah. I mean, I think that TT looked very, very good playing around their globals. I think the Asher and the Pantheon were very effective. I think Arn had a great Ashe game. Yeah. I think those arrows were very low, very high accuracy rate, hit important targets, and it snowballed the game early too as well. Who would you say the best 3 junglers are in the world right now? I think Kanavi's playing great. I think that Tien's been playing great too, and then the third one's completely up for grabs.
Yeah, couple options. You could yell for Tarzan. You could yell for 1 or 2 of the LCK junglers. Canyon's been going back to good form again, but I don't want to
I wouldn't call it Canyon. I think that Cuz has had a couple of bad series in a row.
But again, it's only been a couple bad series. Yeah, so it's an interesting one. I think the third one is much more competitive right now.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna open the door because
I think that I think Kanavi deserves to be there. I think that Tien or Tarzan is up there in the other top 3, and then after that, it's a bit of a free-for-all. Not sure. No, it's not. I mean, have you been watching the games recently, Cringe? Because it's not Skirmond right now. It's not. That, if you were watching from first stand, I'd agree with you. But right now, it's not. Skirmond actually has had a bit of a very large dip in form. He needs to work his way back up to that, so I disagree on that one, actually. Inspired? I mean, Inspired's not... Yeah, I mean, Inspired's strong too. Linsis is a fun one. I mean, I don't think he's up there as like top 3 right now, but he's definitely got some... He's definitely got some upper level. I mean, I've always been a big Linsis believer. I don't think he's worthy of being called top 3 in the world, partly just because LEC's jungle pool is not that strong, so we don't really get to see a lot of pressure, really, onto him. Oh, Sam, did you see that there's, they reprinted the One Ring card and they used plagiarized art for it?
Yeah, so it's
pretty
been a
bad.
whole thing.
It has.
So I think it's a little more complicated than just plagiarized art.
Yeah.
Basically, the artist is a very famous magic artist, some very famous art. Specifically around some of the Moxes, which are very potent 0-mana artifacts. Obviously, famous artifacts. Turns out the One Ring is one of those. But there was one already done for the last set, and basically, by the sounds of it, we don't know. Basically, Wizards kept asking for revision after revision.
Well, so, no, they've had a statement about it.
No,
now,
I know.
So.
I know. This is even after the statement. And so basically, there was in frustration, the guys who's gone and painted over someone that the previous one to try and get it more like they wanted, basically.
Yeah, but they released it.
I know they have, which is still which they have done. But the issue is not Wizards are the team that really have done the least wrong here, basically. And they are basically going to pay the original artist because they didn't know.
Yeah, but there's like nothing happening to the artist which plagiarized as well, which I found quite interesting. Unfun fact about a league champion from Bilgewater. The easy one's Gangplank. Gangplank practices something called Scrimshaw. What Scrimshaw is carving into bones. Like you do like intricate bone carving. Now what Gangplank does is he does it on people who are still alive. So he cuts down to your bone and then carves onto it. That is why Gangplank is like really feared in Bilgewater across other reasons. Gangplank is not a nice guy. What I find very funny, because if you go into for one of the plot points which happens later on, if you watch the Ruin King game, basically Gangplank should have died when his ship was exploded by misfortune, and Alawi saved him. And Alawi's like, yeah, I'm not upset about this, because Alawi is actually surprising like amoral about this. She just thinks it's like saving someone basically. But yeah, Alawi saved Gangplank for him to continue scrimshawing on people and doing evil things. So if you want to blame people for why Gangplank is doing what he's doing, yeah, Alawi is actually a big reason for that now. Oh god.
It is also worth noting that Alawi and Gangplank used to date. So.
Yeah. Alawi and Gangplank were a couple for a while. Yeah, they were. Yep. That's one of the reasons why Alawi saved him. And now Alawi has the hots for Braum, which, I mean, yeah. Alawi does have some voice lines of like, finally, a man who won't break. Oh, God. Was the new Huya IG home arena talked about, by the way? I didn't know that was a thing, Freg. I hadn't actually seen that. I hadn't seen that at all. We were talking about the patch a lot. I hadn't seen that. So IG getting their own arena? That's kind of crazy. Player of the game's Keshi. Very good game from him. Was it posted in the Discord? Did I just miss that? I'm allowing for real fair play. Yeah, apparently details not confirmed, but other than a sneak peek by one of their shareholders. Oh, so we might be getting a new arena. Well, a couple of teams used to have arenas and then let them go, right? So, like, RNG used to have an arena and then they let that go. So this would be the first one that was being built by Huya. He's also in Shanghai. Will debut in the last week of the regular season. Okay, right. Well, if it's in Shanghai, then it's closer to the neutral venue anyway. So they still have their... So it means, I guess, geographically, it's easier to travel to. Which means, I guess, that a lot of the teams wouldn't have to travel to the arena. Because it'll just be the other side of the city at worst, right? Wasn't Alawi conflicted about it after meeting MF? Yeah, there was a lot of moral stuff kind of like talked about that. Okay, I'm gonna put us onto an ad break because we haven't done one yet. In fact, I'm gonna go for a quick bio break too. So I'm gonna leave you with the ads and see you in a couple of minutes. Oh, well, folks. Back off the timer. Back into this. A very entertaining series, honestly. Thuntalk versus the LNG. 1-1 right now. TT managed to come back in a very bloody second game. And make this very spicy indeed.
How are you all doing, folks? What do you want, Seraph? Yeah, Akshan was so cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually think the Ruination was the worst event in League history.
Yeah.
I actually completely disagree, and I think Akshan has no person, like, has very little lore relevance outside of having a MacGuffin, which is just not what you want.
No. So the thing is, Ruination had the... Oh, sorry. We've caught shares there a little bit. Ruination had the potential to be their best ever event. Because the problem, and I made a tweet about this, where effectively, if you go from old League lore, so Summoner's lore, to more modern lore, they inherited a bunch of champions which had actually never interacted with anyone before. You had champions with, like, a couple of Ionian champions that obviously had Noxian connections because of the wall there, but a lot of that was also kind of quite vague as well, so you had like one story about it. Ari, one of the most popular champions in the league, had interacted with 0 other champions at a point in the lore. She didn't have a single shared story with anyone else. Even when we got the other Vastaya in, like Zaya Rakam, they were also very disconnected from the other Vastaya there too. And it really took until, you know, Ruination to have, well, the Harrowing was huge in 2015. I thought it was one of the great events where we had like this, you know, this localized threat around the Shadow Isles. And the Ruination was meant to be a step up from that, saying, actually, no, the Harrowing is getting worse. Things are going to go even worse from there. The way that they used Vex to do that, I thought was bad, by the way. But the whole point was, Ruination was, every character has some kind of vested interest in this now. And for one moment in time, every character is on the same page and we're going to have them interact with each other. Problem was, they ended up falling into the Marvel problem, where you have like the Avengers Endgame problem, where you have all of these characters show up and half of them have not said in a single thing, or they've had to be simplified down to be fit into a story of that scale. And it meant that a lot of the characters became caricatures. Rengar became comic relief instead of the stories which we had, which were very brutal between him and Kha'Zix. And a bunch of the characters ended up having their own characters reduced to fit into the story of Ruination, especially when it came around stuff like Akshan as well, like you were saying.
He's just a MacGuffin.
He's literally there to be that, like, oh, by the way, this technically solves the problem, which is sad, because I actually think, you know, like, I like his character archetype, and he's very unique in terms of his personality, of that kind of like charming rogue, also in terms of ethnicity as well. We don't have a great amount of like Middle Eastern men in terms of ethnicity archetype and analog within or South Asian, I suppose, in his case, actually, I think. But we don't have many people on the Rod League roster with that, which I think is a good thing. But the problem is Ruination ended up being handled so poorly and reduced so many characters down to just bullet points and caricatures that it felt very unsatisfying. It backfired, and they didn't have their combined champion event. They had an event which everyone resented, and then we had to get into a point where people were like, well, okay, well, how do we fix this now?
Also, like, the champions that ended up ruined and joining Viego, like, that's fine, but you have to be able to justify why it happened. Like, what happened to force them into that? How did Viego get them to do that? How did he convince them? How were they turned that way?
And they had, like, a one-sentence thing. For
and it's for people like Karma and Misfortune. You could absolutely justify it, but make it cool. And obviously, the Ruin King game is just a much better version of it, is the honest answer. And the Ruination event was kind of, it was very poor characterization of a number of characters, because they didn't have the space or nuance to do anything interesting with it.
I mean, like, the stuff about the Sentinels, we should have had way more with, you know, Lucian and stuff too. The event was really, because the thing is, they tried to bounce off the back of what was arguably their most successful event ever, Spirit Blossom. Spirit Blossom was actually their most successful event in terms the LG2. That's funny to say. And Spirit Blossom was arguably the best lore event that League ever did in terms of like engagement with it. Like the dating game thing with all of these very popular champions worked out very well for them. The artwork was fantastic. The music was fantastic. And I think that Spirit Blossom kind of like motivated them to do a similar type event, and they didn't realize that it takes a ton of effort to actually make that pay off. And Spirit Blossom was a bit more of a constrained event, allowed them a bit better use of scale, and they didn't get lost in the scope of it, really. Right, let's get into Game 3. Lore stuff. So we'll talk more about that. It's an interesting topic. TT LNG. Game 3, LNG brutalized TT in the first game, tried to outplay in the second, but TT were far better in the team fights on average, and Keshi had a very good mid lane.
Yes, he did, and that's good news, because I actually do think that it was looking like LNG had angled back in, which, considering the gold leads they were a deficit of, shouldn't really have happened. But hey, on the other hand, TT, good way to get that lead and to just keep going, despite actually the fact that LNG were throwing everything in the kitchen sink, for better or worse, and as we saw, sometimes for worse there, to make sure that happened. Thunder Talk, of course, And getting something for Keshi in terms of that counter pick and getting Arn and Feather a good lane seems to be pretty key here. Rumble, though, gets locked in. We don't have the Varus available, so that will not be able to be counter picked towards that top side. The Corki, and I wonder whether a Nami here does get considered by Thunder Talk, and indeed it is going to get locked in.
Very kind words there for Duff, saying that we are the reason why you watch LPL.
Oh.
Heart goes out to you, appreciate you. Power picks traded, as you were saying here. Yordle on Yordle Vilus. It turns out, you know, if I had a dime for every time I saw a Yordle in some kind of mechanical vehicle, I'd only have 2. But it's kind of weird that it's happened twice.
Do we know why Zach's banned, by the way? I'm assuming there's a bug.
So there is a bug where if he dies while in passive, he doesn't give XP or gold.
I saw that tweet. Yes.
Basically, Zach, when you kill him in passive, you don't get the actual gold or the XP. So he's banned because that would be a really unfair advantage. Aphelios locked in.
Well, it is 1xN Aphelios with the Milia.
Exactly. 1xN is one of the best Aphelioses in the world. He is incredible at this champion. Now, don't get fooled by his win rate. He often played it on quite poor teams. If you check the eye test for the way that how often he gets 3 weapon switches, manages weapons to get to the roles the right part in the fight, 1xN is an incredible player of this champion. They're deciding about the support matchup now. Not going to be something like the Thresh. They want the Enchanter to go Enchanter for Enchanter in bot lane. They lock in the Lulu. It's not the Yunara Lulu. Well, of course, the Yunara's gone from earlier in the series. They go to the Aphelios instead.
And Missing's Lulu's always been great. Even when he was on JDG, he was so aggressive in that 23 era to make things happen. I will note, I started casting 1xN when he debuted over in the LDL. And even then, his Aphelios, he was on a very good team, and he was off basically the win condition. But the thing is, his Aphelios would be doing absolutely the Lord's work, and his team would just let him down on repeat. And it'd be like, somehow this champion is cursed for you. I don't know what it is about what happens, but you will look magnificent on this champion, and somehow it won't be enough.
Second round of bans. We're looking at junglers. Cassante protected with that Trundle ban. If Croco had gotten that, would have been one very strong level 1 jungler, but also very good against that tank as well. LNG needs CC heavily. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised. I would have liked LNG to go towards the Skarner themselves. TT need precious little else, actually. They've already got themselves front to back. They got a tank. They got CC with the Nami. They got a strong lane. LNG needs CC. They have nothing besides the Gravitum occasionally to lock people into the Equalizer. They need something like a Yone. I mean, they'd love a Vi. They'd love an Annie. They're gone. I mean, banning away the Skarner yourself, I think, is a mistake from them. I think they need those CC options available. They're going to struggle here, Sam.
See what Croco wants to lock in, I suppose. Something like a Maokai, something like a Sejuani, I suppose.
You might need Maokai Yone.
Yeah, which is doable.
Sejuani a little bit worse because Cassante can just face tank the ult, press W. Maokai, at least it goes around him, and you can block only one of the 5 or 6 tendrils, however many there are of that. I forget how many. The Akali band away from Bulldog, a 0 away from Heru. Again, LNG needs CC. We think they might go towards like a Maokai comp now at this point.
One little thin on the ground in terms of control mages mid at this point. Victor's available. Maybe Heru looks towards that. You could Syndra, but I think Syndra this game might not be the most fun. We'll wait and see. I think walking up into range stuff would be difficult. They could just take the Maokai themselves, though.
And you've already banned the Skarner, so I think they've shot themselves in the face with the Skarner ban stamp. They would have liked either of those 2 champions. Now they have nothing easy to do with this. I mean, they got to cook now, Sam. They have to cook. LNG, the 2 biggest CC options are now gone in the Skarner and the Maokai from the jungle. You need something like a Yone, but you can't blind pick it. You need... Blind picking a Yone sucks, Sam. This could be really bad. What are they going to do?
I think so. They're going to lock the Yone because they want to give the Maokai Yone over.
Might have to be Yone Sejuani.
We'll see what they Sejuani. I suppose there is a world where Kiana comes out here. Lilia is different.
Oh, please. We said they need CC. They need CC.
Wukong would do it.
It needs to combo well with the Yone too. The Lilia, I actually quite like. Might just end up being a bit of a boring Sejuani. So it's not as much a cooking. It's like, oh, we let them cook, and they've come out with like, you know, like a pan-fried waffle. Yeah. You know, like they put the waffle in like in the oven for like 2 minutes, and like, yeah, that's crispy enough.
I mean, to be fair, you got double melee synergies with the Rumble and the Yone. You got an Enchanter behind you. It's not the end of the world. You got decent point and click here, and to be fair, there's some slows and stuff. At this point, by the way, Ryze can come on forward. Has kind of been a little bit nerfed in the fact that Phase Rush is Phase Rush was significantly better for him in the early stages of the game.
I'm surprised they don't look to hard counter the Yone. There are some other mages which really hurt the Yone more. I mean, the Akali, funnily enough, they banned away Yone's biggest counter in the Akali. I know a couple of years ago, Yone Akali was very even. It's not anymore, really.
No.
Akali just destroys the Yone. It's a really bad matchup for him. So you have yourselves the Rise Maokai versus the Sejuani Yone. You're absolutely right. I mean, there are the double melee synergies for LNG. On the whole, I still prefer TT's comp. I think that very easy for the K'Sante to play through this game. We're going to go into a quick ad break, though, so we don't get ads into game. If you want to hear us talk about the compositions, well, we'll do that while we're in the ad break. So subscribe if you want to hear more in-depth analysis there. LNG do have some decent range, with the Sejuani and the Rumble ults leading from a very long way. However, I do think the K'Sante can stand in the front line very, very effectively in this comp set.
I do too. I do think you hit a point there where the Yone is going to be very hard to manage in a side lane. Like, Rise has a weird time into Yone. Like, yes, you can Rune Prison, but often Yone has ways of buffering through that CC because it's a root off the ground. And that gets a bit scary.
So that's true. But K'Sante wins against Yone in most side lane matchups. Especially, well, it might be a bit different because there's a lot of magic resist he needs to build in this game. K'Sante has a decent matchup versus Yone in side lane. It's not as easy as you'd like because he can just all out as you go for the CC and then he kind of buffers through it. It's really nasty.
Even the ranking, because I would have thought that would have been a fairly good...
It is more even than you might think.
Interesting.
Now, the problem here is, because he's against a Rumble, can he still go for the Iceborne first?
Because I think the other thing is the Rumble is a good matchup into the K'Sante, who really doesn't like having his resist shredded and being set on 5% HP damage.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty. All right, let's get into the game here, the Gyos, and get into our deciding game here in Group Nirvana.
Brace for impact, folks. Should be a fun one. Cleanse on 1xn. I think something else we're going to need to track here. So I'm not seeing... it is Deathfire Touch on the Rumble, by the by.
Yeah, no surprise there. He always used to love that one. None of this Comet malarkey anymore. Oh, I can't believe they've actually just pseudo-buffed Rumble with this, Sam.
So what does Deathfire Touch do in the modern era for those who maybe are a little newer to League? We'll play it that way.
For those of you who weren't around, about 10 years ago when this room was in, basically when you hit people with an ability, they burn. It's an extra DOT. Yeah, that's what it does, Sam. It burns you. Every time you hit them, it's another DOT.
Hey, so what does Rumble build, Alex? Just
Sam, he builds DOT because he's a DOT champion.
So what happens when you stack DOT on DOT?
It does even more damage, Sam.
Oh, it's incredible.
Kind of broken. I'm not looking forward to this rune being back. There's a reason why it was removed. It was incredibly nasty. People like Jin could hit you with like a W in 4 shots and you die. Rumble just puts the Q on and does incredible damage.
On's going to go forward with the barrier. 1xn still got himself Severum here, so theoretically he can just switch on over. It doesn't have the level 2 yet, and that's always the problem with the Aphelios. His level 1 is kind of non-existent. Bulldog got himself a pot and a door and shield, so just trying to hit clip up this wave best he can. Does, I think, have that Spirit Cleave, the wave in a slightly awkward spot here, but should still be able to deal with some of that damage with a decent W.
Now, I believe this is a change from the original Deathfire Touch, but the one change to it is so it has an amount of damage, but when the burn's been on someone for 3 seconds, it double in damage after that point. So if you keep them burning for more than 3 seconds, it will just keep going for a while. Worth noting as well, if it's a single target ability, it will burn them for a longer time than an AoE ability and then also a DOT ability itself. So DOT has less kind of like stacking rewards with that, but then the DOT kind of has that. It'll just do it for the duration of it anyway. So this is the room which they're showing at the bottom. Obviously, that's in Chinese, but we'll explain it to you. I'll actually just read it out as well.
Go for it.
Damaging a champion with an ability burns them for 4 seconds if it's a single target ability, 2 seconds if it's an area of effect ability, and 1 second if it's a DOT ability. Obviously, it'll be updated, so it'll only start that timer from the end of the DOT ability. The burn deals 4 to 12 damage based on level scaling, but then it scales with 8% bonus AD, 3% with AP adaptive damage per second, so it can be physical or magic damage as well. It is an adaptive damage rune, which is very interesting. And after the burn has been on a target for 3 seconds, it will increase the damage of the burn by 100%.
So, who's most likely to be abusing this right now? Because I can see people...
Any DOT mage.
Yeah, well, exactly. I can see Lilia abusing it. I can see Brand abusing it. The Maokai's gotten behind here. Crocker might end up having this stolen away from him if he's not careful. There's John Howe. Needs to think about smiting this. Is going to try and jump onto John Howe instead. He might just steal this away and does. Very nicely done. Crocker might be able to play those because look who's coming. The Yone is here. Flash for the CC. John Howe's going to flash in turn.
That's a huge loss for Crocker. Crocker's such a snowbally player already. Losing that Scuttle Crab, trading flash for flash so you can't even flash gank someone with your melee synergies topside, that's a big loss. He's going to get, he's not going to get double Scuttle, but it does mean he's away from bot lane. And actually, Junhao is going to head towards bot lane. He is on vision. Can he get anything without the flash here?
1xn will have the heal, got the Graviton, gets beyond the...
Oh, he got dragged into the turret.
Hang on, what's he doing? I just realized he went for a different target and Jonah's going to die. That's really unfortunate. The Duskwave comes on down. I got lost for a second there. My brain did not compute.
Yeah, Junhao didn't have the flash, ends up getting dragged under turret. It's the Vi Malachi problem. If someone has the ability to move under turret, 1xN might still die here. There is a Lulu shield. They're going to really try and kill him here.
There's a dot of dark gravitums. They got polymorphed under turret. It's so wrong. He's still alive. It's 2 for 1.
1xN's Aphelios, baby, gets the kill and the assist. He's now 2-1-1. After there was a 3-man Gexam, they just 3 for 1 in a 2v3. That's absurd.
Oh, no. Well, he's coming back out now with the BF sword and the boots. Arn's gone to Brutalizer, by the way. Not the most usual for the Corki. See what he ends up turning that into. We'll look again, because John Howe decides, you know what, I'm not going to jump on 1xN. I'm going to jump on missing.
Both of them had flash. Either of them could have gotten the turret, but because he goes to the target that's further away, he went onto the target without the cleanse, is the big thing. But he just doesn't realize, by the way, they can just rearrange. Now, he's very, very low health here, so he thinks that maybe it's to go wrong, but he ends up getting the Dusk Wave onto both, the Binding Eclipse onto both, the Polymorph stops the attacks coming out from Arn, so he doesn't instant die. Missing ends up providing a ton of value. Both 1xN and Missing playing that out about as well as they could do.
Yeah, now it's a 500 gold lead in this bot lane. Everyone's down summoners. The only things that I will note, though, is we have seen Arn with the barrier, Feather with the flash. There's still some work there, but Croco now gets to come down this lane and maybe look for a gank.
No one's coming into mid lane right now. Bot lane, Malachi doesn't see it coming.
Okay, we're going to just shield this up as they get the shove, I think, as the plan might be looking for potential little bit of a crystallized prop. Nice little Binding Eclipse as we switch over to the Severn Crescendum. Not a fun lane to gank anymore. Missing. Just get that. He's baiting them in a little bit here.
It's not really. Look, without the Sejuani flash, that's not really a kill angle. Croco's there to make sure that the crash is fine going into turrets. 1xN, of course, used both of his summoners, and this is what Corki's building towards. It'll be the Voltaic Cycler Sword, so this will be a very different build for the Corki. Personally, I didn't see this one coming, but basically, Cycler Sword, now that Corki's mainly physical damage, allows him to be kind of like, if those of you remember how crazy Collector Emax was on Corki about this time last year when they changed away from AP to AD.
The Rel Corki lanes, yeah.
Corki has Electrocute, not Conqueror. He's going to go for like Emax, Conqueror, Emax Electrocute Burst with a Voltaic Cycler Sword. Because what Voltaic Cycler Sword does is when you hit people with an ability, you get a bunch of lethality for the next amount of time. It is an absurdly overstated item right now. In fact, Diamond Prox is calling it out on Twitter saying, how the hell did this make this out to live? And I always trust his view on the game because he's always been one of the better pioneers. Arn is going to go for one-shot lethality Corki.
It's the one. As it stands, Bulldog slightly behind Heru, but hey, I think a Yone that's getting through laning phase feels pretty good. Gold lead is there for LNG, and that shouldn't surprise you. They are 3-1. The bubble just wide there onto Missing. No prison to be found.
Yeah, so basically, Voltaic Cycle Sword, the changes to the item are effectively, it used to give you 18 lethality base. Now it only gives you 10, but now on quite a short cooldown, it will give you an extra, as a ranged champion, 12 lethality if you damage someone with your energized attacks, which is either an energized, but the thing about Voltaic Cycle Sword is that allows your abilities to be energized as well. So you're going to get 20 lethality from a single item, and it also kind of does like an Eclipse Burst as well, where it does damage based on your current HP. So it kind of goes wide there. Look at the burst there from the Corki. He actually took half the HP off of 1xN, but because he has the rifle turret, he fires back well.
Yeah, he does indeed, and again, it's worth noting, there is a heal available. Oh, Moonlight Vigil just wide. That was nearly a potential kill angle, doesn't quite get it. Still, ultimate down could be significant. Heals available, wild growth's available. It'll be the end of that, bit of trading bot side that leads to very little more.
Facetious comment in chat. Corki's going lethality to one-shot Sejuani. Yes, that would be the one target he's not really going to do much against. I do accept that. This is the price you pay with it. But one-shot lethality Corki was a thing with like Collector, Stormrazor kind of builds before in the past, or like Collector LDR. It was quite a popular build. For a while, we actually skip a Sheen item, but it means that your QR burst is very, very nasty.
Interesting, the Rumble's gone to steel caps here as well, just saying, hey, actually, I'll be fine with my damage. I just want to get a little bit more defenses. Hey, yes, against the Cassante, but also against things like this. Corki, potentially, if I have to be in range, he won't be able to blow me up anywhere near as easily because I've got those items. 1xN throws down a Sentinel turret, dodges back on the Foss Bomb. Sheer equalizes the wave. And possibly equalizes the stream briefly, as well as Huya decides to gank us with an ad briefly. John Howe's around, Croco's around, everyone's around, so they'll have an idea about what's going on. Both junglers been here pretty much every other minute.
Now, it's not uncommon to see early boots from Rumble. In fact, we used to see early Sork boots every single game on this champion. The big thing now is that because you have the Deathfire Touch to be that continual DOT, you don't need to build a Fated Ashes to have DOT yourself. The Deathfire Touch will bring you that already. So then now he's got the Haunting Guise. That'll even increase the damage of your runes, which is nice. I still think Fated Ashes is the better first component, by the way, mathematically, but the HP definitely doesn't go amiss either. Yeah. So once you have Steel Caps and even just a little bit of a couple hundred HP from the Haunting Guise, much harder to kill from that Cassante.
The Eclipse, Tidal Wave, 1xN dodges around, missing, does get hit with that Aqua Prison though. It should be body blocked by Croco, indeed it is. He'll also burn, a couple ultimates across the board there.
I was wondering actually whether Croco would throw his ult back as the Sejuani. Spell bounce lands onto Bulldog, not the best trade against Heru there, who, look, Heru, weird old player here in LPL. I don't think he's been excellent, I'm not going to lie, but he's been a player who I think when he's not been on the big playmakers has looked a lot more solid. I haven't liked him on stuff like the Annie or stuff like the Ahri rather. When he's been on stuff which is a bit more... Oh, by the way, he's... Oh, sorry. Second point. Look, okay, he's better when he's not got the playmaking duty. Yes. He just do his own thing and just provide constant value. He's gone Gluttonous Greaves. He has healing. So he's gone for the extra healing on it. They're not going to get anything here. He's got ult and he's got flash. But Heru, basically, when these upgrade... These are Omnivamp boots. They give you 5% Omnivamp, but when you get takedowns later on, you end up getting extra Omnivamp on top of that. Crocker coming down bot side.
Yeah, opposition, that's a flash away from Feather. Actually, was really afraid as the Binding Eclipse came on forward, and I think he should have been, because there would have been a Glacial Prison to follow. Worth noting as well, he too has gone for the Deathfire Touch. Very easy for him to spread that around onto people, so that and the burn with that Omnivamp around just keeps Heru very hard to bring down. So, well, I can't run away, I can just stand and deliver instead.
And I think the way that the E bounce is coded on Rise is that it does count a single target.
Really?
Well, that was why Ravenous Hydra worked the way that it did. If you remember, like LeBlanc passive, Echo passive, Rise EQs, they do
to think about that.
They do count a single target, which means, as we were saying earlier, Deathfire Touch lasts longer onto someone who's hit, of course, by a Q, which is a single target. But then the E and the W, even if it bounces on that E, also counts as AOE. It counts as a single target, which means that the Rise will get full healing from the Omnivamp, although I think technically Omnivamp doesn't apply. I don't think it negatively applies on AoE anymore anyway, but it is still single target. And then, of course, the Deathfire Touch gets better duration as well.
First items are beginning to come on through. Junhouse there got that Leandries, but it's worth noting, as we called out, Arn has indeed got that Voltaic Cyclo Sword. 1xN's got the Storm Razor, good damage from him as well. Now, move speed differential with a Severum Crescendo is really scary. Moonlight Vigil just wide because Arn flashes out of it.
Just about gets the angle wrong there. 1xN Arn will escape. Storm Razor first from 1xN gives you a great ability to get that initial bit of damage. And look, we said 1xN's Cephalios very, very good. I think he's proving us pretty right here, Sam. Great to see him back on the champion. Junhouse does have his ultimate backup. Dragon's been started. Very high HP though, so TT will have time for contest if they wish.
Yeah, Arn was left very low after that play. He's been healed up slowly there. They're realm warping in, missing. Needs to be a bit careful here. He may need to flash, actually. The Glacial Prison denies a little bit. Keshi comes on in, but the TP is followed by Sheer. The Equalizer puts Arn into a difficult spot. Missing still 5. The Q3. The Fate sealed. The passive. Permafrost is there. Bulldog rebinds his soul. The burn is looking pretty damn scary, though, as LNG boos there. Jungler on left low, but Sheer's got his own burns to fly through. Keshi's gone all out, gets turned into a snowman. Junhouse left low, Croco comes dark, assaulted across the wall, but there is the Severum, sorry, the Crescendum. Scott Chakrams gets some value, flash away from the tree, and he still gets cut down to size. I need to get my Aphelios weapons right. It's important here as we go under the turret.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking to dive here. Keshi died looking for the re-engage, misjudged it. Sad for him. Takeshi's castle's built on poor foundations today. Besides that Nidalee game, it's a 4v2. Do they have the HP to dive properly? That's 1, that's 2, and they won't even lose one in the dive. Great cleanup by LNG, who lose no one in the play.
They do, and it is very smoothly done. Bulldog wasn't even there. He gets to go through this mid lane. Suddenly a 4,000 gold lead. 1xN is 5-1. Sheer got involved as well. That is about as clean as it gets. We'll have a look at this replay again, because that initial Glacial Prison is solid.
Yeah, because Junhouse can't get in for a smite, and then I thought the Equalizer wasn't great, but it means that Arn's just not there. Arn can't get into range, and then when he finally gets to DPS someone, it's as someone's just being exploded on the other side. I thought Bulldog might actually die to the burn on the other side. He's very lucky to get away with that. But we see Arn's lost a lot of HP from the first part of the fight. He's out of mana as well. He doesn't have the tier, I believe, in inventory, or if he does, is not stacked it nearly as much. Went for that early brutalizer, as we were saying. Keshi very nearly gets the kill into missing, misjudges it though. The front line evaporates and they get to re-dive afterwards. Yeah, there's no tier on Corkish when he didn't have the mana for the last of that fight.
Ooh, there's the damage back though. The moonshot lands and Arn had to get out as well. Big pick off in the mid lane, and they'll go to continue shoving through this turret. Have they got Herald? No, they don't. It's not quite spawned yet, but there's still going to be a big chunk out of this mid lane turret.
Yeah, 1xN ends up picking up that turret with that long range cube. It's just the one kill under that turret, but you just see it's a continuation of just roll rolling forwards from LNG. 1xN is so insanely fed, and he's not actually had to spend a lot of this gold right now either. You can go back, complete presumably another item, Sam. Arn does have his Voltaic Cyclosaur, but I don't think he's really going to have that much say in this game anymore. I don't think he's going to be at the point where he can walk up to people and burst them. I think that the Corki's just going to get outstatted.
Bulldog's now a level ahead of Heru here as well, who's still not got towards that row, and that's going to be a bit problematic, because I do think that this Yone could become a bit of an X factor in this game as an additional threat. He's got a Lulu behind him. We all know melee champions with Lulu behind feel really, really obnoxious.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Lulu has just so many people that they can buff up here. You know, it's the hyper tank that gets great value out of the shields. It's your Yone or the Aphelios that can just really benefit from the Ardent Sensor. The Rumble's the one person who's like, okay, I'm just happy to be here and get an ult every so often. But you're absolutely right, Sam. That's a good choice of targets to shield up in the front line. Feather, in another game, I would have said, well, you can have really good ability to disengage with that Nami and buy some space for the Corki to be really, really bursty. Corki Nami was bursty already. Adding in the lethality build on top of it means that Arn, in another world, would be one-shotting. They just fell too far behind in bot side, Sam.
Yeah, nice use of the shields there from Missing as well to just deny the burn from the Maokai saplings, using that basically to tank up the sapling spawns, which has been very good. Herald's here, and TT will be looking to contest this. Bulldog's going to take this bot lane tier 1, does not have teleport, so if they do want to contest this, it will be a 4v5. Here comes Sheer from the top side, though. This gets really messy, I think.
It does. I mean, the Equalizer is just ready to cut them off. There you go, onto both of them. The Herald secured, but the fight will happen afterwards.
Yeah, Croco goes in, kind of gets in a tricky spot himself. 1xN needs to dodge away from that tidal wave. Croco's now in a difficult spot. The Severum healing is good. The wild growth is there, but Croco went into the pit a little bit by himself. Does get over the side, though, and survives. Realm Warp is an interesting choice. Heru might flash after regardless and get the kill. LNG, I don't know whether the 4v5 was wise there.
Yeah, I mean, the initial play, it's technically a 1-for-1, but the Herald goes over. I don't think LNG expected them to commit as hard. They did get some extra time on bot lane tower for Bulldog. 1xN will get the mid lane turret as well. So LNG in the overall trade of the map still doing fine.
He's not got any way to run away from it. There's no phase rush, and he's burned his flash to get over the wall. Sheer's here, so is Missing. There will be a shield and a polymorph. The Aqua Prison, but it's still inside the fire. Trying to get the kill that becomes that 1-for-1. Not bad from Heru, actually, in the grand scheme of things.
Dude, these boots are kind of OP. What do you mean the Rise gets to heal that much? It's the battle of the new broken stuff on the patch. Deathfire touch on both sides, and then the new boots for Heru, particularly when they get to the tier 3 variant. That's when they really get broken. It's not just them being used on like a mid lane, a top laner, an AD carry, someone like that. So when it's a mid laner and it gets upgraded to the upgraded boots, where you get the extra damage above 50% HP, the extra healing below 50%, where they get really broken.
Gotta keep our eyes on that timer. Soul Point available for LNG in 10 seconds. See whether they want to contest it on spawn or not. We are trying to get some of that healing, switch through some of those weapons. 1xN does indeed have that second item. Blade also done now, and he gets to step on forward that 3-weapon switch. Severum speed used to get in range of Arn and get that moonshot off.
Yeah, had the Whimsy, and as you were saying, the onslaught of the Serum does give you a bit of move speed as well. Gets a bit of chunk regened up a bit by the Nami. One of the problems of the Sejuani for the Maokai is that she can actually sit there and tank up a lot of your poke. That Blast Cone was short. Okay, Heru out of position now, and that it gets into river, but the Rise is now the other side of it. Teleport coming in from the Rumble. Looks like that won't lead to anything, but here comes the Yone.
Battle Herald summoned. That can make things interesting in the Glacial Prison. Why? But it puts a slow field down the Equalizer. Also not fantastic. Out comes Nature Scratch, but Jonas on the back of it has to flash away. That means he can't contest the Dragon. It's messy. The boot shot comes on through, though, with the Binding Eclipse angle from the Moonlight Visible. 1xN got blown up as Heru got into the backline with the Battle Herald. There, though, is the Wild Growth on top of the Rumble. Needs to flash away. LNG lose this fight pretty handily nonetheless, though.
That is an insane Battle Herald. 1xN hit his ult onto the backline, trying to get the Gravitum across it, but what can Aphelios do without flash against the Herald? You are always going to get hit by that. Heru, an insane fight from the Rise. He's now 4-2. Also took down Bulldog before his ult could come through on the Yone as well. LNG might get their Dragon, but how much do they lose off the back of this? Pressure across the map. Keshi now potentially overstaying.
Yeah, he has. Actually, Missing's here. I think they can possibly keep running him down here. They're going to try and keep getting some CC down, and they'll call that, I think, a done deal. TP's coming, though. That makes things spicy. That's the Yone. Who are they going to run at? It'll be Arn, who's got no mana and no flash.
Well, not having a tier means you don't get to cast that many spells, Sam. I'll have to go think about that one in the fountain. A third death for Arn on the Corki. Croco will walk up again. Will be able to stop the recall here. The passive comes through, but the W is good to get him out. LNG it was a bit of a sloppy fight around the dragon. We don't need to tell you that one twice, chat, but they only have one Herald, TT. And can't do that one again. 1xN taken down very handily in that fight. Not going to be nearly as easy for them to reach him again. In fact, what some of the chatters earlier were saying, well, they can't really get that much onto the Aphelios that often. The Herald solved that problem, but only for one fight.
Let's have a look again, because initially lots of ults came on down, zoning more than really completely exceptional.
Yeah.
There's a prison, equalize it, but it does keep TT away, and John Howe starts to fight him to flash out, and I got really nervous.
I mean, the equalizer's not great, the Sejuani ult misses, and then the Battle Herald comes through. So this is a low roll from LNG, and a very high roll from the side of TT as well. Triple knocker, instant CC onto the Aphelios. He really tries to outplay it, but you don't have a flash. It's an insane fight with the Herald. Legitimately, that is a fight-winning Herald.
Arn also gets a 3-man Foss bomb with the Voltaic Cyclosword active that just took a third of Aphelios' life. Like, he just got annihilated.
That's what you pick the build for. Gone for the Serpent's Fang second, going LDR third. I mean, Arn is really just sat there going, yep, I'm going to go full burst. Doesn't have a cleanse, does have the Valkyrie. Does Crocker nail the ult?
That doesn't have a Mikhail. He's got the Imperial Mandate, and that's all well and good, but I think they could keep looking. This overcomes potential Maokai. Everyone's here. Glacial Prison! That means it'll be surely a dead Corki. It is. Arn and 1xN continue to trade, but 1xN got more damage. It's a big old ult, though, and Mr. Felix will get tracked miles away, but he's got a Severum and an onslaught of Dream. Croco comes over! It's a triple to the Aphelios, and now Bulldog rebinds his soul. 4 dead, Baron's up. LNG, when they snowball, they do it hard.
I mean, is that 1xN or Agent 47xN? It made it look like he was the proper hitman there. Survives through everything. Mission cleared. Aphelios 9-2.
He's just too good sometimes, guys. Don't get me wrong. Nice from Missing. Great from Croco. It wasn't a one-man job, but let's be real. The person who comes away with the damage is absolutely that Aphelios. Here comes the collapse from TT. The problem is LNG just have quite a lot of DPS.
They do. I mean, the Lulu buffs up 1xN. The ult lands onto Arn, who cannot fire back. The ultimate is actually blocked by Heru, weirdly, in the front of it, who basically realm walked into getting one shot, which is quite the unfortunate situation. This is where I thought, okay, you're really pushing it if you live now. But the Lulu comes around the corner again. Croco has the CC, and 1xN lives with a triple kill. Wonderful. Both teams were looking for the play in mid lane. LNG get the better of it.
I've got to give that Sailor's warning again. When it says red-white, you don't fight. You all got melee range at the Chakram stacked, onslaughting Aphelios.
I mean, 1xN, that one was kind of delivered to him. It was definitely running along the knife's edge, though. Has the Infinity Edge now. Has the Steel Caps himself, by the way, with those defensive boots, which very much helped him in that play. Minute till Dragon now. Baron will overlap with that. LNG, they are very much a hands check team. If they get ahead, they will just keep doing that. They will always look to hands check you. Ult onto the Maokai. Instant death.
Unbelievable damage. The Glacial Prisons have been... I've seen one miss. It's what we're at. We are at basically a 9-1 ratio, something like that. Pretty damn ridiculous. Also, Bandle Pipes for an Aphelios sounds really nice when you land that Glacial Prison to me.
Yeah, why not the Yone as well? I mean, you've got 2 attack speed carries. It'll help. It's like having like a mini Jarvan E on you, isn't it? Pushing in towards both mid lane and bot lane now. 30 seconds till the Dragon. They still have the Baron, as we said. LNG just keep rolling on. Such a snowball-y team. If they get ahead, be afraid. We saw what happened when they couldn't quite get that. TT have been the match of them at points in this series, but it looks like LNG have bested them across the average of the 3 games.
We've got 12 seconds till Dragon. It will be sold for LNG. That Blazcomb was a bit dubious, but it's fine. They're going to try and keep shoving it some ways. They've got some inhibitors broken. It's a good first Baron here from LNG. You find themselves now 8,500 gold. They'll pick up Chemsol, and hey, in a game where people are trying to blow you up with things like Voltaic Cyclosword, I'm kind of here for a little bit of low HP standing. Oh, round one. There's a massive wall of fire! A warhead lands!
Oh my god, someone call the fire brigade!
He can go for more. That might be the quadrant. There it is. Where's the rise? He needs to reset.
I wish I could have said I cast that better. I was so surprised I kind of forgot to do anything but screaming. 1xN has been monstrous. What a player of the Aphelios.
I have seen very rarely Infernum ults hit that damn hard. They all disappeared. The Fate Sealed is a very apt name. It went to 3, but LNG look at their direct rivals and say, we are your match. 1xN goes, do you miss me, Thunder Talk? Because I don't.
1xN wins against his old team, and he does it on his best champion. 1xN may be the best Aphelios in the world. We've heard about it from Scrim Bubbles. We've heard about it across the years. Don't look at his win rate. He is incredibly good at this champion. Bloody hell, Sam. I genuinely, that last play, I kind of forgot to be a caster and just started like being the person on the couch just kind of screaming at the play. That was absurdly fun to watch. Every so often you get reminded of what the Aphelios can do, and 1xN reminded us well and truly there.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a joke over in Onivia saying he's looking pretty insane on the Aphelios until he has to hit the ult button. The one time he does hit the ult button, it's over.
Oh my god, incredible game from him. Look, the Varus game from him, definitely one to forget. I think he made some mistakes there, but I'm just not used to seeing those Aphelios plays anymore. We thought we'd gotten rid of that. I mean, Aphelios shouldn't be doing that anymore. Turns out he can. He did it into the Corki, which Corki Nami I would have thought would have been a fine lane into it. Then of course the Maokai insing into them, and then the dive going so wrong. Things went kind of crazy. So now we need to talk about the knock-on effect of what this means for the group. Now we have two teams stuck at 2-2. That is Thundertalk and LNG. They draw level with each other. EDG are at 2-1. LGD are at 3-1. This makes things very difficult for Ultra Prime and OMG. Technically, we still can get a 5-way tie for 2nd through 6th place, with just LGD winning on a 3 series. We are getting to the point where, of course, with so few series, it's very hard to predict what comes next in terms of the outcomes. And for those of you that don't know, in this group, this is our lower group here in the LPL, much like LCK. But unlike the LCK, the bottom 2 teams in this group do not play in split 3. They effectively take 7 months of the year off. That's why, even though these teams are not our best LPL teams, they're struggling, they've got flaws to work out, these still matter a ton, because if you lose too many series and you've only got 5 of them, you are not playing for over half a year.
Al, I'm going to want to get some lunch.
Yes.
Because we may have social engagements this afternoon, because we were going to play some Magic again, weren't we?
Did I say? I mean, I can.
I'll double check, but there was some plan to go because there was some friends staying over at friends of ours. So, do you want to come play again? It's like, yeah, we can come play. So I'll double check. But just saying, as a result, we need to eat now because we won't eat later.
Sure.
That could be annoying.
I mean, look, I'm happy to, Sam. I'm happy to. You know how it is, Sam. Most of my life is just casting League of Legends, and then when other stuff rolls around, that's when we, figure that out. Okay. I'm rarely so disappointed in myself for a big moment. Like that quadra kill, I was just sat there just kind of screaming. I didn't actually cast that, I just kind of screamed. I apologize, Sam. That was actually a really good moment for you, and I just sat there going like, what the fuck?
That's kind of fine. It's funny in its own right.
Ridiculous. Okay, we're going to have a complimation. He might be the best Aphelios in the world. He might be the best Aphelios in the world. That guy is just so good. I mean, like, Mr. 200. What? I love this AD carry, man. And I saw, you see a couple of messages in the chat and says like, well, you can see why top teams didn't want him. I don't think I can understand that from the Varus game, right? He definitely didn't have a good game. But you have moments like that and you think, okay, not many people in the world are doing that on the Aphelios right now. You don't need to cast it. It hypes itself. I know, right? Those are sometimes the best. Like, the time. Oh my god. Hang on. Whoa. Hang on. What is that damage graph? He has a 46% damage share. He has a 46% damage share. That I cannot believe that. 46% damage share. Did he just outdamage the entire enemy team?
Oh my god.
Did he outdamage the? Okay, let me total this up. Let me total this up. 33. Oh, it's not quite there. But he outdamaged both mid and bot lane at the same time. 33.5k. Let's just see how much the entire enemy team did. The entire enemy team did, so 5.5 plus 8.9 plus 15.7 plus 13.5 plus 4.9. So that's 48.5. Let's 33.5 divided by 48.5, was it? He did 70% of the entire enemy team's damage. That is just absurd. Dude, what a game from him. Okay, that was crazy. I actually do see that as a link, actually. Weird. Might just be an Android thing. I mean, I see that link in OBS, but that's a different thing. Oh my god, what a game. What a game from him. Does LPL have the damage in teamfights graph? Sometimes, but not always. Not always. Yeah, it's not like a consistent thing. So we're gonna get we'll get an interview post-series, and then we'll get player of the game is a Aphelios, and then player of the series. Player of the series. That one's harder, actually. Because there's like hang on, but there's going to be an interview now, so I'll let you listen to that. Who do we get it with? Hey, Mr. A, carry himself.
苏州 LNG 获得了比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是下路选手一川、李秋南，欢迎，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的 AD 选手一川。
欢迎欢迎，也再次恭喜你们获得了今天比赛的胜利。拿下今天比赛胜利之后，你们迎来了一波2连胜。其实相较于那个3月份的月底和 TT 交手的失利，包括来到了第2赛段开赛的小起伏，这个赛段你们的进步非常大，状态也很好。你自己觉得队伍最大的变化和进步是什么呢？
当时3月底的时候状态不是特别好吧都，然后最近的话也是慢慢把状态都找回来了。
还是通过不断的比赛和训练当中去提升，找到比赛的状态。那其实今天是在26.09这个版本当中的峡谷征战，从你的视角来看，你觉得这个版本打下来之后，游戏体验怎么样？对于 AD 这个位置影响大吗？
我觉得就 AD 位就一个 EZ 吧，就变化挺大的吧，就可以出 AP 装备现在，其他都还好。
其他都还好，那期待一下在未来。等你拿到 EZ 的时候，在这个版本当中的一个表现了。那其实今天整体看下来 ，LNG 打的还是比较不错的，尤其是第一局可以说是行云流水，多点开花。中野的联动，包括对线，包括团战等等，还有上路的单杀，还有最重要的是 Bulldog 终于迎来了属于他的 MVP。你要不点评一下第一小局队伍整体的表现，然后再夸夸他的 MVP 表现？
第一把都打得很好吧，然后他的发挥也是比较出色吧。
你觉得他着重哪个部分打得比较好呢？你有去关注到吗？其实他第2局狐狸也发挥挺不错，输出伤害是第1嘛。
然后找机会吧，找机会能力进步了很多。
找机会能力很重要。说到找机会，不得不聊第2局哈，因为第2局虽然说非常的跌宕起伏，然后呢比较的遗憾没有能够拿下比赛胜利，但是在整个过程当中，你们还是努力的再去寻找机会，连续2波在大劣势的情况下，在野区找到2波团战的机会，当时那个差距是缩得非常非常小，很有机会能够实现翻盘。那你们当时那2波是如何来去找到这样的机会？
第2把就是有点可惜吧，前期因为我死的有点多，但后期的话大家都找机会慢慢打回来了吧。
你觉得在野区找机会的精髓是什么？
就做好视野对人吧。
做视野非常的重要。接下来时间线就来到了第3小局，第3局呢中间也有一些小插曲，但是整体你们化解和处理的非常不错，尤其是前期对方那个3刀2的越塔，你们可以说是把那波越塔化解的非常的好，而且我觉得那一波对于整体比赛来说也是一个小小的伏笔嘛。那一波是如何来处理这个情况的呢？跟大家分享一下吧。
那不就是可以操作吧？因为我带的是进化，然后我们露露有闪，他到时如果捆的话就可以带剑塔下。
最后呢，也是通过伤害灌满的厄斐琉斯成功的收割了比赛，拿下了这局比赛的胜利，也再次恭喜你们。接下来我们还是聊聊别的一些方面，聊聊生活，因为前天其实是李秀男选手的生日哈，是22岁的生日。所以先想请线上包括现场的各位召唤师们给他送去生日祝福，好不好？这样我说李修南，然后大家说生日快乐，好吗？来，3、2、1，李修南快乐！好，谢谢大家。希望我们线上召唤师们也可以把弹幕扣起来，祝我们的一川选手生日快乐。那这样，因为大家都知道，有些生日愿望是要埋在心里去默默的耕耘努力的。你在台上如果可以的话，能不能跟大家分享一个可以让大家知道的你特别想要实现的生日愿望？
我特别想实现。
对。
就想进一次世界赛吧。
好。
然后就希望大家一切顺利生活，天天开心。
天天开心，一切顺利，也希望能够进世界赛。那希望你未来能够好好加油，继续努力。那再次谢谢我们的一川来到我们的赛后采访，也再次祝贺苏州 LNG 获得了比赛胜利。以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了，我们还是把时间交还给解说席。
Hey, so I like to believe on those interviews just in case people who are Mandarin speakers are listening in, because it's, you know, it's just nice for like the people who do kind of like are bilingual, or people can translate and chat to get a little bit more information out of those. Okay, so now we wait for player of the game and then player of the series. Player of the game's a fellas. That one's the obvious. I mean, we can kind of write that one off somewhat. Player of the series, I am actually not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. Hang on, I gotta get rid of that thingy. Let's get rid of that. It's all good. There's a lot of stuff I need to get rid of here. Player of the game's 1xn, no surprise. 46% damage share. 228% damage efficiency. Like gold efficiency. Plus 5k. What? 82% kill participation. What? That's just not okay. That's nuts. Jesus, man. Who is 1xn first game? He was Nymaera first game. Yeah, and he did well on that. He did do well on that. 1xn, yeah, in terms of player of the series, I'm actually not sure. One vote for support. I mean, in fairness, Missing actually had a very good Lula game too, but yeah, it's clearly Mr. 200 who walks away with that. Hey, thank you so much for the restub email, by the way. Appreciate you. Okay, player of the series. Who are we giving it to? Who are we giving it to? Because we should get player of the series now. Croco, player of the series. I mean, his Lee Sin was really good. His Sejuani, I think probably he was the best on average across all three games. Probably because 1xn had a bad game too. The Lee Sin was really good in game one. There's an argument to say Sheer as well. Sheer was really good across all three games. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah, appreciate it for the support there. And again, like, anyone who's been sat there enjoying this, I know a lot of people come over. Well, I'll turn the music back on for this. Actually, it's pretty cool. But anyone who's been like watching over from LCK and then come over to here for LPL action as well, really appreciate you coming over and anyone who's just spending their free time with us. Really appreciate you. Now, LPL doesn't have an official broadcast like LCK or LEC or LCS. Or LCP does have an official broadcast too. So basically, if you want to have good coverage of LPL, it's through streams like this. Or, of course, LPL English. They are another co-stream. They're another unofficial broadcast. Kitty, Yamato. There's a bunch of other people who end up streaming through it as well. But yeah, I mean, if you feel like you're enjoying your LPL content, please drop some support to your favorite streams. It matters a lot more for the LPL than it does for other regions, because we're literally only able to broadcast this because, you know, of your support. We literally can't do this without you because we're not funded by Riot or anyone else. So yeah, if you're sat in the background and you can drop a like, a follow, subscribe if you're watching on a third-party site, makes a difference to us. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your time here with us. And we've even got NIP. This is only the first series of the day. I was thoroughly entertained by this. We'll see whether... Oh god, that Realm Warp was almost excellent, and then he got hit face point blank with the Valley Assault and then got one shot. Oops. Only problem with Bulldog is the Ahri game. He played well, they lost. That's true. Bulldog actually did pretty well on the Ahri game. I thought that basically it was win or lose based on whether he got a good pick or not on the whole. Yeah, I was quite happy with this Ari. I mean, with an Ari, you kind of have to be like that. It was very close in the votes. 1xn only 1 behind. 1 vote for mid lane, 3 for bot lane, 4 for jungle. That's very close. Whatever. That's about right. Maybe I would have thrown 1 vote top lane. I think that would have made more sense to me, really. Very close. Very close. But yeah, LNG, I mean, we've been waiting to see them play for a while because they just don't play that many games. That's one of the problems of the Nirvana format. But yeah, solid game, very entertaining. TT on the other side, I mean, oh gosh, what to say about them? Keshi had 1 very good game, got diffed pretty heavily the other 2. Bot lane got a bit murdered. They did get a bit murdered. I think the biggest problem was jungle though. I think Junhao had a pretty torrid time. Listen to the comms. And of course, if you're in chat as well and you want to be a bigger part of the community and, you know, join us even when we're not online. Think about following our socials, you know, joining the Discord. Hey, no worries there. Oh yeah, this is another thing too. So there was actually a tweet. Wait, what the heck? Weibo issues statement after the hater makes verbal attacks on GG post game. They said they received multiple complaints, all within the same video, all with the same video, but without further evidence they would that would allow to identify the person. In a new statement, the team says that after checking with the league, there are no surveillance camera issues for that area. In addition to not having permission to access local security cameras, the league also has no precedent for providing external camera footage. So basically they had like threats to Jeje or verbal abuse of some kind, which is but basically they've not been able to get camera footage. Seems to be the message there, which is quite worrying. And for the release of internal camera footage, they would need to provide more information such as frontal photos of the seat and its number. All videos of the moment are captured only audio. Well, that's quite concerning. That's, yeah, I mean, well, you'd be surprised. I mean, there was that moment in Counter-Strike a year or 2 ago, right, when people rushed the stage. Esports is a bit fast and loose on security at points, folks. They genuinely are. I know that T1's had to issue a statement about people being like standing out front of their, standing outside their training ground and stuff. I am personally of the belief that this is going to sound morbid. I think we're overdue an incident in esports. Because like there are a lot of people who like you see people in chat, people online, right? All it takes is one of them to be like take those online threats and be somewhat serious about it, and then there's a huge incident. I don't think security is particularly well managed around esports. Remember when KC and MCoy came into the league? There were issues around like fan bases kind of getting physical with each other. In fact, I think there was actually one altercation at the LEC a couple of years ago. I think it was between like KC and Fnatic fans. I mean, sporting events have that. I think it's only a matter of time until esports has like physical altercations becoming more of an issue, because I mean, if it stays at this size, right, and we'll see whether that comes through. But when people have like betting money and it gets more tribal, you have to be careful with security and the parasocialism as well. I mean, we've seen that a lot, right? I mean, I had an interview out with someone for Esports Insider, I think it was. Actually, no, I'm trying to remember what the publication was. But basically, I was saying like I've had threats made against me. You know, I mean, I know they're online, but the question is, if they're remotely serious one time, then obviously it's a problem. It only takes one time for it to be serious. Did I run an ad break? I'm not sure I did. So I got to run ads now, folks, before we get into our second series. Let me update the title. I think this is one of those days where updating the title to show BLG front and center does tend to help viewership. Well, let's be honest, with LCK off now. Wait, is LCK off or is it still running? Yeah, I think basically we get better viewership as LCK, obviously when LCK ends, because people come and watch more League, which is kind of cool. I can think of 3 or 4 instances of a fan running onto stage to hug a player. Oh yeah, that happened to Faker once, right? In like 2016 or 17? Didn't that happen to him once? Does BLG play in 1 minute? Yeah, they play pretty soon. Yep, so we're on to the BLG series now. So we'll have a quick intro. There will be a quick player interview from one player from each team, and then there will be an intro onto the stage. They'll walk onto the stage. Then we'll have quick moment for them to get seated and get ready for draft, and then we'll get into draft. It'll probably be about 10 to 15 minutes until till draft starts. 10 to 15 minutes until that starts, I'd say. Yeah, no worries, Katari. I saw you actually there, and I thought, well, that's going to be... But not that we have many people within, like, the YouTube chat, like, a lot, but it's if you're there, I mean, as well, right? Not that you're obligated to, Katari, but I you know, appreciate that. I assume we aren't changing arenas? No, we are. We are changing arenas, because this will be... This actually might have to be in Xi'an, no? Is this in Xi'an? Where are we for this, actually? Where are we for this? Oh, we're in NIP's arena. So we're in Shenzhen, because I was wondering whether they were still around WE's arena. Our BLG were in Xi'an earlier this week, and they didn't stick around for a second game. They didn't have a second one there. So we're in NIP's home arena. Welcome to Shenzhen, everywhere. NIP's arena. We're in Nymaera's basement? Exactly, we're in Nymaera's basement. Yeah, I have a really big basement, folks. It's like the back rooms down there. We have like 4 different arenas, but you know, you have to avoid like the liminal spaces to get there. Okay, so now that smells really good. I don't know what Sam's cooking, but it smells really good. Probably some bacon. We had a lot of bacon in the fridge. I think I smelled that. Cool. Kind of wild how NIP ended up having a whole ass arena in China. Yeah. Fregerson was in chat earlier, apparently saying that IG might be getting an arena too, which you go back a couple of years and IG were in financial like peril because not that they didn't have funding. The problem was that they were mismanaging their spending quite a lot, I think. But then I think that the person in charge of the finances got replaced effectively. Get through some adverts, I suppose. But yeah, IG should be getting themselves an arena based off contextual information, which should be very different. So that means we'd have 5 teams with arenas. I think it might be debuting in the last week of the regular split. I mean, using a new arena definitely comes with tech issues. So I guess we'll find out in 2 weeks' time whether that's gonna debut there. If it's only IG games, I think it's in Shanghai is the thing. So we would have IG BLG for that series and then IG JDG. Although, would that mean that JDG play an away game, or do they have to go back to Beijing? Because I'd imagine ticket sales have already happened for a long... Well, maybe they don't. I'm not sure. Weird. Not sure. Not sure. Wasn't there a plan for a huge EDG facility arena thing years ago too? I mean, RNG used to have one. EDG were a huge team, but EDG have not been doing well since, well, start of 2023, really. What's our... Is this... Oh, we got an MVP by role. Okay, cool. Let's listen to this. So, jungle and mid have the most, with jungle having the most. I think LPL junglers are really good right now, so that makes sense. So these are player of the series and player of the games. So jungle leads in both player of the game and player of the series. Support has no player of the series yet. And we go into our rosters as well. Actually, the music's cool for this segment. So NIP, first up here, they are the home team. Hoya, Guwon, Care, Assume, and Draw. They beat BLG 2-0 first time around, had some very cool compositions, and Hoya played very well versus Bin. Speaking of that, Bin, top lane for BLG, then Shun, Knight, Viper, and On. Hey, Kate, great to see you. How was LCK? Were you watching that earlier? I heard that KT Rolster had some KT Rolster happenings to them. What is this? Oh, yeah, so we are now on to... Oh, wait, Knight's 4-0 and Annie on the split. Jesus, okay, fair play. So basically, we're on the new patch here today. I'm not sure if LCK was as well, but I know that LEC and LCS are both playing live patch, so they are. Yeah, Knight this split is 4-0 on Annie. Huh. Started the split, he kind of went crazy with that. He's 2-0 on Orianna, and then played mostly one game on everything else, really. It's 14-6 in terms of games. They're choosing the key player as support. I mean, On has been on mixed form against recently. Oh, was it like a 4-0 day? That makes sense. I was wondering why typically when viewership jumps up on this stream is when LCK ends, which makes sense again. Like we do LPL all the time just because we want to be consistent in coverage, and people know they'll always have a place to watch LPL here, rather than like having to switch, you know, decide based on whether the streamer they like is watching one game or the other. So we're trying a different approach to it, basically saying that we'll always do LPL. It means that we're kind of specialized in it. Players do tend to have a lot of wins on all champions when they're in the best team in the league. Very true. However, if you look at some of the splits, some of the games in this split, Knight has clearly been the best player on BLG while the other players have been struggling. And yeah, I think Knight's win rate on those champions, I think a lot of it comes from his gameplay rather than the team being much better as well on the other side. No, actually, it is a valid point, Ghost, in saying that if you're on the best team in the league, you tend to have a good win rate. You're actually completely right there. You are. That's actually not a wrong thing to say. But I think in this case, I think that Knight has been the driving force of BLG. In fact, I know they're choosing support as the key player. I mean, Care is very streaky. This is the last result. NIP did 2-0 BLG. I mean, if Knight just butchers Care, is this even a playable series? Well, we said the same about Hoya and Bin, but that wasn't the case last time. Hoya just tends to lock in versus Bin. Now, Hoya, he's a Korean player that's been playing in the LPL for a number of years now. I'm trying to remember when he first came over. It's been a while, actually. When was the last time he was here, actually? When did he come over? Because Hoya's been around for a long time. He was on Griffin for a while. In 2020, he was on Bro in 2021. Then he was on D+ Kia for a bit, and then he ended up joining in 22. So I started casting him about a year after he came into the LPL, but he's been here since 2023. But yeah, yeah. In 2022 on D+ Kia, he ended up trading with Birdall quite a lot, so they ended up subbing in. And I think we're going into our player interviews now, so let's go over to that.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是深圳 IP 的辅助选手卓，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 IP 的辅助选手卓。
欢迎卓队。那我们都知道 NIP 是一支韧性十足的队伍嘛，调整能力也是比较迅速的。那经历了近期的失利，大家在队伍的复盘总结之后，都总结了哪些问题，是怎么去改变的呢？
因为最近是2连败嘛，但是我们队伍心态一直非常好嘛。在沟通上什么的都非常积极，复盘的时候也复盘到了。其实我们只是在一些小规模团战上的沟通可以再多一点，然后操作再好一点。剩下的就放开打就好了。
是的，也是细化了很多的问题啊。那上一次你们是成功战胜了BLG，也找到了独属于你们的一个取胜节奏。那再度碰面，希望今天这场比赛有哪些方面更进一步呢？
感觉 K 大哥今天绷得很紧啊，就希望他脚下留情吧。我也会尽全力顶穿鞋底的。
好的 ，K 大哥，待会儿也会再见面了。好，那也期待你们的赛场表现了，加油！同样的，我们邀请到 BLG 的中单选手 Net， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Net。
欢迎 Net。那最近呢，队伍刚刚拿下2连胜，而且你收获了4连 MVP， 可喜可贺啊。那最近大家的竞技状态，包括队内的气氛是怎么样的呢？可以形容一下吗？
因为队员连胜了嘛，所以竞技状态肯定和气氛都比较好吧，就现在挺好的。
那上一次呢对阵到 NIP 的时候是稍有遗憾，没有拿下比赛的胜利。那这一次再度相遇，今天打算重点在哪些方面调整改进，争取完成复仇呢？
就还是往自己方面吧，只要往自己发挥出自己的实力，就能轻松拿下。
好的，也期待你们的赛场表现了，加油！
Good to hear from our players there, for you Mandarin speakers out there. Also, I just find this as well, it's quite interesting to just like see the body language and hear the tone of voice when they're speaking. A lot of these games too. We actually should be going straight on to stage, looks like. So welcome to Shenzhen, NIP's arena. Let me switch back over to that as well so my face isn't obscuring the wonderful arena. Welcome to our second series of the day. The Ninjas will welcome the Tyrants.
Ninjas in pajamas.
Ninjas first onto the stage beat BLG 2-0 the first time around. A team to be respected. An aggressive, creative team. Sometimes that cuts both ways. However, it gives them that upper tier potential, the ability to upset, the ability to get under the skin of even our top teams here in the LPL. NIP were once a top team within the LPL, inherited their slot from Victory 5 or V5, who were briefly top of the league. Then when they were NIP at first, finished in top 4, and BLG welcome with a roar to Shenzhen. BLG, don't think they need much of an introduction, do they? 2025 as the camera gets knocked once or twice there. It's just the sheer aura of Knight knocking the camera around. You know, NIP were once a top team at points. They think they really capped out at 4th as the NIP tag. However, BLG on the other side of it, you know, 2025 was not an easy time for them. They did end up you know, winning the last split of last year. We had 3 champions in 3 splits last year, the most even the LPL has ever been. Top esports, then anyone's legend, then BLG. 3 champions for 3 splits. This year, BLG maintained the only hope worldwide of a golden road. Knight and Draw, team captains, will fist bump and we'll get ready for our draft, and I'll welcome myself back in as well as the rocket takes off. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Nymaera. I am bringing you my expertise and my excitement here today for the second series. Sam will come back in soon after he's cooking us some lunch. So it'll be the brothers Hap bring you these games here. I'm really looking forward to this. Now, BLG are a team which are a household name the world over now. You go back to 2023, no one had ever heard of them. If they were thinking about the LPL, they thought about RNG, EDG, Invictus Gaming, maybe an FPX because of the World Champions, the World Championships and the MSI titles owned by those teams. BLG in 2023 rose to prominence in MSI finals, LPL finals, constant international play for them. 2024 a world finals, 1 team fight away from becoming world champions, with Knight joining that roster. 2025, well, after the success of the 2 years before that, they were allowed a little bit of a dip. But to be honest, for a team with such such an expensive roster, such high expectations, they would have wanted more. You know, they had a disappointing MSI and even more disappointing Worlds, going out in the Swiss stage, even on a Chinese home turf World Championship. Then they came back, won their first international event in first stand. They have plenty of history behind them, but it's a lot of second places for BLG, despite domestically in 2024 becoming our overlords. Now they're 2 splits in a row, first stand champions. The least of our international tournaments this year, but still an international tournament win. The first time that the LPL had won one since JDG won in MSI 2023. That was also with Knight on the roster, the only member which had retained that between the two of them. Appreciate the follow there. There's a lot of numbers there. Anyway, I hope you're doing well over that. Right, first draft of the series between NIP and BLG. So we set the scene a little bit. NIP beat BLG first time around. BLG in this regular season, they've dropped the ball a little bit after coming out very, very hot from first stand. Had a very good read on the jungle meta, the laning meta. NIP, though, got under their skin. Hoya, typically a player who's not played for lane dominance, has had a couple of good results over the last few years against Bin specifically. I wouldn't call him a good laning top laner, but against Bin, it's not been a problem. You know, he played the Gragas and champions like that the last time. The Orianna, the Ezreal banned away from Knight and from Viper. They're 2 of the best champions respectively. Knight does have something like the Annie available too. Jarvan is up though. Jarvan and Vi likely to be picked here. Guwon loves both of those champions. I suppose with both of them up, you can choose whatever. The Jarvan is the choice though. Very, very powerful champion here in the meta. Reminder, we're on the new patch as well, 26.9. So we've had some changes to a lot of runes, a lot of items. The Annie is taken from Kerr and away from Knight. Knight is 4-0 on the champion. Kerr, I believe, has only played it the once, actually. Although he did win on it, a 2.3 KDA. Knight was 4-0. The Lulu locked in for draw. So it's not going to be, well, obviously the Lucian lane. And the other big story about this, folks, is NIP's bot lane, Assume and Draw, have been one of the best bot lanes within the league. Incredibly potent in that bot lane. If you're wondering whether Zac is banned, there's a bug with his passive, where if you kill him while he's in the bloblet form, you don't get gold or XP. So that's why that is banned for now. Corki Nami, perhaps for Viper and On. Could go for a Bard lane, because On is so good at the champion, but you could save that for a future draft. Corki locked in. Will this be the lethality Corki? We saw this last game. Today is our first day of the new patch. Corki Nami, perhaps even stronger than last patch, because Corki goes Voltaic Cyclosword and then just explodes you. Goes for a full lethality build and can one-shot. Sam didn't roast. Oh, I'm so sorry, Zarif. I'll get around to that in a bit. That was probably when we were in and out of the room. The Yunara locked in, so it's going to be the Yunara Lulu. I mean, Assume and Draw have been very, very good at this. However, you know, they've been on a bit of a loss streak now, NIP. They've actually been struggling a little bit over the last week or two. Had a very good hot streak for a while. Currently on a 2-loss streak, though. Which doesn't sound like much, but given the win streak that they were on, it is actually a pretty big change of fortunes for them. Lost against JDG 2-0, lost against Top Esports 2-0. They were facing BLG, Anyone's Legend, and JDG in the same week, though, so the schedule was harsh as heck for them. Played against JDG earlier this week, lost to them quite convincingly, despite the fact that their bot lane did quite well versus them. once again, I think that the bot lane is their power point. Really, the jungle meta has been what's keeping them ahead on the bot lane. Jungle and bot lane has been so much of the current meta. Invading, control over the bot lane. Gangplank went ranks up on your list from learning about the Scrimshaw. It's really cool, isn't it? It's brutal, but Gangplank, yeah, does Scrimshaw on living people. Ugh, nasty. Why is Zac Global Blend? I'll just repeat myself again, no worries. Zac, when you kill him when he's in his passive for the blobs, you don't get gold or assist. So basically, if you kill him with his passive, you don't actually get a kill, basically. Vi banned away, one of the more comfort picks for Guon. Surprised that they didn't prioritize him more. Guon is such an important player to NIP. He is the engine of their creativity. You have like the Rock in the bot lane, but Guon is the special spice, really. He does the weird stuff. Invades, engages. Might be looking at a Xinjiao. Aggressive early jungler, of course. Pantheon still available. With the Annie, you can even go Wukong as well. Kind of play for a bit more scaling in jungle, wait for the one item spike. Last ban for BLG. I'm really interested to see how BLG adapts to the new patch. With Coach Daney, it's felt like the drafting from BLG has been much better than it was with Big Way in the past, where they just kind of defaulted towards a set of comfort picks, which weren't really good for the meta, but they were good for the players. It's a different way to draft. Hom does similar as well, or at least he did on JDG, and he has done throughout history, really. Nocturne, very strong in the early levels. That's why you end up picking this champion often, very much banned against most of our LPL junglers, because so much of the LPL meta is getting into the enemy jungle as early as possible, and Nocturne, if he's ever on a camp, you don't want to fight him. If he hits you with a Q, stacks up Conqueror or Lethal Tempo, depending on what he goes for, you just don't win those fights. Bin, does he go for the Gnar? I mean, the Vayne's been banned. Hoya, does he have any picks against this? I mean, as we said, Hoya, typically not a great laner, but against Bin specifically, just locks in. Rise for Knights. Now, he's going to be scary with that. Does he go for the Deathfire Touch? Does he go for the Phase Rush? Jace in for Hoya last pick. I wouldn't call him, Jace aficionado, but we'll see whether he can do it versus Bin here today. No games of Jace for him this split. And we'll move ourselves into a quick ad break so we don't get ads during the game. Thank you for supporting us here on our channel, supporting our coverage of the LPL. In terms of overall composition, I mean, BLG have very good side lanes. They have a Jarvan to get ahead, but I think NIP have really good ability to turn off the lights for the Annie. It's a very squishy game. I think this is a fairly even draft. I mean, the top, especially nameplates off. Guon on the Nocturne. If he can start opening up the map for Care to get a good Annie engaged, that could be a huge difference between them. Corki Nami, we'll see whether it's the bursty kind from Viper and On. The bot lane of Viper and On have been struggling a little bit over the last little while. Let's get ourselves into the game. NIP held the head-to-head, 2-0'd BLG the first time around. If they seal it off in a 2-0 head-to-head, oof, that'd be a hell of a changing of fortunes here for NIP. Really solidifies the fact that they are a contender, a fun team, is what we've kind of had them as. They've beaten some top teams, JDG and BLG in the first round robin. Can they stick the landing, though, on the home stretch of the regular split? Very hard to take multiple wins versus these top teams. Let's get into it. Onto the riff we go. These gyros are going to be loud. Best cover your ears, batten down the hatches, and get shouting along with them. Oh my god! Guon did put a ward down on enemy raptors. He's actually going to contest. What is Shun doing? He's walking. Well, Guon finds him. The Q didn't land onto him. Gets himself the Martial Cadence passive. The next time the Q's up, though, he expects the Nocturne to win out in the play. Does he just look for some of the small ones? No, he's actually just going to back off. Look, you don't fight a Nocturne on his first camp. He's just too strong with either Conqueror or Lethal Tempo and the Duskbringer of that Q. Viper and On getting prior over the first wave, but to be honest, it's more important for wave 3 and 4, really, around Scuttle Spawn. It's going to be Conqueror from Viper, so I assume it's not going to be Burst Corki. Typically go the Electrocute with that. Heal used to try and get an extra auto in. Doesn't really work well there. No, for once, Assume and Draw not doing that much value in the early levels. The barrier is kind of useless from Viper. Doesn't really get that much in there at all. Rapt is now taken from Guwon, so Shun is behind. What's he gonna do? Because he's gone onto his blue buff. Knight can't really roam over just yet. Oh, he's got Deathfire Touch on, it looks like. Both mid laners have... Oh, no, it's not. It's Deathfire Touch from Knight. Electrocute from Care. Have the Scorch on as well. So Deathfire and Scorch is really nasty. So Shun needs to get over to the enemy side of the jungle like ASAP. He's going to get level 3 from his bot camps. He's going to lose 3 camps in top side, though. So he's going to be a camp behind. I mean, Nocturne, this is why you pick the champion. You get ahead early. I know that I saw... God, I think it was a Fnatic game a little while ago. It's like, oh, but the Nocturne can't dive in. It's a useless champion. Well, if you get enough value out of early jungle pathing, then it's fine. Now, in a region like the LPL, we do get a lot of value out of it consistently. In other regions of the world, like LEC, not always. Sometimes they do. You know, someone like Skewmon Dad does at points, but it's not always easy as said as done. Shun goes in towards that rub buff. We'll take that, quickly clearing through that. Is spotted on the wave. They might look for something. Oh, they forced the flash out of draw there. Forced the flash out of him. Presumably that was from a bubble. EQ under turret. The path will come down on tanks. That Shun, you might need to flash there. He's actually going down very low now. Thank you, Sam, for the food. Shun did need to flash away from Assume, who was walking towards him. Now, the problem is here, is that Shun didn't get the second camp. Now, Nocturne is very far ahead in farm, and he might even get a double scuttle. So Shun ends up going bot side, getting the kill, but he's going to be behind a ton of XP. Like a ton. So they go for the kill. They might actually be able to kill here. Flashing forwards, and here comes going out of river. It's actually just a solo kill. Care will go down on the other side, though. No, it's a 1-for-1. That's not what you wanted. The 1-for-1 is actually not worth it. You use your flash, Knight doesn't. That's actually not worth it. That went from being actually, you know, potentially a very valuable play if Guwon took aggro into being a negative one. Guwon used his flash here too. Shun's going to come back to lane. Knight's not popping the ghost to get back to lane just yet. Anyway, Bin's going to walk down from top lane, and Guwon's not going to get the double scuttle. You see how quickly jungle advantage turns on itself.
Wow.
You know, this is me nerding out a little bit, right? But you see how quickly it turns around. These intricate plays, this tight balance in the early game of laning and jungle is all about the meta right now. And Knight going 1-for-1 there because Care goes in and dies, I think is a big negative.
He just face checks. And remember, that's double longsword on this Jarvan. Can get quite scary. The Molten Shield is good enough to dissuade some of that damage there. Both jungles still at level 3 because the camps have been so distimed. So much fighting time bottom lane. Assume is at very low. Viper looking for the kills and vengeance from last time. There's still a flash. Are we looking for it? I don't think so. Just a Valkyrie forward nearly gets the ult to the Alka Prison Lanzo. And now Joe's likely dead. And BLG find vengeance against the most aggressive and successful bot lane in the LPL.
Yeah, Assume and draw. You're right in calling that out. First round Robin. He's going there to see if he could stop the recall. Almost did, actually. Assume and draw. They're not getting the inroads they were used to, Sam. BLG are ahead now in jungle and in bot lane. XP is slightly to the favor of Guwon. But Shun in the bot lane are very, very happy now.
Very good stuff. How are we feeling about the draft out at this point? Yeah, I'm seeing obviously Hoya on the Jace. It's one of his better carry options, even if he has been, as we've said, a little up and down across his career when he has looked to take a more aggressive role.
Yeah, well, like it often is for NIP and BLG, very squishy drafts. Both these teams really liking their very bursty, aggressive, creative drafts. And what that means is that people out of position, people with gold leads, it matters even more, right? Because you don't have that tankiness to kind of shrug off a misposition or an early mistake. Now the bot lane's died. Now that Guwon, you know, he was meant to be ahead in the early jungle. Now he's not because of the early kill from Shun and then, of course, the cover from Bin and topside. This is very much about who kind of sharpen their knives the quickest, and I think BLG have just about managed to do that. But you know, NIP, the early jungle pathing, I thought was actually very good from Guwon. Just didn't quite hold up their end of the bargain, did the lanes from NIP.
Guwon is around as Shun is here as well. Both, I think, of our junglers are going to be a little behind in terms of their level 6s because of all the violence that's been occurring. Camp ahead for Guwon can maybe look to head towards Knight, but they're trying to defend this control ward very aggressively and do so successfully. Knight gets a decent trade there. Does get hit by that Dustbringer, but that's the end of that. We'll note again, we have seen that Deathfire touch in from Knight. Looks like that'll be the new standard there for the Rise, who doesn't really want to use the Storm Raiders quite so much. Assume, oh boy, across the Valkyrie as well. Viper and On are on superb form, and now the Acroprison comes and down. And this ain't Monopoly, but you ain't passing go. You certainly aren't picking up the 350 gold, because that went to Viper ×2.
Yeah, they're going to go straight to jail. Viper and On have a point to prove. I think that they've been underperforming this year as a duo in bot lane. No, I think they've been good in their own right. I think On has still been the best support in the LPL in the way that he impacts the map, and the way that he creatively finds angles. for engages and for macro play. 2v2's not been where they found their success, though. Now they're 1,000 gold up on a Summon draw on a choice duo for them, one of their best bot lanes. They are really running this bot lane. 3 kills deep already, so it's 7 minutes in, and the gold lead has basically come from bot lane. Now, it was a really good initial path from Shun to get down towards bot lane. This is one of the better 2v2s we've ever seen from Viper and On, and for those of you who maybe haven't watched as much as BLG regionally, because you watch LCK on the same time slot, you really catch up with LPL and internationals, which again I totally understand. This is where we tell you the story of this. First stand, yeah, great for Viper and On in some of their 2v2s, but regionally, they don't win through 2v2 bot lane. They win through getting leads in team fights instead.
There's been kind of potentially baiting something out with the Jarvan behind, but actually he's going to be forced to flash. He's a little bit worried about to the skies and then a thundering blow land, which can be very scary, actually. Remember, that's a lot of percentage HP. A lot of Jaces tend to max that second for that insane E burst that you can get when you go in on the melee form. Shun will be here picking up the wave largely. That'll be all right. On, slow down a little bit here. Does Assume want to pull the ult? No, he doesn't. Dragon's going to get started, though, nonetheless. Guwon can head towards it. Yeah. And that'll be that for NIP.
You know, typically, BLG, they have been the team to ignore bot lane to get bin ahead. That has been what they've been doing with this this roster. And it's worked out, actually, I think a little bit better with Viper than it did with Elk, because Elk was a very resource-heavy carry. He paid it off, right? Dragon's going to go to the side of NIP. BLG rarely put all of their force down bot side. However, I think they're showing their versatility. When you see this roster on paper, you kind of hope that they're able to play around every role. We haven't really seen that consistently. It has been like, look, Bin gets a good matchup, Bin gets resources early, Bin just carries. And that's why I think around first stand, I thought Bin was the best player in the world, because he was carrying through matchups and getting the resources to do so in a way that no other top player in the world could consistently pull off. I mean, there are great carry top laners across the world. Think of your Zeus, Keen, these players which can kind of do it all as well, right? Bin was the guy that was actually winning through any matchup you gave him, though. And a lot of that was because BLG was saying, look, Viper, you're going to play a 1v1 lane with the AD carry. Both supports are going to roam. They're going to go top lane instead. And that's how BLG played the game.
And then On is very good at that style of play. Shun is very good at linking up with his solo lanes in that sense as well. So it was a match made in heaven, quite literally. As it stands, though, Hoya is going to be slightly ahead of Bin here, just playing that weak side. The problem is, as we noted, now the coin is kind of flipped on the other side, and it's Viper's time to be the one who's ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and I think particularly this is how, it's the effective way that On plays the game, because I made a tweet about a month ago about how On is a very carrier-like support, in the way that both of them, if you ever allow them onto an open map, they pull out magic, which no one else does. I know that some people think it's sacrilege to compare On to Carrier, but I think Carrier respects him too. And I think that quite clearly, because On has faced off against Carrier so many times since 2023 now, he's picked up a lot of that. And now he's started to teach the rest of the LPL too. He's brought that Carrier style to the LPL, and now we have other players like someone like Jway, right, who really likes to roam around the map and make those creative plays. A little bit different for someone like Vampire, who's much more in laning phase and team fights, but we see that kind of class of new supports which have been really inspired by him. And a lot of that has come through the fact that actually Viper and On for most of this year, played more to how Goomer and Carrier played. But Goomer wasn't really given all the resources bot side, but they basically promised it. They gave him the promise saying, if you survive 1v1, you can get as much value as you want. It's about actually the support being locked onto the map. We're trusting you to stay safe. And of course, that's how T1 played so creatively, and how BLG are not dissimilar team to them. And then of course now, this game, this is why it's important with that context, right? Because BLG are not playing that way now. Right now in this game, particularly on the screen. We did know that BLG did have a ton of versatility under their players' respective histories. Just they hadn't really shown that so far as a team domestically in this year.
Yeah, and obviously Guwon's just got that level 6, so I might just hold on nattering about Goomer and Carrier for a second, but it does look like we're not going to see that ult, the recall keeps going on, because obviously the other side to Goomer and Carrier is they were Caitlyn laners, they were double range bot lane as well. They could absolutely play for lane 2, but really when we saw Carrier at his best, it often was, we've got shove, now I can leave. Was often at the best, right? Because any way to get Carrier active and with proactivity and agency across the map was always very significant. Not, of course, that you couldn't play through lane, at least in order to gain priority, look for some of those dives, which is often a slightly different, more nuanced conversation, anyway. But that can be for a larger video, I suspect.
Yeah, and like, I'm aware that we're kind of nattering about large-scale topics, but I think it's really important for the context, because of course I know a lot of people come over from the LCK as that's finished too, maybe trying to catch up on BLG. The story of BLG is forming, on paper, one of the greatest rosters that the LPL has ever seen. When you've got so many players like Viper, who's one of the greatest AD carries of all time. I think it was the best AD carry across the average of last year, if you take into account Winter and First Stand and Worlds and all of these wonderful moments from him. Elk was by no means bad, but if he was like an 8 out of 10, Viper was the 10 out of 10 last year. Very hard to compete with someone like that. Bin and Knight, the best solo laners which the LPL has to offer. Joy is walking into a face check, goes into the bubble, and assumes way too far away. He has the wild growth, he has to use the heal, polymorphs as well. Viper and On, a great burst out of Fog Wall.
Good damage there, worth knowing. Viper here goes towards that Trinity Force, nothing like that as Zoom goes in. The wild growth after that flash, here comes that potential dive, flash on forwards. There's going to be a barrier and a dream, but I still think that means the death of Viper. But Shun's now here. That will be traded back very swiftly. Out comes the Cataclysm to ensure there is no way to run.
In fact, does he chase down for anything more here? No, they're going to back off. So 2v2, which was being won by Viper and On, quickly evolves into a 3v3. Kill to both junglers. So it's fairly even across the board. Even the exact amount of summoners blown on either side as well.
Yeah, it really is. Both supports keep their flash. That's kind of it. And we do finally get an ult out of Guwon's getting a bit nervous. I was about to say, hey, I haven't seen this Nocturne ult yet. And that's a little bit alarming. Generally speaking, the games where the Nocturne's ulting successfully on repeat tend to be the ones where the Nocturne wins the game. We haven't seen the early advantages from the Nocturne invading either. Has at least now got the Hex Plate. But hey, Guwon, we know what this player is like. And generally speaking, if he's being quiet, it's not good news for NIP. BLG again win this series, and they find themselves very handily ahead of the rest of the pack. It's a big deal considering how successful and dangerous some of our other teams are vying for the second place have been. Top Esports fumbling a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but a good recovery of the day. Anyone's Legends on the upswing. There are teams like NIP who were theoretically about to contest that, have now kind of become a bit more inconsistent themselves. Going to back his way across that Baron Pit wall. Look to go towards his red buff, towards these Raptors. Don't know who picked up Grubs, I'm not going to lie to you, and you see what happens when Shun finally cashes in his jungle trinket.
Well, given that Dragon went up to NIP, most of the time common wisdom would say it's BLG, but I'm really bad at tracking that, and now it's not on the overlay, things go.
Yeah, I have to remember, and that's a bad sign.
Yeah. Yeah, problem. I've got object permanence. Worth noting as well, it is going to be the Merc Treads coming out at night, so he's not gone towards the Gluttonous Greaves in terms of the Omnivamp boots. We saw that just the other game.
You are into an Annie, to be fair. I sort of see the wisdom.
For sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah. There is some great value in putting that in. Of course, even just getting the Magic Shield on cooldown is really, really nice. But Knight, the adaptation, you did talk about this before. The Deathfire Touch, for those of you that don't know, Deathfire Touch is back. That is that little blue hand thing you can see on Knight's kind of rune page. That's part of the new patch that we're on as well. And Knight is now ahead, decent amount of gold. He's got that Rod of Ages stacking. Guwon is on bot side, but Knight, I mean, does he just walk at him? They might pull the ult here.
Yeah, he needs to keep running away. He's not going to be that fast up. They don't quite have enough damage, and so Guwon speeds his way out himself with a Molten Shield and his own Duskbringer. But gets away. Should still be BLG who get on top of this Dragon. And realistically, they're now in a position to just keep rolling with this game. 3,000 gold up. Feeling pretty happy.
I'm not going to go back to Limp Bizkit references. I'm not. You say rolling, and then just like the secret like agent mode activates.
Oh, well, maybe the thing is, I feel like the younger generation just won't get it. That's the problem. We start Limp Bizkit referencing too much. You know, it's a bit too niche.
Hey, hey, Limp Bizkit have had like a real resurgence. I mean, new metal's back, baby. There's a really good band called Gromit, which are releasing some really cool tracks.
Do they have a sister band called Wallace?
No, they don't, although I did make that joke in one of their comment sections once. But they have some really good... Hang on, here comes the Realm War trying to catch out Annie. He does have Flash.
There's the flag and drag forwards. Care then backs away. Does get a decent stun, but Knight just doesn't care. Those Merc Tread values upgraded already into them. Chain Lace Crushes means he just doesn't take very much damage. It will probably cost them the Herald, though, it's worth noting.
Yeah, probably will do if they've used the Ghost and the Realm Warp. It does get them some good gold. Battle Herald has been very successful here in the LPL. Bin's quite low HP. They might even just immediately slam this top if it goes well enough. Tidal Wave's coming in. Shin's around. They actually want to fight this in the 4v4.
Guwon's going to bring down the Paranoid. They're going to jump with Zhuo, who does immediately get annihilated. The Wild Growth does come down onto Guwon nonetheless. That probably means Viper dies, but Shun gets onto Assume, so it becomes a 1-for-1 and sometimes AD carry. Shun needs to keep backing away. Guwon goes low, likely to go down, and BLG trade their AD carry for 4 right now. Make that the full team.
Care was the only one not at the fight. He died beforehand, so technically on the map, it is a 5-for-1. Viper died as Guwon jumped back into the pit to kill him. So the grand cost of that is Herald and 1 kill for 5. That is just disaster for NIP. As we were saying in this game earlier, this draft is very much about, you know, very squishy members. Anyone who's out of position is going to get punished that much harder. And if anyone gets gold leads, it feels that much worse. Everyone jumps onto Viper, but there's not enough left for the rest of the team. Knight even makes his way back up here just by taking the long road up by walking there with his own 2 feet. Shun, great engage. I'm very impressed by BLG knowing they could take that fight so handily.
Yeah, and they did it very, very well. It spreads the gold around. Now Shun is up a lot of gold. Knight's up 1,600 gold. Bin actually now gets a gold lead despite having been under the cosh for a lot of this game. It doesn't get much worse, I think, for NIP now. 5,000 gold down.
Tangent again, back to what we talked about. Behind Blue Eyes is a good cover. It's a good song. I know it's a good Who song too, but it was a good song by Limp Bizkit as well. They did a great job. Flashback, sure, that's important, but Behind Blue Eyes, I like that song.
They also did a great Mission Impossible theme cover.
Oh yeah, take a look around. Fantastic. Yeah, because they actually switched between 5-4 and 4-4 in terms of the timing.
Yeah,
because the initial themes all 5-4 throughout the way through, and 4-4 kind of is more like radio rock. So they're not, you know, they don't go like full Tool on it, but they do keep the original riff in there, which is really cool. It's a fantastic cover. That was really good.
Shun's going to jump forwards, get that knock up onto Hoya, who doesn't have the flash after jumping onto Viper in the pit, and therefore very easy to punish. Jewel comes on, go across and goes, I'm not well going to do that.
Shun's had a great game. Shun has had a great game. You know, he turned up bot lane to flip that. He's comboed up well with Knight. He's now killed Hoya on the side lane as well. Shun on the Jarvan is one of his best champions. He's doing very, very well with it here. We were worried a little bit for BLG in the last week or two that we felt that Shun, who was the best jungler in the world around first stand, has started to fall off quite heavily. We were wondering what was going to happen with him. Good game from him here. Hopefully for BLG, this is a sign of good things to come for his level going forwards.
Bell pointed out in chat as well, it was 2 knockups from the same flag down in that bot lane play, which is always very entertaining when you can make that happen. There's Viper and On up around 2,500 gold individually, or rather as a duo.
It says a lot that NIP are playing with the global jungler, who should be able to cover their side lanes for plays like that. And Shun is outdoing the global jungler because he's so far ahead that he has the pushing lanes. He's seeing where the next play is happening very successfully. Say that right now, I mean, Bin's backing off because he doesn't have that kind of safety right now. Hoya, as mentioned in chat earlier, does have the Voltaic Cycler Sword. It's kind of replaced that first item without the Bin. You know, said, oh, he's not safe. Well, he's definitely not safe now. He's misjudged this, Sam, and he's died.
He was on a ward the entire time, so it was very easy. He didn't know they could do that. That was just... I don't really know what the thought process was there. It doesn't even do that much damage to the Jace, who Cyclo Swords him and just knocks him back towards the Annie, and they knew exactly where he was.
I mean, Bin knew he was somewhat unsafe and then didn't quite follow through the instinct. He's like, oh, we're going to back off on the wave now. And then, I mean, it's a good roam from Care. Care only played the one game of the Annie this split, but it is a win. The Herald summon mid lane was earned by a lot of NIP blood earlier on. 5 deaths for that. Herald will still get the charge off. I think the eye will get hit, though.
Does, and all the while, of course, while Bin was making that play bot side, Knight was shoving up top, so it's still not going to be quite as clean as I think they would have liked. Bin's got TP, so can theoretically join in this turret if they would like. Second Dragon is alive in 20 seconds. Knight's going to realm warp out, but overcomes Care. There's a TP coming as well. Now Knight might be in danger himself. Flashes try and break the tether, won't, and that means he can get feared back towards Hoya, who's TP'd and will likely be donated another kill. Nicely done. Punished both BLG solo laners.
Yeah, so it ends up taking the teleport and the ult. Baron sadly not alive. If that had happened 30 seconds later, they might have been able to rush in towards a Baron. Took both summoners and the ult off at Knight. It's a long range engage. He thought he'd be safe. The teleport was really good onto him though. BLG might just say, you've just used a lot of combat tools though. Maybe we can fight in the 4v5. You might try and do that again. They don't find him as soon caught out in the jungle though.
That's the problem. It really is who's on their own this game. The Cataclysm doesn't land for... That's a very odd interaction. I guess just kind of got to the wall and assumed was already over it. Either way, gets the AD carry out of range. Flag and drag in from Shubba. There's a fear tether coming on forwards. That's the end of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick on from NIP, but they've only been able to get singular kills. They need to somehow transfer that into objectives or larger fights beyond that. Viper has the 2 items. He's had a confident, Corky game. Ryze has just hit himself to 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, so he gets himself up to level 15, 2 levels clear of Care. Been behind on Hoya, as you said, you know, the Voltaic Cycle Sword build from the Jace. That item in general is just very strong for anyone building lethality right now. So they saw everyone heading up towards the top side. He just didn't expect that to be the teleport after as well. Spots that then. Of course, without Phase Rush, you can't run away from this as easy. I think with Phase Rush, it would have made the difference. That fear just about points him backwards towards the other solo lanes. I think he would have died anyway, even with that. His summoners were already down. Q1, great extended engage from him.
Yeah, Care still had the flash, so probably all it would have taken is the Annie Molten Shield flash speed up to get in range for the stun regardless. BLG still with a very strong percentage chance to win, but just stumbled a little bit there over the last few seconds. Of course, they did still get that dragon, puts them to second. It will be Cloud Soul. Pretty good this game, I think, in general, when you're running with things like the say, actually, I look at the team, actually would have been better for people like the Unara, really, or the Nox there, and say, somewhat better for NIP, but not bad for BLG nonetheless.
Well, I mean, Cloudsoft for Knight is good. And just having any kind of movement speed for him, really, really nice. Corki gets huge value out of it because he can just proc it at will as well. Gonna almost hit the draw with the rocket there. NIP, that last play, it's almost worth talking a little bit more in the larger picture about them too. Because we've talked about the large picture with BLG, large picture from NIP. You know, I know a lot of big streamers don't tune in for NIP games. I think Cage will only watch the one series just the other week, for instance. I think they should be. I think that NIP are a very exciting team, and they're a team which have made their way up to the upper echelons of LPL for the first time since 2024, really, when Rookie went from top esports and then back onto NIP, who had just changed over from being V5. NIP were the team that discovered lane swaps, well, rediscovered them with Draw a couple of years ago. So NIP have always been a creative team. Draw came back onto NIP after a year. Hang on, Care might look for a flash over the wall here. Might need to shut up on the big picture for a second. Okay, it's fine. So we'll have a bit more time to talk about this. But yeah, NIP, they picked up Guon, who was not doing very well on DFM and the LCP the last year. He'd really struggled after being an LCK Challengers player on T1 Academy. Guon on DFM in the LCP, his first time on a tier 1 team, was poor. He individually was not playing well, but them as a team, it really felt like it was Aria against the world. The team was definitely struggling. Came onto NIP, he's been a breath of fresh air. Draw has unlocked his creativity again. Care came off of FPX, a player who I've always had a lot of respect for. Very, very good Ari player. Very streaky player. Sometimes excellent, sometimes awful on pretty much any champion you can name. But he plays a lot of different stuff. It's just about the streak that he's on. He's been able to contest with top tier mid laners before. So he gave them that kind of volatility as well. Hoya is a top laner, bad in lane, but very creative too. Altogether, this band of pieces coming from very different parts around the world and around the LPL. And of course, Assume, even a player who I thought was fine, but nothing special. They found chemistry together. They found creativity together. They play an aggressive, high creativity style, which has given them the volatility to potentially beat any team in the LPL. In fact, they beat BLG in the first round robin and JDG. We've seen that potential from them. But then the great thing about this team, in terms of a neutral viewer, is even if they don't win, they will still try and crash and burn. They're such a fun team to watch win or lose.
They really, really are. Still, 2 missile next Dragon. Baron's up. I think the next fight, if it's significant enough, probably leads to a Nash start as well. I suspect will be relatively significant here. Can Knight get off the teleport? No, he can't. That means he's not realm warping anywhere. Knight, that isn't great. He's dead. And remember, Baron's up this time. They can turn onto the Nash.
Okay, so BLG aren't balancing the map very well this time. I mean, Knight is never going to get out without realm warp there. The Fear Tether too good. BLG must defend 4v5 on the Baron. Bin is not teleporting in yet. He's going Mega, putting the wave into tower. He'll teleport likely into the Pixel Bush just north of them. There he goes.
There he goes. Got half the bar to work with. Viper manages to Valkyrie away, but On is just about allowed alive. But then in comes the paranoia. Wild Growth keeps him safe. Shun needs to back away. Bin's still not here because he teleported to the other side of the play, and that means they get another. NIP are turning this into a genuinely competitive game because they can turn right back to the Baron.
Yeah, even with such a large gold lead, NIP are threading the needle. Knight caught out on the side lane again, despite his level of form this split. Shun still has ult, still has the flag drag. This is actually still quite dangerous. Meganar getting charged again by Bin.
Yeah, it's already come off cooldown. Can start to stack it off of the Annie Tibbers, which gets a bit wild. 6,000 HP.
Guon might get one shot here.
He might need to be very careful. The Mega's coming, but the Polymorph denies it. And they can turn and burn. Now it's a 1v5. He's going for the steal. The Cataclysm blows up the jungler. But it doesn't matter because he still dies in the pit. Valiant effort, but Baron on 4.
Is that 4 for 1 plus the Baron? NIP take a 5,000 gold lead, bring it back down to 2,000. And what we're saying, NIP, aggressive, creative team. They spot the errors in the map from BLG where Knight gets picked off, then Bin gets picked off, then Knight again. We were saying that, look, Shun's been everywhere, despite not having the global champion. That falls apart a little bit here, where I don't think that BLG have been very respectful of the wider map. Knight caught out, and we're saying incredible level of form from him across this split. A couple of bad deaths from him now lead to an extended play where NIP take the numbers advantage. Care flashes forward and almost forces the Nami out of the play for free. In fact, sorry, yeah, it's 5 kills, not 4 for 1. It ends up being, of course, the Nami dying midway through the play as well. I thought there was a chance for BLG to actually see this through, with Shun still having his ultimate. I thought they could actually burst him out, but Bin makes the mistake and gets polymorphed, and the play kind of falls apart.
Yeah, it does. And now we come back to life, and that 5,000 gold lead from BLG is now under 1,000. Massive, massive fumble. And again, that old moniker we thought would be put to rest. Bad late game is back. Oh, Bin gets CC'd and absolutely annihilated. What are we doing? Needs to back away, stay safe, but the paranoia is still active, and he'll go jump on the Bin, who flashes away. The Fear Tether's broken, but he's still dead. Now Guon can run away. Man down. Knight trying to trade out best he can. Does do a decent job of getting some damage down, but that is now Bin at 1 and 3, having a bit of a mare.
It's a great pick again. Care gets out of Out of vision, gets into the fog of war. Guwon doesn't even have to blow his flash on the defensive. BLG is still going to contest this. I suppose they might want to. No, Dragon goes down. They don't use something like a Realm Warp to get back into position. BLG is starting to flounder a bit now, Sam. Yeah, as we said, the BLG, the moniker, a bad late game. Flickers in the distance. Mistakes around the wider map, which used to be their greatest friend. Guwon doesn't have his ultimate. Knight not spotting him just yet.
Knight might just face check him though, which would be a bit of a disaster. Decides to go over to that side bush there, and wisely so, I think. But Knight and Bin, that's been several very poor pickoffs from each of them aside. And maybe this is the problem of playing around Vipers. It feels like Knight and Bin are incapable of playing with the kind of respect. And look, I know we normally say about Bin, it's been a problem for him, but honestly, Knight also now had two genuinely horrendous pickoffs in the side lane.
Well, okay, no, the first one was fine. Remember, that was a good teleport behind him, and he still got the ultimate off. I actually think the first one, that was good warding from NIP, and I thought that was, it was bad, but I thought you could understand how that happened. The second one was the problem, though, really, for me, and particularly around the Baron spawn as well. That's where the timing went wrong. But the problem is, you know, technically how at fault or how good or bad they were, NIP's used them to get back into the game. That's the big thing now. NIP have chosen the right timing, and BLG, against the global of Guwon, who's had an incredible game here on the Nocturne, they've not been respectful of where it can be on the map. BLG, they've not really been able to take the 5v5 fights because they've been dying before they managed to formulate.
Hoya's now at 3.5 items as well. He's the sole major gold lead here for NIP, but this Jace definitely stings at this point. With the Voltaic and the Serpent's Fang, will be slapping people in the face pretty hard. He's probably going to go towards something like a Cyrilda's fourth, if I had to guess here. I feel a little obligated to get towards something like a Edge of Night. Shen. Goodbye, gets hit by the Care Bear, and now he's likely going on down. The GA is brought, will need to try and run away, but it's immediately annihilated as soon gets that one, having zoned off the rest of BLG. And the picks just keep coming.
Well, they don't have the gold lead anymore. They can't just brute force it in the same way they did before. GA gone from Shun. Guwon still has his if he wants to go hyper aggressive on the next engage too. NIP, real credit to them. They 2-0'd them the first time around. The poke starting to come in from Hoya, who's incredibly far ahead of Bin now with this poke Jace build. The Voltaic Cyclosword, effectively kind of like a new opportunity. Again, when you hit them with the first ability, you get an extra 12 lethality on top of the 10 the item gives you already. Actually, it depends. With Jace, if you can form change away from it going in towards melee, it will actually end up giving you a little bit more lethality as the shot blast lands. So it's even potentially even better on Jace than it is on other champions because he has that melee range divide.
Yeah, it can be quite good. Saw it with the Nidalee earlier on today in the top play from Keshi. If you change forms while you're doing things like grass procs, you get the major grass proc rather than the slightly more diminished one if you're a ranged champ. Power of being able to be both, depending on whether you press the R button or not. Bin's about to get jumped on again. Oh boy, side laning from BLG hasn't been superb. He'll get away fast enough to do scary at Mega enough to run out.
This time he has Mega and Sterax, and he's level 16, so I think he's fine for now in this one. He wasn't too far away. Knight has the Realm Warp, the Ghost, and the Flash. He might be looking for a Realm Warp onto someone out of position, but BLG, again, just bigger picture again. BLG, earlier this year, were the best side laning team within the LPL. But then when it came around objectives, they get picked off in the worst moments and things would go wrong. Knight last year was worse at side laning than he was this year, where he'd get huge leads and then give a shutdown in side lanes because BLG didn't have the information to really tell where people were moving. It feels like a bit similar to that here. Now, NIP do have the gold lead. Have to talk about overall compositions, right? Where it feels like, you know, the range advantage of the Jace, especially with this build, is a big problem. We said it's a very squishy game. Jace is very, very good at punishing people from range if they can't close them down. And now that Shun is not on an obscene point of power, and we don't have Bin and Knight being able to kind of wrap around the back off of winning side lanes to flank and also reach the Jace. Now BLG are running out of options to shut down the Jace consistently. Guwon does have Flash and GA. I'm wondering whether BLG might look for an aggressive play there either, but they're not quite sure where the rest of the teammates are from NIP.
Anyway, on that one for now, red buff being contested. Baron's 20 seconds away, and BLG are being more grouped up now. They're not playing the side lane split push anywhere near as heavily as they were. The 1-3-1 was getting them in trouble, and so they're just trying to be a bit more patient. Cyrilda's grudge is done for Hoya, so he is
nasty.
Very, very scary.
Yeah. Worth noting as well on itemization. Not sure we talked about Viper's build yet. He's going for the Bruiser build. We occasionally see this going for Black Cleaver into Shojin, understanding that he can get burst out. He needs more HP to deal with that. Completes the Shojin. 4 items. So these 3 items will give him an extra 1,000 HP above what he normally has. You get 400 from Shojin, 300 from both Triforce and Black Cleaver thereabouts. So it's about 1,000 HP between all of them. Might be 350 on one of them. Anyway, it's about 1,000 extra HP. And you can see that over 3,000 HP on him now. And you also have Mikhail's and Nami healing him up. Viper, if he actually gets to auto-attack, stack up his Concrete, he's actually really scary because it's much harder to remove him now from the fight.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, Assumes just hit Infinity Edge, so his damage is very, very high. Knight and Bin looking for potential jump in here.
I was wondering whether they might Realm Warp for the Mega Gnar, but they chose not to. And now the Mega's timed out, Dragon spawn. It's not going to be the Soul. BLG were looking for an opening, can't find it there.
No, they can't. I'll back away. Looks like cool. Well, we'll give this one up. We're going to Realm Warp over to Baron.
They use the Realm Warp, so they're going to be on vision because Bin ended up being seen on that. They're going to walk over to the other side. It does mean that the Dragon is not started by NIP. Quick response, and they could have moved quicker as well with the Paranoia too. So a bit of a failed play from BLG. I appreciate the logic, but it doesn't really work out to their result. They don't overforce though. They don't lose anyone. Knight's going to stay on this top side. Dragon will go down. BLG will get top side vision control, trying to clear out some of these wards, and NIP will walk away one Dragon the richer.
Yeah, that mid lane tier 2 very, very low. Similarly with this top lane tier 2, potentially killable in short order. As it stands, resets are happening. Nah, down towards that bot lane, should pick that one up, and a game is still playable here from BLG. Again, it feels like they're in a massive hole. They're not. They're only 1,000 gold down. It just feels like because they've lost what amounts to 6,000 gold differential switch to NIP's favor is pretty rough. Because it is.
So Knight has, well, he doesn't have Realm Warp again right now. You can see that BLG, they're playing a lot more safe. They're using a buddy system now where, Knight, perhaps they would have thought he was, hang on, they might even go for him now. Oh no, Shun's just recalled. They can actually run at him again now. So they were initially using that logic. Knight doesn't stick around to fully push the wave, realized the danger he was in. So BLG have now learned their lesson, but it's a little bit late, Sam. A little bit late. Feels like they sleepwalked into this position. Oh, maybe a jump over the wall is going spotted here. They don't land onto Care. Shun's ult is back up. His GA is back up.
That's a lot of damage back. He'll get a lot of flashes. There's a Wild Growth. The GA procced there initially on the Jarvan. Wild Growth onto Care keeps him up and rolling. And Guwon holds on to his. Everyone else stays alive. Got a little low there, but no one dies. Viper goes looking for a big one.
It does. So BLG lose a lot of HP out there. Care gets his recall off successfully, can teleport back out onto the map. So Shun loses his GA and his flash. I think that Shun had a great early game. I think that BLG as a unit didn't utilize his power well enough beyond those first couple of side lane plays. I think they should have stuck to that style of play, try and make the play on the side lane before Guwon could. I think they sleepwalked for a little bit too long. NIP used that opening to get back out onto the map. I mean, NIP, it feels like they are in a big advantage. That 1,000 gold lead, as you said, doesn't have to mean much, but I feel like it means so much more now.
It's where that gold is, especially. Like, yes, the Rise is scary, but I'm looking at this Jace who doesn't really have anyone on the enemy team who can tank up his shot blast at this point. Everyone who gets hit is having a bad time.
It's more a case of whether you can gap close onto him. If you can get a flank, get the Realm Warp into the back line, get a Bin coming off of the off angle, yeah, then you can deal with the Jace. But as it stands right now, 4 items, that is about a third of the HP of the Nami with one shock blast. Voltaic Cycle Sword helping with that one. Hoya, we said that not typically been a lane dominant player, not typically been the carry player. Maybe he'll have a good Rumble game every so often. But against BLG specifically, he really shows up and starts doing bits.
20% of Bin's health bar now gone as well. Very easy to help scout out with that. Remember, Shun has got no GA. He's not going to be spotted on the side. Care now looking for a flank angle as well. He could potentially be dangerous. Viper gets tagged on top of everything else, fighting for the scuttle grab, and now they see Care. Going to try and jump onto Shun, who will use that cataclysm to try and escape. Will likely die here. Very well done, Binzili and Mega, but Care with a wonderful flank catches out Shun.
Yeah, it's the vision control which leads to that. No smite now, BLG. They don't have a way to get into the pit besides the Realm Warp. BLG, it feels like they're looking for the plays, but they don't have the vision control. And to be honest, I think that they're just not pulling the trigger. I wonder whether they should just be pulling the Realm Warp a little bit more aggressively. Viper's been sat there at 4 items for a little while. I think that he could be fighting quite effectively too. And Bin in particular has just not had impact after dying in his own side lane death. Both him and Knight have struggled to get that control over the side lane ever since Guwon started punishing them.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. You're also seeing that level advantage there. Hoya has sometimes been a bit of a bogey player for Ben, weirdly. Who does seem to just get the edge on Ben, over-shoving into him sometimes. And again, it was started the game with Hoya being ahead of Ben, and then there was some recovery, and we're looking, okay, BLG well ahead of this game, theirs to lose. And in the end, they did start losing it, is the honest answer. They started losing it.
Okay, so, minute till Dragon. That would be Soul for NIP, the Cloud Soul. BLG have been really struggling to gap close, and I think Care now being actually very much into this game. I know he's behind Knight. Knight's been doing very good at getting gold, but it hasn't really led to him doing the damage himself. BLG need to find a way to gap close. It's just been so hard for them just bleeding out here. I feel like they've been kind of struck into passivity. They should have looked, while they were in their point of power, to really pull the trigger a lot more aggressively. NIP instead took that moment of passiveness, ran BLG into the ground with it, and got themselves into a very, very strong position.
Viper gets chunked there again a little bit, and the range is becoming a little bit of an issue here, basically, because they can't step up, and this Jace is a one-man artillery piece. There goes that tier 2. The Tidal Wave used to disengage somewhat, but that's the Tidal Wave down.
It is. It's another big cooldown. It's one of those things which can be long-range CC. Up.
Just On got hit by a shot blast again for an obscene amount of damage, and I winced.
Yeah, fair play. We used to have, hang on, we might look for, blue trinket, very good blue trinket. There was a chance of a teleport coming in. Well, no, not really. There was a chance of Shun going for the flank. Doesn't have that GA, of course. Been going low there. Hoya, yeah, getting some good damage down alongside Assume.
Gets shielded up, can step up towards that wave again. The Nymaera, no real sustain in her kit individually, so can sometimes be a target. Safe enough at this point, and the poke gets a bit obnoxious, especially as now Soul's available for NIP. They can head over towards this dragon. Cares on a flank again.
BLG do not have vision for this. So they're giving it up. They say, right, you can have your Cloud Soul. We're not going to lose this, but we're not going to lose the game over this. But BLG, it does just feel like they've not been able to make a proactive play ever since the side lanes fell apart. I think that BLG, they did a poor job of protecting their side lanes, and side lanes weren't aware of the threat that they were under, and they made their own mistakes too. Bin and Knight, part and parcel of that. I do wonder whether they should have been using a Realm Warp to get someone into position, try and look for that two-man play on the side lane again, but then NIP, they've been grouping up themselves. Much harder to do that than it was earlier in the game. I mean, Shun and Knight did do that earlier. 4 items now on Knight, does have the Zhonya's fully built up. 5 items on the Corki, who has the Serpent's Fang. This Corki build is really nuts if it gets late game, and it is there. It needs to get a point where you can actually free fire. Now it's hard to do against an Annie that's going to one-shot you.
Yeah, does look a little unlikely this time around. Still, Soul for NIP, 3,000 gold. Baron's in a couple minutes. BLG are around, but there's potential flash. Oh my god! Right, but do they have the damage? Care goes golden. GA broken. Trying to get as much damage down as they can. They blow up the Annie, but she's already put down most of her cooldowns. Been at the front line. Doesn't have the Mega, though. They kill off the Jace. That shoot, Assume. Try to flash and run away. Dies. As Bin comes on. He's got a Megadar, and BLG finally pounce. Realm Warp to Jace. Guwon tries to speed away, but to where? To clean up the wave. That's what they had to do. They'll lose another, and they're going to interrupt the back as well onto Duo, who's now going to die as well. It's on running at the Lulu, and they'll have someone surely come and pick him up or delay the resets, because BLG, with this many death time, can maybe end the game through mid.
Get this jungler into the NBA, because he just dunked BLG's way to victory. A 3-man Cataclysm will win the game out of a very difficult spot for BLG. If you're a fan of this team, you best be thanking your jungler.
Ninjas in Pajamas thought they put the game to bed. They've been rudely kicked out of it in the early game, and now BLG with a wonderful bush bait from Shun, somehow, some way, claim victory despite their mid-game woes. Bad late game, who the hell are they?
BLG, I mean, Shun MVP straight up. Incredible early game, incredible play to bring them back into the game late game. It felt like they didn't have themselves the ability to make the aggressive play. Turns out, Sam, they did. Turns out they did. Apologies for the sudden raise in volume. We actually have a limiter on the mic to make sure it doesn't go too loud, and even with that, pushing it a little bit. Damn.
We got surprised by that as well. We'll try and move that around a bit. But yeah, first time chat is like, you did our ears.
I appreciate you, Cassino. Hope you're enjoying yourself there. BLG, I mean, there will be a lot of questions about how they played that game, Sam. There will be, because they fell behind through side lanes. They had to get that play back into it. Showed incredible early game, incredible play in that late game. That saves the game for them.
Oh, man. NIP are going to be perplexed because they've done everything right for 50, 20 minutes solid. And one play ruins everything.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was just the as Jervin went in. To be honest, I mean, if we're surprised, you're surprised
I actually might say it's a 3-man ult. Alex, I went,
whoa! Which is, I think,
also very valid
response. Yeah. Damn. Well, NIP 2-0'd BLG the first time around will not be the case here. BLG get their first win of the split versus NIP, Sam.
Wow, wow, well. Amber, have a great rest of your day. Thank you for looking after us as ever. Pat the mods. Thank you for looking after us again. Alex, how you doing?
I need a coffee is what I need. And then we'll get into game 2.
Alas, to get a message, the MTG's not playing. People had kind of done it after last night.
Oh, right, okay. Well, like I said, I didn't even know it was happening anyway, so...
I was like, let me just double check. I was like, yeah, probably not.
Like I said, no one actually directly asked me. It was on the way out, you know. So, this actually doesn't change my plans at all. All good. But yeah, I need myself a coffee, so I'm going to go do that. I'll leave you with Sam. We'll put ourselves into an ad break after the highlights.
May I have an Americano?
Yes, you can.
How was food, by the way?
Yeah, it's very good, thank you.
I tried this new technique of doing bacon.
What was it?
I need to use a better pan for it, because I think I used my old pan, it's a bit too sticky. But the idea is you don't use oil, you just use water.
Oh, right.
And then the water helps render the fat out, and the bacon cooks in its own fat. It ends up really crispy.
Yeah, you need a steel bottom pan, I think, don't you?
Or at least a non-stick.
Oh, no, I thought you didn't.
Well, the problem is my one was very sticky, and therefore it wasn't great. Hoya did a lot of damage. He tried really hard. I turned the camera off, so people don't have that one there. Well, that is going to be a massive tilter. Let's look at a load of these replays here. Do I need to change the audio over? No, I don't, Alex. We've done that. Wonderful. I probably do need to run some ads, however, guys. If you don't want ads, time to go and subscribe. Please help support us if you haven't already. There is ways to donate to us that don't involve subscribing on Twitch with the Ko-fi link. It means the world to us, to those of you who do help out. Thank you all that do. Very, very basic thing you can do is just hit that follow button or comment or like on the YouTube, and subscribe on the YouTube makes a massive difference as well. Thank you to those that do. Sean surely gets MVP here. There's no other way. There's no other way. Well, Sean gets that MVP. No real surprise. Very big early snowball. And also saved the game when it was all falling apart. What the heck was that? Hello? Random ad pop up on my phone was quite crazy. Huh. I just had a random thing on my phone I didn't even know made noise. I don't know. It was very scary.
You don't know what made the noise?
No, I don't.
Do you want to put the camera on?
Yeah, I've just seen them come up, yeah. I got scared by the phone that stopped me doing that. It was very alarming. I don't know what that was. Hello, Solly. It was pretty wild, Caravan. Yeah, worth watching the last 2 minutes of the game. Yeah, to be honest, there's probably some truth to that. Honestly, Coach, I kind of agree. Like, okay, don't get me wrong. Getting ahead of BLG in the early game is a very challenging task. It's all well and good saying that. Making that happen is another beast entirely. But we shall see. What will my first all-pro team be so far? Knight mid, TN jungle, Jackie, AD carry, on support. Probably Bin top, but I need to think about that. Bin's had a couple dodgy series now. Like, again, they won this game, but Bin wasn't good. I think is there any of the top lane I put over them though? Flondra's been on better form, but had a really tough beginning of the split, and I can't forget that. Zwian's been fun, but really needs the counter pick. Breathe's been decent. Don't think he's been tier. I don't think he's first team decent though. Probably is still been, but I think we've had some top int moments of late. Maybe Flondra if he keeps things up. But it is also regular season BLG, which is a whole beast. Yeah, so the thing is, Bin weak side has this habit of still being very... The way Bin decides to weak side generally is that he will know that he's weak side and go, cool, I still want to get as much resources as I can from here, and I will draw a load of attention and then just ride that, ride that kind of edge as best I can. He's not someone who's going to basically play it safe, really. He wants to be in range for XP, he wants to be in range for gold, and he'll just take a couple deaths as a worthy cost to keep lane control and keep and not fall too far behind in terms of the individual gold relative to the timer in the game. He might give gold up to his opposite number as a result, but relative to the timer in the game, he won't do that. That is risky, especially in the mid games. If he starts chain inting, it gives significantly bigger openings over. Theoretically, what it then allows you to do is give Shun and Knight more room to do stuff elsewhere with On.
Sam, I missed a golden opportunity to call him like Metal Gear with the plate. Like,
it would have been good.
Why did you point to yourself?
I think I was trying to point at you.
Pointed to yourself was like, I thought I'd missed. We run out.
Yes.
Cool. Right, well, not gonna lie, not the easiest game for BLG still. They still, do you need a break for anything? Or are you good?
I think I'm largely good. I might grab myself a glass of water because it's getting hot, and that's
well, I guess I'll walk back over this way. I'm supposed to walk back over and not to close the door. Okay, alright. Okay. What the heck? Oh, right, the Wild Rift skin. Is that the Porsche skin for Kai'Sa? Yeah, they have like a Porsche GT blah blah blah. I can't remember the naming conventions for Porsches. Oh, God. What would I know Sam answered this. What would your first team All-Pro be so far? Tien in jungle, Knight in mid. Jack Elevator carry. On or Mako support, that one's pretty close. Maybe Xiaoshu top lane? Yeah, maybe Xiaoshu. Bin's had a couple of weeks here. It's like a toss-up between like Bin, Xiaoshu, Suian, I guess. I think those are the three which I bring up. Yeah, Bin, Xiaoshu, Suian. And Suian being there is actually insane, by the way. In no way was it okay for NIP to have a way to come back. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, it's very difficult playing against that many globals. It is. I need to change the mic settings again, because that was too loud. Maybe I just need to not have as much gain on this. I don't know, maybe I just take it down. But if I do that, then it is a lot lower on the mic. Maybe this is better, though. I mean, the limiter is fine. The limiter is fine. In fact, does the limiter need to go up a little bit more? Oh, thank you so much from that donation error. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Let's, take it down a little bit more, maybe? No, oh, but then that goes really low on that, though, is the thing. Ah, sure, whatever. Put down one more decibel. Appreciate you so much there. Appreciate you. Thank you. That up. Thank you so much for that error. You're very, very kind. Okay, well, this might be our last game of the day then. You know, I thought the first series was very entertaining between TT and LNG. Just, you know, I hope that those of you who are you know, dipping in towards LPL when you just see it online, you know, it's like your second region or something like that. I hope you understand. I hope you can see that there is actually a lot of entertainment, much like the Fries group in LCK, right? There's a lot of entertainment in Nirvana. There is. You know, I think that Nirvana has a lot of very cool games because it's desperation, right? It's teams which are flawed trying to overcome them to try and survive through to split 3. There's something very I've always enjoyed watching relegation, promotion battles, stuff like that, when there's so much like that extra kind of desperation on the line, because you can tell how much it means to the players. And it's yeah, that's very engaging to me. It's very engaging. I like watching teams like know that they have to play for their survival. You know, that's where you really see the character of a team. You know, how is it ever going to work out in that situation, or can they pull it together at the last moment? Did 26-9 drop today? Yes, it did. So we've seen one of the new boots, the Gluttonous Greaves. We've seen a lot of Deathfire Touch. Rise has been running that, as has Rumble. We've seen a lot of Voltaic Cyclosword. We've seen a Corki build it. We've seen a Jace build it. So that item is here to stay. We've seen one or two Storm Raiders, I think. Maybe one. Deathfire Torch Yorick. Deathfire Touch Yorick, right. I mean, Yorick is really good with that because his ghouls apply, is the thing. And I think his ghouls actually apply a single target too, I think. Okay, right, let's change our audio around. Let's get ready for game 2 of the series. I mean, BLG, they gotta be pretty thankful for whatever the heck happened in the last bit there. 2 more games. Look, I would love to see a 3-game series. I'd love to, as long as it's like a good 2-game series, you know? New Static Shiv, yeah, so does New Static Shiv stack? It does work with Voltaic Cyclosword, in terms of like your Cyclosword will apply your Static Shiv and then it will work like that. Static Shiv doesn't apply the on-hit effect a second time on your first target, so it doesn't give you like Varus having 2, you know, if you had Dusk and Dawn and Shiv, it doesn't apply 3 stacks on the first target, it doesn't do that. But I think that Static Shiv should be built. I'm surprised, look, I think that we will see some broken Static Shiv builds. I think that, so for instance, Shinzao's building it a lot because it applies his passive to everyone in the Lightning Chain, which is insanely strong. Ghouls apply Deathfire Touch and it could proc Cyclosword. Oh, that's so broken. Yeah, okay, that's kind of nasty. Yeah, okay, I can definitely see Deathfire Touch Yorick. I could definitely see that happening. I mean, it does mean you don't get the Grasp crazy healing and damage on your auto attacks, but it does mean your poke goes kind of insane. And playing an NA Masters 80% win rate, that's pretty good. That's actually a pretty good plot, data point. But yeah, I think, look, I don't know if we're going to get the crazy builds today because we were literally playing on the old patch yesterday. So not all of these teams will have been able to just switch between the patch. I think it was it Daney that was saying that it might have been Tabe saying that it's crucial that they adapt to the new patch quickly because there's just so many changes. So the coaches know it too. Obviously it's obvious, right? But yeah. Okay, into game number 2 for our games here today over in the LPL. All right. So the Orianna banned away again, no surprises there. Ambessa, so no Ambessa Vi. We still have Pantheon on the table. Stuff like Neferi. First pick will be NIPs. They're on red side, but they have the first pick. Again, that really just does my head in, it does. Wasn't Yorick being banned already? Yeah, it was, particularly when you pick Gnar or Jace, you'd ban it. Yeah. Yeah, so Yorick was already, particularly within LPL, it was banned. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but LPL, we played a lot of it. Lucian banned away from Assume and Draw, no surprises there. What other priority bot lanes we've got? We do have some Bard lanes. Vi first pick. Guon loves this. He loves his creative engages. We saw that on the Nocturne. I thought last game Guon was excellent. Like, that's the bonus we have from Guon. And you will notice occasionally the post-match threads on Reddit. You'll see people really dunking on Guon. You have to expect that, you have to kind of accept that he has those low points to have his high points. His creative engages are so crucial to him as a player. Bin does get the rumble, it takes it away from Hoya. Hoya's now probably thinking about like K'Sante / Sion. It's something tanky into that. It typically tends to be the logic there anyway. Next pick, Shun. I mean, he could go something like Neferi into the Vi. He's a good player of it. Pantheon would be better for the actual team in terms of having the CC and being able to like be a better frontline.
Yeah, I mean, I won't hate a Shin's out if he fancies that as an option as well. Some fun hovers here from Shun, but I imagine
Smolder is legitimately incredibly strong, by the way.
Touch is really silly.
Well, Deathfire Touch, Voltaic Cyclosword, and the Gluttonous Greeds.
Yeah.
Like, Smolder has benefited hugely from the new patch. We will be seeing Smolder at some point, and if we're not, people are making a mistake. Bard for On, incredible pick for him. Not exactly sure what they'll pair it with. I mean, Yunara's gone, the Ezreal's banned, Varus out too, so it might have to be something like Sivir Bard, maybe
okay.
Caitlyn.
Yeah, you could Kate Bard here and be quite happy, but it's partly why I think they're going to Onivia into this, because Onivia has been one of the better answers into Enchanted because the walls get very obnoxious. Add in the Ahri to pair with the Vi. Care, Guwon know what they're doing with this pairing. Care is a phenomenal Ahri. Alex.
Hoya plays the Onivia as the top lane counter. Care is, so this will be an Onivia top lane, just in case we didn't call that already. The Ahri Vi, obviously a combo we've seen since 2022. And Care is one of the best Ahris in the world. He is playing against the best Ahri in the world in Knight. And Knight does have a lot of picks he can play into this. Jhin Bard, very, very strong in terms of being able to combo up with the Bard. But instead they go towards the Caitlyn for more lane pressure. Okay,
I wonder whether with the Jhin, with Deathfire Touch being back in the game, whether people have been trying that out on him. He was always an abuser of that summoner, but that was back when it was a red rune rather than a blue one. That does sometimes change the effectiveness.
No, we're seeing a lot of the one tricks build it.
Okay.
So if it was locked in, that would have been a good point to talk about. Sam, you're correct.
Of course, we'll see what that Onivia goes top is. As you called out, I'd forgotten that Hoya was an Onivia top enjoy. It is quite good into the Rumble. Nautilus banned away as a potential answer into that Kate Bard, because again we have started to see more Nautilus again, with people just saying one of the ways you deal with these ranged bot lanes is just full send at level 1-2 with the hooks. Deal with the fact that Nautilus actually is better at tanking up some of that initial CC with a shield and just constantly threatening with those hooks, which can make positioning more tricky than it might otherwise be in other lanes for you do lose shove. Aurora ban away from Knight, it's good. Don't give him that option. Karma gets it all the way through to this second phase of bans, and so will be removed here as another high priority.
Yeah, NIP really focusing on top side rather than bot side, which is, I mean, look, Assume and Draw got destroyed last game. Like, the 2v2 was not good from them, which is not something we've had to say very often. Typically, they've been such a dominant 2v2. As you were saying, they were probably the most aggressive, successful bot lanes. Either them or Jackulov and Fungyue was between those two. Definitely a top 2 bot lane with that in mind. So, Lissandra banned away from Knight. I don't know if he wants to go something like a Sylas right now. They're probably going to have to... Well, they'll lock in jungle and they'll last pick for Knight anyway. Yeah. Do they go for the Pantheon? Do they go for the Neferi? It's quite hard to play melees into the Onivia, so the Pantheon's not great into Onivia in terms of team fights. Good at punishing her on the map, though. So BLG will tell a lot about how they want to play based on how short range and how global they want to go with their jungler.
Sejuani twice in a day. That's quite interesting. It's only a hover for now, but it does look like it's going to get locked in.
Okay, well, last pick is now Yone Sylas. It's Yone, Sylas, Akali. One of those three. It'll be a melee mid lane with a ton of ability to dive forwards. You have Bard, you have Sejuani, you have your CC. This is a great position for Knight to be in, because you can see the entire enemy composition, and his team comp doesn't need anything more. You are not locked into saying, I must have Sylas CC, I must have
range to play around. He can go whatever he wants after he sees this bot lane. It's going to be Jhin. This is a strong laning champion, often been very good into the Caitlyn. And we'll see whether this is the Deathfire touch on that Jhin, because we had that conversation earlier. Some of the one tricks are building back to it. Jhin Seraphine, very good at playing that front to back. NIP, I think clearly they want to play around quite high range and the ability to disengage if possible.
Then theoretically that Onivia is a flex, but with the hovers coming on through right now, realistically will not be. It's going top. The Seraphine locked in alongside that Jhin. You've already got the Ahri in the fight to extend the encore through. They see the comp and go, Yone looks pretty good here.
They go towards the Yone. It could have been the Sylas stealing the encore. The Yone more ability to go in and come out though. Yone Ahri matchup in mid lane. Pretty Ahri-sided until first back, and then the Yone starts to put on a lot of pressure beyond that point. So Knight will have to be careful at the levels 1 to 3. If there's a flash gang from Vi, he maybe snowballs into the negative out of control. Care, he's got to know his matchup. He's against Knight Yone. Knight is a hell of a player to play against. He'll always punish you if you give him the opening to. If we get out of the early game, having Rumble, Sejuani, Yone, OMG 23 combo, that's an Umbreon. That's fantastic. I love that, by the way. That's great. Umbreon. Although all of the EVs have like on. Leafy on. You can just say that for all of them because it's the same thing. Anyway, going to take a quick ad break so we don't have them. Yeah, EV is not quite the same. Anyway, right, we'll get in towards our draft, our game here now. Game 2, NIP, a shock loss in the late game after clawing their way back into an advantageous position. BLG, I mean, it's another squishy, high burst, high engaged set of compositions. Is Sejuani the only person that can really survive the initial engage in this comp, Sam?
It's real spicy on both sides there. Another series though, and another Sejuani Yone. Feels like maybe this is the return of an old favorite of the LPL. We're a massive region of Yone enjoyers, and melee champions out of the mid lane really did see the death of things like the Sejuani, really. She did need something from those early champions to have a bit of potency. Felt like a lot of our tank junglers just didn't have enough in them to fight in those early stages. Took a little too long to get online. Here they come back. Gyos begin. Shun's going to look for level 1 wards. Valiant effort, NIP, but I fear there may be a few more BLG fans in the audience today.
So, yeah, worth noting here as well, because Bin isn't against a melee matchup and is less likely to apply the burn. He's actually gone for the Comet for the more valuable poke here. So he's not going to switch over to the Deathfire like we saw earlier. Knight starts with the W level 1. We sometimes see that at harder level 1 matchups, as we said. The Ahri really bullies the Yone at the very early levels. Goes towards, the W spam, or to use that electrocute on the early levels. You want to make sure you're taking hard trades because they take Thorin's shield and second wind, so they regen a lot. Now, what Ahri is meant to be doing has the ignite and inventory too. I think that's very intelligent here, where you really want to abuse the Yone before first back. Knight needs to make sure he's just getting XP, getting as much as gold as he can for that first back of the game. He might be forced into going for like an early back and something like a refillable potion if it goes badly enough. That's just part of this matchup. Again, Yone is not a laning phase specialist. If Yone has a good laning phase, there is a problem. So Cat just making sure he can keep rocking as much as he can. Goes for that charm, gets an electrocute, does go into the W shield, but Knight below half HP. Good as it gets there from Cap, trying to get as good damage down early.
Worth noting, Jin's gone for the fleet footwork, by the way. If that's not been touched on, I'm assuming he's into Caitlyn Bard. You just need a bit of extra sustain because that lane is very miserable, and DFT might be just that touch over aggressive. The Onivia has gone for that Deathfire touch, though. Again, very easy for her to proc it in multiple different ways. She can get the single target with the Frostbite. She's got the AoE with that Glacial Storm. Viper gets chunked pretty heavily there, just out of range of that fourth shot, though, so
close.
Avoid that one.
Very close. Almost got him down into that. If that fourth shot come through, Viper would be probably having to take an early back there, actually. Landing another W landing, has to cleanse. Yeah, the Jhin Seraphine. Not the choice pairing for either of these champions, but both of them are so... I mean, we had this conversation before, right, where I think you were talking about, like, Ezreal Bard being able to beat them, something like that.
Yeah.
And my point is that even though it's not the duo you think of when you think of both these champions, they're so both individually so damn good in lane, they kind of don't care. It's just the power of the individuals over the power of a duo synergy.
At the very least, the early shove has come on forwards, and that will likely lead to a slight back away here. Just checking to make sure there's no Vi around right now. Worth noting, if you didn't notice earlier, I'm not sure that Alex mentioned it, I was busy just looking up a couple of ability names. Care's gone for the Ignite in this lane to really get as much pressure down as possible. Had a feeling they might have done the trap with the turret, though.
That's bad. Well, lucky to get away with that. And yes, I did mention that Ignite on the Ahri, partly because you're just trying to really index into before first back. You know, Knight goes low here. Care really wanted to make sure he got a good CS lead. He is going to get a good CS lead here. Knight will teleport back into lane. Probably does get himself a recurve bow with this amount. Golden Mate, hang on a second, On's caught out here. He doesn't have a cleanse himself. Assume cleanse isn't on. He's going to have to magical journey out, and he'll just about go down. Kill. First blood to NIP's bot lane.
Does indeed get that last shot across the wall there, trying to interrupt some backs, and On just gets punished for it.
That is the worst possible timing for that ad to come out, by the way. Wall used by Hoya. One thing that we noticed from Hoya when he was playing in this matchup before with the Onivia top lane, and, you know, we called that out from draft, that he was likely to be the one to play this champion. He uses the wall when it gets maxed second to wave manipulate. So he can force minions on his own side to walk the long way around back in towards the lane, meaning that you can kind of get the wave onto your side much more safely. Of course, with Onivia, you never want to be over-pushed in an extended lane. It's one of the worst things about the champion, very little mobility. If someone gets into melee range, well, she's kind of screwed at that point. Turkey quite literally is cooked at that point. So Hoya, watch out for that once he gets around to like level 12, 13, starts maxing out that W.
Firstly, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Promise we're not too weird. Just the right amount.
It's quite a lot, but yes.
But that's, as I said, just the right amount.
Exactly. Kerr's gone back for his Dark Seal and his Amp Tome first back. Nice. You always want to see that Dark Seal from Kerr early. Now the question is, can Guon and Kerr, particularly once they start hitting the level 6 in about a minute to a minute and a half's time, can they make themselves a good first play of the game? We did say BLG, quite a squishy composition, as tends to be in LPL. We really do like our high burst, low tank compositions. Sometimes we see, you know, a tank specialist in the likes of, you know, Flandre on the Scion. He's a bit more of a frontliner. Yeah. Cube, that's kind of by necessity because the carries don't really work for him, sadly. No. But yes, I think that, you know, looking for that first pick of the game is going to be so crucial. Either side has a huge ability to just kind of explode the other member. You know, the Sejuani and the Vial setting up for the Ahri, the Jhin, or on the other side, the Yone and the Rumble can be so potent out of nowhere.
Really can. Knight gets this wave shoved out. Didn't get the recurve, just a double long swords. Not long sword, daggers is the name of that one. Should be able to get a plate or so then, potentially reset and look to come back into the laning phase. Viper's actually ended up with an okay amount of CS here. He's got the early boots, I think, to try and outstep some of the CC chains, but it's still the BF sword first to assume off that first blood, and the better back is really annoying, because again, Jhin loves his early AD. It's only really at that kind of 2-item mark, but we see a bit of a fall off from Grace.
Diersbar saying in YouTube chat, surprised that Ahri didn't go for Deathfire Touch herself. Well, one, it's actually worse against champions like Yone, because if you have Second Wind and Orange Shield, you just activate their regen for longer. Ahri, in this kind of game, wants to go for burst, not for extended burns. However, there will be some builds where we get like Malignance Leandry to the Deathfire Touch. I'm sure that will be a build at some point. And actually, just the domination runes for Ahri is so important, because you need to get Ultimate Hunter. You need Ultimate Hunter.
Yeah.
I think that is one of her best ults in the game. It's one of her best runes in the game, for sure. I mean, Ahri with ult cooldown, especially against... Hang on a second. W lands. On's in trouble.
There's the follow-up route. The CC is strong. Does get through there. We're going to see a flash. There's a Soon coming through. Flashes away from the Cosmic Binding. The force shot's not quite there, as the heal was burned from On. That Jhin trap by the wall has always caught bards out. You can always bait them because they stand near it.
Yeah, when you get a little bit too easy to predict on the bard, that's where things go wrong for you. Now, On is one of our very... Hang on a second. Cam might have to ult here. We'll see whether Shun can force it with his own ultimate.
There's the Arctic Assault. Gets the flail down. Going to try and get that passive off the Charm lands. Last proc would come on through, but they won't force any ults, as Knight was backing away and resetting regardless.
Particularly against compositions which can engage so fast like this. Kerr, I mean, he needs ult cooldown ASAP. And once he gets that Malignance, be very, very important. And I would say ASAP, you still need that Dark Seal, so not quite as soon as possible. You do need the stacking advantage too.
One fails as Vault Breaker. We'll get Arctic Assaulted back in here. We're going to see a little play over this. Jaws here with only level 5. Level 6 would potentially come off from leeching some experience from, say, a wave or so, but going to happen. Shun, though, still looking to play around this potential red buff.
Yes, Q's cancelled there. Shun is really trading well. Wow. Sometimes you think of Shun as like the Xin Zhao player. You think of him as the Nidalee Kindred player. Shun has always had an excellent Sejuani. Now Hoya's walking over. Ult's going to come out. They don't even need to use it. They go for the melee stacking instead. There comes the first bit of the passive. They have the ult after. They're going to put him down into egg very, very quickly here.
Combined himself back over the wall. The fate sealed to escape from Knight. Shun's now in danger. They've come across everyone from NIP LNG was there and Bin was nowhere to be found.
No, Knight walks over and On's already used his magical journey. Will have to flash and indeed does so. It's only the one kill. I thought that could have gone worse. NIP a very good response. Said that Shen has a good Sejuani. Overstays there though. They took a long time killing Hoya because he had that catalyst in inventory. They don't even kill him. They took his egg. Bin now walking up towards that bird. No equalizer available from him.
Yeah, and of course Bin just wasn't at the place. It became a 3v4 quite quickly. Definitely need to burn the ignite there. Again, they can only get the one grub though. They are forced off anything more.
Yeah, I think that BLG just didn't quite realize that Bin wasn't... Because typically when you have the equalizer, you expect you'd be able to play around that, but he must have used that for wave control. Hoya made it to the play first. I mean, shouldn't... A Knight did do the optimum damage combo. They did the first initial stack of the E, and then they cast the ult to get the extra proc of the permafrost for the base damage of Sejuani to apply twice on that. Shouldn't full CC'd though. Couldn't end up taking a heavy trade after that point. On is now topside, spots out Guon here. Been taking a lot of damage from that continual Arctic Storm.
Yeah, that Glacial Storm is really rough. Again, Deathfire Touch is pretty nasty. That again, the early Merc Treads from Bin, I think, were a necessity into this matchup. I want some HP to his name as well, but again, it'll be the easiest time ever, and the Onivia will continue to be annoying. A 1,500 gold lead to NIP in the early game, and BLG largely being held to account here. Again, I like the scaling, don't get me wrong. We're going to hit a point where the Yone Sejuani with the Rumble at 2 items, Viper at 2 items will be very difficult to deal with, don't get me wrong. But it's not like things like the Onivia, the Jhin, your own Enchanter are going to be exactly poor later on. The only thing I'll say is pulling the trigger potentially puts you into dangerous waters, NIP. It's very possible as the Ahri and the Vi to go quite deep and regret your choices.
One of the most dangerous things you can do against the Sejuani is engage straight, into the Sejuani. Is engage straight into her ult, or you don't see her as you go for the engage, and like, it's the very kind of like basic tenets of full contact team fighting. You go for the engage, and you can't complete your engage because the enemy team slaps you back. That is in a line effectively what it is. And then the LPL has loved that style of play. There are a couple of things which the LPL are very good at, just stylistically. One of them is cooldown counting, cooldown economy, fighting for summoners, fighting for important cooldowns before the objective, trying to get away. Something like Xayah ult is probably the best example of that. If she doesn't have ult, she can't fight in many situations and across the years of League of Legends. Now we get into this kind of mode of play. Now, when we talk about that full contact team fighting, having so many heavy engage comps, you have to be aware that you can defend yourself with offense.
Well, Bin doesn't have the equalizer there. I think he might have been looking for the all-in, actually. Managed to really threaten Hoya there. Again, using the wall to keep the Rumble away is often the better bet in this matchup, as we have seen. Just saying, yeah, actually, you just don't get to be here. Of course, you can still do that wall behind the Rumble, Glacial Storm, Flash Frost, kind of which way top lane man. To see which way they'll go and whether you Flash Frost them or not, but it's still not necessarily what you want to do, because actually sometimes the Rumble just goes, cool, I'm just going to walk at you.
Okay, let's have a talk about item completions. First item completed on the top side for NIP. They were all involved in that top side skirmish. They worked out quite well there. Assume is going towards either Stormrazor or the BF sword, so the Infedge first. We'll see exactly what he goes towards. But he's
imagine Stormrazor.
Yeah, it tends to be. Infedge on its own it's fun. It's not actually very useful in terms of utility. Knight not at his first items because he has those tier 2 boots. BLG is going to go towards the dragon now.
There we go. Apologies on that slight overrun there. Wanted to mention the Hex Optics coming on through, which is a big spike for the Caitlyn. Guwon is over the back of this. Doesn't see all that much though. There is a Rumble they don't know about. This equalizer could be really nasty. Bin got chunked over the wall by the
excessive force. Well, except it's not called that anymore. Whatever it's called. I don't know, Sam. The thing
relentless force.
Sure, that one. The one which doesn't have connotations which I really don't want to have in it. Anyway, Dragon's hang on, ult onto On. They catch him, uses the cleanse.
Does indeed, because he's started with that spell book. I was looking for Mikhail's and realized he doesn't have that quite yet.
NIP still have a good gold lead. A lot of that came from that top lane skirmish. In terms of scaling, I mean, this is just one of those games where one explosive teamfight just blows open the game. And it is within touching distance of BLG. They can do that from this kind of gold lead. Hoya, does he use his skills? I suppose he does here. The Q not used. Bin just keeps walking at him. The Merc Treads means he can just shrug off the CC.
And the Flash Frost has indeed been used now to get over the wall and forces Hoya to flash as well. Likely to get burned down. He'll be at least the egg. Not quite last Electro Harpoon wide, and Hoya survives.
He could have used the equalizer to get that egg, chose not to. So that's Bin saying you can have your passive for now. Chooses not to take that away. I guess he wants that for the short term. I would have ulted for the egg. Soon gets the move speed from the Stormrazor and the Fleet Footwork. That'll keep him safe.
Has to cleanse though, because that stun was coming on forward with just the empowered autos with the meeps that was threatening there. You'll take that auto just fine. Good work there from On to at least get something out of them, force them away from the wave. Not as much as they were hoping for, but hey, so be it.
Very surprised. Hoyer's he's not teleported back, he's reset. They'll have to walk up separately here. Hoyer has that ward in the near brush, puts one into river.
No.
So he's doing his job. He understands. Oh, oh no, because he cleansed that ward. It means there's not another one in top side. They might still be in the middle one. Nailed by another Freljordian friend. And Hoyer, well, he's on the menus now, Sam.
Very nicely done. BLG get the lane gang. Hoyer smells something awry, moves the ward, and immediately is punished for it. That one is galling, to say the least.
I mean, we see this a lot in pro play. When a player knows something is wrong, that they're probably vulnerable, and they can't quite suss it out in time, and then the jaws clamp shut. Knight on weak side here, just charge up that Q, spots out Guon and draw. Not bad combo there, takes about a third of the HP off of Guon, uses that W to get some shielding as well. Care over the wall. They're really forcing on this. Shun doesn't have his ultimate, but if he gets here in time, he still will be able to defend the dive. That's why they call it off. There's Bard and Sejuani potentially putting CC into the fight. They don't want to mess with that, so they have to just call it off.
And look, Yone has now hit level 11. He's got the upgraded Berserker Greaves. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King. He gets through a full combo with the Sejuani passive. Realistically, first target under turret will die.
Yeah, it won't be much of a contest after that point. So assume 900 gold to the good right now. Bin getting a lead on the Rumble. I think it's worth taking a step back and talking about that.
Yeah.
For a lot of his career, Bin's Rumble was bad.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people talk about it in terms of the 2024 World Finals and him playing it a number of times there. But I think even the context around that is very interesting because Bin was never great at Rumble. It took him a very long time to get to the point where actually it is a champion you have to respect from him now. It used to be the case where his laning phase was good, but his ultimates were bad. Or he would teleport into absolute Narnia. There was a point in Worlds 24 in the semi-finals versus HLE where that happened and he teleported to 4 people, in fact. He's not had the cleanest history on this champion, but seeing him be able to pick it now, it's a show of the work and the growth which he's put in. Similar story actually happened with the Ambassador too. He's had a couple of champions where he's risen in terms of his level on it.
Quick note, Shun managed to get an invade off with On to steal away Guwon's blue buff, using that bot lane priority to claim some additional camps there, so just keeping an eye on that. And actually, despite the CS lead here from Guwon, it is Shun that is ahead of the curve. I'm imagining that suggests to me that Guwon's taken some lane farm there to be behind in experience, despite having the greater CS lead. Yeah, there's no kill discrepancy really to get involved with outside of that.
Yeah, maybe picked something up when Hoyer died in that top lane, perhaps. I didn't actually quite track all of that, so anyone who's eagle-eyed in chat, I'm sure you'll be able to pick up bits and pieces of that on the VOD. Guwon on his way to that second item, though, he is ahead in gold. Shun likely going towards something. I mean, he could go towards the Protoplasm Harness. It's not a bad second item. He's gone for the ult cooldown reduction of the Zeeks. Of course, Sejuani has a ton of HP anyway, but having the cooldown reduction on the ultimate, really nice because you're a champion, which turns out Sejuani ultimate is really strong. It used to be stronger, by the way, folks. For those of you that weren't around for original Sejuani, her ult used to be an AoE version of her ult. As in, like, you threw the ult and everyone in the area would get stunned. It was absurd. We saw, it was Diamond Prox play it first in about season 5 or so, and just showed that, by the way, this thing is utterly broken. This is in the point where everyone was playing AD skirmishes and stuff. And then we had the Juggernaut patch come through. We had stuff like Cinder Hulk in the jungle. And Sejuani at that point, before the rework, was utterly absurd. Potential jump onto Hoyer. Q goes wide.
But the Glacial Prison does not. The Fate Seal follows, and it takes Knight out of the turret range as well. Very nicely done. BLG will trade Herald for the kills there. They've got 2 grubs as well, so it's going to give Knight alone time with a turret.
It is, and you know, when push comes to shove for BLG, they have so often reverted back to Shun and Knight combo up and do something. When you've got a Sejuani combo, it makes it even easier, right? But they've done it on a whole different bunch of champions over a whole bunch of different series and games. That's going to be the whole turret down here, I think. I mean, Hoyer's not going to be respawning in time to teleport down. They might be respectful of a Vi roaming down instead. We'll see if they back off. Dragon actually started by NIP as Yone backs away from the tower.
There's a whole lot of gold now that he's not burned. Are we going to give up this dragon in order to pick up the turret gold? I think they might, you know. The only thing is Knight needs to be a bit wary in terms of shoving too far with lots of members down around that dragon as well, but you get collapsed on from that dragon pit. So instead, Bim will head top. He's got grubs of his own. Hoyer's only turning up now. Needs to be a bit careful about stepping up too aggressively here. Will Glacial still TPing on this. Oh, Hoyer just gets his passive back now. Bin's taking aggro, has to flash away.
Okay, they've got the Bard ultimate to distract the turret if they want to. They probably aim it at the Onivia itself on tracking the turret there. The slow from the equalizer. There is a flash, which will help for now. There is still a magical journey if they won't even need it. Viper's going to hit the Q. This bird is going to die. Try to teleport out the Onivia. It can get out.
Oh, no, it teleport when it's an egg? No, we can! Oh, he's still just dead.
I've no idea exactly how that interaction works. You can teleport waves. Of course you can teleport now, because the Onivia thing. Froggen's done that before. Must have got cancelled one way or another. Not exactly sure what happened. Whether it's the Q3 of the Yone hitting just as it went through. Should have been able to take off with the timing spent on that. Might need a replay to slow-mo that. Hoya goes down another time in a side lane. BLG have been relentless against the Onivia.
Worth noting that 2 turrets were traded by NIP as a result of that. They get mid, they get bot. And so BLG, who are looking to get all of them there, don't quite get either.
I'm aware that the trap came through. I didn't think it armed in time, so I thought it was another piece of CC.
Happening. One's going to get CC'd. He's taken down about half. The ace in the hole. The equalizer comes across. So there's the fate sealed. That means Vi is not enjoying the violence part of her name.
Yep, it was the trap. It was the trap underneath. I didn't think it armed in time, but it did. So it was the Caitlyn trap which stopped that teleport there, just so everyone knows on that one. Good spot there, Harold in chat. I thought it was a Yone Q3 because I was a little bit weird on the timing there. Anyway, good combo up. Viper roaming over, and NIP not able to win through the side lanes nearly as easy this time, Sam. Things starting to fall apart. BLG doesn't look like they're giving NIP nearly as much room to play through the sides as they were last game.
Not this time around. Bin gets that turret bot side, and BLG find themselves with a notable gold lead, but not game-breaking. And again, at the very least, NIP, because it took a long time for Hoya to die, did get 2 turrets off that.
Gold 1,000 in the advantage for BLG. You're right, the towers did go over to NIP, and the mid lane turret is the most important strategic structure on the map. It gives you unparalleled ability to fight for vision and for entrance into river towards objectives. So taking away the enemy one does give you a sizable advantage as the game goes on. Now, this is the kind of point in the game last time where NIP started finding some freak picks, and BLG started to lose a 5,000 gold lead. It was a 6,000 gold swing from 5,000 in their advantage to 1,000 NIP. So Guwon, level 11, creative engage player. Can Guwon find that engage which allows him into a similar comeback position in this game? It's not nearly the same level of comeback, which makes it a lot easier in a lot of ways. Doesn't have his second item just yet. He's definitely ready to pull that trigger though.
Walking across the ward there, On needs to be a bit careful. They know Shun's around, right? Yes, they do. They put a ward down on the Phaelites. Baron up, worth noting again, when you've got Sejuani in the game, even when you've got the Onivia in the game, it can be quite possible to just rush that Baron. Of course, Jhin on one side reduces that possibility. Tempered Fate catches one. Here comes the trap. He's going to try and do a fair amount of damage, and indeed they do. Flash means nothing. Knight's going to get cease and desist it, but drags Guwon a significant distance. Flash him from on the curtains, get called. The Fate's sealed, and the body blocks are there from Shun and crew. All the while, Bin's got the barbecue on and says, I fancy some Fox meat. Did damage onto Viper, who does die there on the other side. Must have got caught out looking for trades.
3 for 1. On starts it with an ultimate. Draw doesn't really get to use his, and it will be the Baron. Sejuani with melees kills Baron so quickly with that passive assume. Does see a lot of low health targets though, and might be able to execute.
There's the equalizer on Assume. Hoya's now in danger. They'll keep burning down the bird, who is no longer the word. On's gonna not be donated the kill. Bin gets it with the last of that DOT, and Baron goes their way.
The world's like an epitaph. You know, it's just written on the gravestone at that point. Draw did have the flash. Probably needed to. Didn't understand the threat it was under. Being in stasis near a Caitlyn is death. Ends up dying there despite flashing away. Top side, they get good damage onto Knight, but not quite good enough. Ends up getting saved, I believe, by Bard giving that heal and the shield bow on top of it. On the other side, it's not a bad E away, but you're stuck in the animation for a long time. The Q followed. Viper went down. It's a good pick off by Hoya and Assume to at least get Viper off the board, so one of those Baron buffs, importantly, is gone.
Unfortunately, though, in some ways, the AD carry is one of the ones that you don't care so much about because you'll likely be with other people anyway.
Very good. Yeah, very true point. Yep. I mean, it's annoying in terms of the giving it to the AD carry means you can dip off of the lane occasionally and sometimes give them the, the empowered recall. But you're absolutely right. In terms of people who it is least valuable to have the buff on, it's probably AD carry and then jungle, because jungle doesn't always want to be in the lane, still wants to be sitting off of it for those snap engages. Solo lanes are the most important ones, really.
Rocket Belt attempted pick there goes wrong. Interesting, NIP were favored fairly heavily throughout the early stages of this game. It's only now gone statistically over towards BLG. See what metrics went into that, I guess.
I'd imagine it's because Yone has a really bad early game on the whole statistically. And you have the lane counter of the Onivia against the Rumble. And then, of course, Jhin and Seraphine have been very high-present champions. I think in LPL, Jhin has actually ended up having an okay win rate as opposed to a lot of other places.
Yeah, around the world.
In the world. We haven't seen that much Sejuani to tilt it in terms of stats there. This is the problem with stats in League of Legends. Sometimes you just don't have enough games on the current patch to really make an informed opinion. Stuff like the Yone and the Sejuani, I'm sure we'll see more of them now if this is where the meta is going, especially with some mages with the phase rush getting pushed out of meta. Thank God they've been there for so long now. But I think that, you know, these champions likely here to stay, but not enough data for the models to have good information on it.
Yeah, because I think Phase Rush made it far too easy as made just to stay safe considering how consistent your damage and wave there was. Can we potentially get involved in a little fight here? Off vision, there's the red buff. Spotted now.
Okay, yeah, I was like, okay, observers, you're showing something. Teleport from the Onivia. That is a nasty equalizer, and he's getting roasted with the Sejuani ult.
Well, they've got roast turkey and fox. You can smell it. They're going to keep it medium rare, not completely well done, so they'll get to go away. Fur and feathers slightly scorched nonetheless.
That's very visceral. Sorry to any vegetarians in chat. I mean, it is what it is.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Back on the menu, boy. Exactly. Stuff like, yeah, the fur and feather sounds like an English pub, Sam. It does.
It
fur
does.
And feathers, yeah.
It does sound like it might be a pub at a Comic-Con for particular classes.
No, why would you say that?
mean,
I just thought it would be like a regular pub. I know that, Sam, but...
What do you think I meant?
No, who knows, Sam? I'm definitely not going to open that kind of tails. Right, Sejuani up into the top river in a 1v3, jumping forwards. Q1 potentially passive, and the Sejuani can just walk up like
One
this.
flash onto Viper, but who's following here? Finally, Care gets it, but there's a tap and fake that catches both divers. Equalizer followed, Charm is wide. Sure, you get Viper, but you have to burn so much to get even close to sniffing at him. Bin might be in a spot of bother here. Has to flash over the crystallizer. You know what? Continual damage is still a bit scary here.
Well, Assume's still alive. So AD carry down to AD carry up on the other side. Despite the numbers advantage for BLG, it's a bit scary. On might walk around for a Q, doesn't get it. Knight has ult still, so if he manages to ping that, of course, it's fight over, really. Hard to do that against the flashes, the Seraphine, and the Jhin, though. They're going to take this ward, well, technically it's a ward. Going to take the Scuttle Grab fairly well, give them some vision control. BLG do walk away with the extra kill, but losing Viper did end up being important. Look, this is the power of the Sejuani. One, you can't be slowed while your passive's on, so the Seraphine can't just immediately EU. It actually becomes a big problem for that. Q1 flashed onto Viper. Encore does end up giving the follow-up. Kev very nearly gets the kill here. Viper puts the traps down, but then makes the mistake of standing too close, and the charm misses, but the Q hits. Viper could have just walked further back and lived. It's a bit of a mistake from him.
Yeah, tried to get the full combo while the trap was on. I see the thought process. I do. You want to get damage down. You think you're in a position to do it. And just about misjudges the range there. Gets himself into a spot of bother. Still, the rest of the team doing very well, and it's not like Viper has been going down cheaply. We'll leave it at that. Again, the problem, of course, still is that this Jhin on the other side is getting to a point of being pretty scary of their own right. Could probably use an Infinity Edge, and then we're having a different conversation again. Look, Assume has been very good this split, and right now he's in a position to theoretically be that additional carry. Hoyer as well, got the Malignance, the Rower stack. Yes, it's not been the easiest game for the Onivia, but the raw value of a wall is never to be discounted.
Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. BLG, I mean, we talked about it earlier, but they're a much more top-centric team than they are bot-centric. Viper plays champions like the Caitlyn, again, much like Gumayushi did for Carrier. Not to be the lane-dominant Caitlyn, but to be the Caitlyn which gives enough control that the support can then be just freely detached from that lane and move around the map. It's also why they're so successful with things like Ezreal as well. You can just play that 1v1 so successfully. Care goes forwards, doesn't land the charm, though.
Glacial Prison lands forward, but Care just about manages to dodge away with an additional bit of dash. Rocket Belt buffers through somewhat there, gets out of dodge, but again is now down that ult, and Viper has to burn very little there. The Glacial Prison's down, but again it's late enough in the game. It's not that long a cooldown. Care gets hit by that Tempered Fate. Tier 1 finally falls, and NIP can no longer hold on to that important control tower.
I think it's the Grub DOT which eventually kills it. No big fight. We are still at a point where I think that NIP can win team fights. You know, Assume is really scary. He'll probably get himself the Infinity Edge. I think they just fed him a couple of those Raptors, actually, to see if they can get him Infinity Edge before the Dragon. Well, he's going to reset too late now, so I think it ends up being a bit of a much of a muchness anyway. They could give up the Dragon. It's not like the Soul would go over to BLG. Anyway, the next time that Jhin recalls, he'll have the Infinity Edge, and at that point, BLG, if they flub the fight, take it a little too easy, he's going to one-shot them.
We'll say again, it is a Jhin, one of those ones who can reset a little bit later because your W and R are so long range. It's very possible to get involved with fights from over by blue buff.
On doesn't have his ultimate there. Mikhail's on cooldown as well. He's had a decent game on the Bud. He's been doing very well with Magical Journeys and his ults. Ults firing on towards Seraphine, mainly tagged up by that shield. Infinity Edge for Viper now, in fairness. He has his big kind of multiplier to it's the AD carry death cap, really. Go on the flank. No flash on Viper. Not that much ability to position.
That speed up from the healing shrine will buy some time. They know where Guwon is. He's on a ward right now, and they don't necessarily have vision of that. So BLG will come over and contest that somewhat. The Vault Breaker through the entire thing, and Shun is soloing Baron. Currently overcomes Knight. They're going to force this over. Magical Journey to rotate.
There they are. Okay, so again, Sejuani, Yone. Sejuani kills Baron very quickly with the melee synergy compared to other tank junglers. Teleport into position from the Onivia. They want the front to back. Hard to fight over the trap lines, but no, it's not like BLG get that much from it. They get the teleport. Kerr does have his ultimate again. I don't really think they can do much to Shun though. Saves his Q, waits for the wall to be cast.
Yeah, as you kind of learn in that matchup, don't Q until you see the wall is generally the speaking. As Guwon will now clear out these wards. Worth noting, as a result of pulling NIP to that top side of the map, BLG can now walk over to the Dragon on their own terms.
Assume really needed that Infinity Edge. He has it now, but it just, if he'd had that Infinity Edge for the last minute or so, would it hang on potential charm out of the brush. Not got the heaviest damage build though, his Kerr. No, he went for the Proto Belt. It's a pretty squishy game. I understand trying to use that to get onto mobile champions like the Yone. Try and get around someone as you dive very, very deep. But the problem with NIP is it feels like it's really... Because you have the Onivia's not helping you on the dive. The Jhin and the Seraphine do, but it feels like weirdly this is a case where actually not having that tiny bit of extra damage coming through from your top laner in some of these fights has really hurt them. Ult goes wide from Shun.
Nice little attempt at the pick that goes wide. Kerr looks for the charm, does what they're looking for, but On's now being jumped on with a flash Q. On gets out to safety. They don't quite have enough damage because the Locket shield came on through just on time.
Yeah, Guwon didn't press the ultimate, so no extra CC onto On. He is lucky to survive there. Kerr casts the ultimate, has a charm, which goes wide. Again, you can see, despite the Dragon and the gold advantage, NIP are looking. You know, the Vi, the Ahri, they are strong into this kind of squishy composition. There goes the ult onto Knight, who ults away.
Does get out there, but does have to trade ult for ult. Bin now trapped on the wrong side of the wall, has to flash.
Again, NIP, just keep fishing, keep using those cooldowns. Knight, happy to trade ult for Guwon, that's fine. I think it's more valuable for NIP to have the Vi ultimate than BLG to have the Yone one. Good timing from Knight. Would have been disastrous if he was caught then. Teleport back up from the Yone. Ult is down.
Infinity Edge.
Infinity Edge. We did call that out about a minute earlier. Assume is very, very scary here. Q stuns him and he has to cleanse.
Does indeed. Again, we're getting to the point that where these crystallized walls are getting really problematic. On threatening on the far side. There's that Phaelite. Overcomes Kerr on a potential flank angle. 8 seconds on the ult. The equalizer tags onto a number. Assumes forced to forward step. Magical Journey away from On. But he's taken very low. Bin's going down. Just about gets himself that Zhonya's, but it's not looking great as he died. BLG have to retreat. They are struggling to hold the front line. NIP turn to Baron. It's just been leashed.
It is. The charm goes on to Sejuani. Shun will flash away. I think he's just dead. Anyway, going. Reset coming from Kerr. He's chasing him down.
Assume gets to keep running at them with that speed up. They continue to chase for some more. The charm lands. A cleanse out from Knight with that QSS. But the fight is NIP's. BLG are just losing the war of attrition.
They are. They're trying to play around these objectives around the Bard and the Sejuani ultimates, but they're missing too many of them. And we did say, look, Bin, he's worked very hard to get good at the Rumble, but his ultimates have sometimes been mispositioned. I don't think that was a good Rumble ultimate. NIP are going to use the Baron buff, break open the base. I don't think it's game with 20 seconds on the death timers. But with only Knight alive, they could actually go for Nexus turrets here.
This is going to be a tight run thing. Eyes on will not have tempo if it will be up.
No.
Bin also up in time. So realistically, I think it would be a little too much and a little too far. They'll put up the wall and back away.
Yeah, but again, just watch this equalizer here. I just don't think it does enough. Now, the Q lands onto the Onivia. Bin does get an ultimate, but I mean, Assume just walks away from it. Doesn't tag onto Draw. Kerr's not there. He gets caught out by walking too far to Guwon. It's not a good team fight from Bin. He ends up having a poor equalizer, losing all his HP. 1,000 gold goes over to Guwon with that kill too, so Bin gives over a nest egg as well, forces them into a position where they have to steal. And of course, this is a position where they just traded the Vi ult and the Yone ult, so it's not like Knight can bail them out once Bin goes down.
Assume gets a great flash for the 4th shot and just takes Caitlyn's head off. The serial killer from Piltover, showing the sheriff exactly what's for. Namely the 4th bullet.
Shit. All right, so BLG, they're going to be fighting for Soul in a couple of minutes. I mean, Cloud Soul is nice. It's not going to be like a team fight ender, though. It's not like you get extra resist, extra damage, something like that. Cloud Soul gives you mobility, which isn't bad, but it's not game winning in this situation. Gold Graph, yep, that's an LPL one right there. NIP doing really well to just hold BLG to mid lane, not split, not give the ability for Sejuani to determine the game. And while Shun is now 3 items, his next ultimate's got to be crucial. So it's got to hit. It's got to hit someone important. It's very hard with the Mikhails.
You can't cleanse that one. He's got 3 of them now. They can still jump onto him. QSS cleanse Mikhails. They're all kind of just about keep Assume alive. The melee range says Wadi. Guwon's killed off Viper. Assume just about surviving the shields. He's still alive. He's still alive.
Bin wasn't close to the play. BLG take a 4v5. And Sam, I think we're getting a third game now. NIP have managed to drag BLG to the mid lane. And despite the pick onto Assume, it was only the Sejuani and the Bard doing damage. And I hate to tell you, Sam, that would do damage at 3 minutes, not 33 minutes. BLG, they have an equalizer to try and save the game.
They've got to try and do their best here. The equalizer does land onto that way, but it's still got enough Baron there. Bin goes golden and buys a bit of time, but there'll be follow-up. It's early from Guwon, but the charm is not. Bin goes down. Knight's going to try and kill off one. It's only a GA though. He needs to find a lot of work here. Assume is still low. Does have to be afraid potentially of the full send from Knight with 3 items. They just don't have enough there. NIP will not fumble 2 games in a row. We go to a third and deciding match.
A 6-game day. BLG brought even by NIP. The mid lane plays from NIP. I know it's weird to boil it down to this. They just A-rhymed them, Sam. They just brought the mid lane and said, you can't find the engages you needed. NIP will find themselves a win versus BLG in the series. And as we said, they beat them 2-0 the last time. You know, they have the head-to-head over them. BLG, I thought, well, you know, they just shook things off. It looked like a good early game. Yes, it is me. It's Initialise casting me. That's hello, my brother Initialise. Hey, how's it going? Fab's there as well. NIP, fun, aggressive team. You can understand why they're such a threat to so many teams here, especially in the regular season, where it feels like the schedule has hurt a lot of teams in their prep. It feels like NIP was overlooked for a while, and I think that NIP is a team which everyone should be watching.
Yeah.
You know, they are a contender here. I know that a lot of the big co-streamers, when LCK is on, they choose not to watch the NIP games. I think, you know, some of the co-streamers only watch like 1 series from them, and they've played against BLG before. You have to pay attention to them. Now, if you haven't followed the story of NIP, this is not a team we expected to be, quite, this is going to sound harsh, we didn't expect NIP to be good. We thought them to be okay, a mid-table team. They found such a degree of chemistry, though, with the aggressive creativity of Guwon, with the bot lane players of Assume and Draw being one of the best 2v2s, and the volatile but impressive nature of their solo lanes when they actually roll high roll at the same time, it makes them into a threatening team. If they all come online at the same time, there is a real threat from the ninjas.
You can also threaten us with a good time by subscribing. That's what you need to do, guys. I need a segue over to finding a way to shell. Guys, if you want to support us, please do consider subscribing. Makes a massive difference. There's a Ko-fi link as well. Please do consider doing that. Hello, Parky. Pleasure to see you as always. Indeed, Fabs, I am indeed Nymaera's brother. I'm otherwise known as Initialise, and it's been great fun to be doing this with you all and for you all. If you want us to keep doing it, though, we just need a little bit of assistance where and when possible. So for those of you who've got that kind of coffee money extra, that sandwich money extra, just consider throwing it our way. Promise you it's worth it. Toss a coin to your casters, viewers of plenty.
Yeah, and it makes a difference to us. Like we said, because we... yeah, Sam, what are the dad jokes? I mean,
Chat is all my children.
What? Okay, well, okay, all right. Welcome to the family, I guess.
Yes, welcome to the family.
I mean, realistically, this was a strategic victory for NIP. They realized, look, NIP, they weren't too far behind. And if BLG had to engage into them when they just sat back with the extended range, with the Onivia walls, with the Seraphine Encore, BLG aren't reaching the backline that consistently. I think particularly because Bin's ultimates in the back half of the game weren't fantastic, hard to on open terrain rather than the choke points, and Viper was struggling to get in range too. BLG couldn't finish off the team fights.
And even when, so it's even things like, okay, Ben just said, look, I need to put Equalizer down on Assume every time, and that's great, but you then have to combat with other people, and it felt like even when they did manage to get to Assume, it was so hard to kill him. By the end of the game, he had Cleanse, QSS, Mikhails, and Seraphine with Echoes of Helia and Diadem of Songs, including the fact that he was at a very high level of damage and had a Vamp Scepter. Killing that Jhin was nigh on impossible. 31% of the team's damage there as well. Just a good game, I think, on that one as well. Lead us to the land of green as puns. Oh, Nidhogg. Yes, Nidhogg.
LPL Ari players, man. I mean, yeah, Care had a good game. I think realistically, player of the game is Assume or Guwon. I think that Care was good, but yeah. I think I think there were some very important performances from his teammates from the side of that. Okay, we are going to make sure that the door's open so it's not too warm in here. We're going to take a quick break as well. We'll watch the highlights, see things as well. It's a longer day for us again today, 6-game day. We don't get them too often, actually. No. Often we do get quite a lot of 2-0s in this split, weirdly, although they flip as to which way they're going. So sit back, enjoy the highlights. We'll be in chat, ask us questions, stick around. I'll tell you some of the stories about it too. I've been trying to focus more on the storytelling today because I feel like I haven't done that nearly as much. I've kind of been autopiloting into analysis a bit more, which is completely fine. But, you know, thinking about teams like NIP and BLG, I would imagine a lot of people that coming over from LCK are just watching this because all the other games are off right now. I don't know if many people know the story of NIP. You know, they took over from V5 a couple of years ago, and this is one of those, they had like V5 were actually a strong team back in like 2022. If you go back to spring 22, V5 were the best team in the LPL until playoffs hit. They were the best regular season team of spring 22. And before that even, Victory 5 were the worst team in the LPL. They went something like 0-18 in 2020, I think it was. And that was when V3 in Japan were the best team in the LPL. So we had V3 doing really well, V5 doing really poorly. And then when V5 became the best team in the LPL, and they went on a win streak in 2022, V3 had the longest loss streak, I think, of any competitive league of esports team, not even League of Legends, of all time. They lost something like 42 matches in a row, or 43 matches in a row. Actually, it might have been more than that. God, it was a lot. They lost like an entire 2 splits in a row. It was nuts. Okay, need fun fact about intrigues. Intrigue, let me have a think. As in like political intrigue from history, stuff like that. I can think about some of that. Assume gets player of the game. Very good Jin game. Let me have a think. Intrigue from that. There was a NIP won. They just dragged into mid lane and won. Yeah. There was a year. So the worst thing about the Roman Empire was they never ever found out a way to truly succeed emperors. When one emperor died, they didn't want it to be a monarchy. They didn't want it to be handed down to their children, although most of the time it kind of ended up being them. The best emperors were the ones which earned it. The worst ones were typically the ones which were born into it. So for instance, I think it was Vespasian's children, which I think was Domitian and... Did Titus and Domitian? I don't remember. But yeah, they were awful. And this got so bad across Roman history that there was a year known as, I believe, the Year of 4 Emperors, where there were just so many claimants that everyone ended up fighting each other. So they beat Shanghai Dragon's loss streak. Yeah, V3 in LJL 2021 ended up beating the loss streak of... It might have been 2022, actually. Yeah, it was 2022. They ended up beating the loss streak. They had more than 42 losses in a row. It was absolutely nuts, yeah. If you include the last of their losses from 2021 summer. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, basically the Roman Empire had so many succession crises. They had multiple emperors like waging their own civil wars. It got kind of crazy. Okay, we got to run an ad break. I'm going to run an ad break now. Yeah. Inspiration for the 3 emperors of the old world. I mean, to be honest, that actually might have been from the Diadochi. So basically when Alexander died, I was just watching a video about this from Kings and Generals, great YouTube channel, by the way. They don't use any AI, it's all like human made, very, very good, and it's very well researched. Basically, the successor kingdoms of Alexander were, they went to war with each other a lot. So you had like Antigonos, Seleucus, yeah, so you had the Seleucids, you had the Ptolemies, obviously, as well. You had Cassander. Cassander was basically the next king of Macedon. And actually, he ended up killing more of Alexander's family than anyone else in history, because he ended up basically trying to kill anyone who had a rightful heir to the emperor's throne, basically. So he killed like 2 of his children and his mistress. He's like, yep, sorry. No more Alexanderites here. Yeah. But yeah, the wars of the Diadochi were really interesting. They were really interesting. I was always a big fan of like ancient Greece and Macedon. I always thought the way that I always found that those stories very interesting. Yeah. Most ancient empires, to be honest, most modern empires too. The thing which will most often kill an empire is when its leader dies and they don't know how to do a proper succession.
They don't know how to do that, really. When this happened, technically, with, like... Who was the Prussian king that was really, really good? / Prussian emperor. Oh, he had a palace out there somewhere. No, not Cyrus. No. He's a really interesting bloke too, actually, because he was quite clearly gay, but that's not told a lot in history, because he, like, lived separately from his mistress and he had some very close personal friends, but, you know, they try and cover that. Prussia was a very progressive place, because what Prussia ended up doing in the, what, 1700s? Was it the 1600s or 1700s? It might have been the 1700s. 1800s? Anyways, not too long into the ancient history or whatever. Basically, Prussia invited kind of like the exiles from other countries, so, you know, refugees, and minorities, and said, like, you're not going to get judged here. We're going to take in your, immigrants, basically, to fuel the economy. And Prussia became a very large force within the 17 and 1800s. Huge force. Did you ever watch the TV series that was on in the 2000s that was about historical battles? What, Time Team? Yeah, Time Team. That was with Tony Robinson. Yes, I absolutely did watch that. Yeah, they used a Rome Total War. They used a Rome Total War mod, I'm pretty sure, for that. Yeah, Time Commanders. Not Time Team, Time Commanders. That's the one. Yeah. I remember the one where they did the recreation of, like, the one battle in, like, northern England with that one barbarian which held a bridge against, like, 40 people by himself. Crazy. The Berserker. That's where a lot of inspiration from, like, the Berserkers in Lord of the Rings and elsewhere come from. Because there was that one Viking Berserker which ended up holding a bridge by himself until some people sailed underneath him, poked him with a spear. You know? Crazy stuff. It feels really weird because, like, if you say you're into, like, military history, people assume certain things which are bad. I just enjoy it because it's, I don't know, I just really enjoy the history of it. I do. Yeah, I trust you. You gotta trust me that I'm not weird. I mean, I'm weird in different ways, but not in that way, you know? By the way, I don't know if anyone redeemed anything this stream. Zeref, if you're still around, did we actually get around to redeeming the roast for you and stuff like that? I'm trying to remember if we cleared the queue. That series unironically got me interested in history. Horrible Histories books were really good if you're in Britain from, like, the early 2000s and the 1990s. Horrible Histories were really good. Yeah, because they did it in a comedic way, which is very engaging. I don't know, history is just fun. You learn a lot about culture from history. You can understand where there can, like, threads through to the modern day. I mean, I think I find that interesting too, Duo, because, like, yeah, very interesting. I actually find Napoleon, I wasn't interested in this until recently, but Napoleonic history is so interesting because we have so many first-hand accounts and how people were trained and, like, about, like, supply lines and logistics, because most large conflicts are about logistics rather than anything else, really. Oh, no, well, we can get it now, Zeref. You know, Zeref? Hang on, let me... In the worlds of Caesars and Pompey, you are a Mark Antony, and I'm sorry to say that just means that Caesar was wonderful in terms of his military mind. We have his own notes from how he fought battles and learned about fortifications and all of this stuff. Mark Antony just said, attack that way. Legitimately, everyone that came after Caesar, we have basically the war of basically the Populares, basically trying to hunt down Caesar's assassins. Like, it was really funny, like, in some ways, just looking back at that and kind of going, like, well, you don't actually know how to command an army. Because most of the fights which happen... In fact, the two last assassins of Caesar, they had such an inglorious end where they fought somewhere in the... I think it was in the Greek Peninsula, somewhere maybe just up on the mainland. Ended up fighting a battle there. One of the flanks had to retreat a little bit. They had to, like, go onto better terrain. The other flank thought they were retreating and breaking from battle, so they gave up and surrendered, despite the fact that the other side wasn't retreating at all. So then the other guy, like, offed himself because he thought they were about to lose to the other side of the Civil War. And then their flank actually broke for real, and they lost the whole battle off of saying they just walked back 2 meters. We're gonna run away. At least I was a friend of Caesar. Yeah, fair play, fair play. Yeah. Honestly, the difference between generations of, like, how the difference in generations of military commanders is so different, because you'd have, like, these absolute savants, and then, like, their military learnings just wouldn't be carried on to the next generation of people coming down, because often it was tied to nobility, and not all nobles are particularly intelligent. They're just there because of, you know, family names, effectively. Dude, this is a crazy game.
How's that a... Well, okay. How's that? I try... All right. Is the Hurricane movie, a Phoenix movie accurate? Wait, Gladiator? He was in the original Gladiator. No, it's not accurate, but there were some things which are accurate about it. Because that was Marcus Aurelius as the Emperor, right? In the start of Gladiator. It wasn't... No, I mean, there were Gladiator revolts. There were. But that story is not, like, quote-unquote, historically accurate. There were some things about it that were, but not all of it. Alex missed my fun facts. Hang on, let me go back. Let's see what your fun facts were. Fun fact, a lot of the castle and cathedral in Carlisle were built from the stones taken from Hadrian's Wall. That's very cool. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that at all. That's very cool. I mean, I guess, well, that actually happened quite a lot. A lot of big buildings ended up getting stripped down over time, particularly if, like, you didn't have the economy for a quarry and like, big stoneworks. You would often just build things around. Most cities were built on top of other cities. Or, like, took the stones from great walls and great cathedrals and stuff. If Mount Vesuvius had erupted a month earlier, Pompeii wouldn't have been as bad as the disaster because the winds would have been blowing more. Well, also, the reason why Vesuvius was so destructive was because no one knew what a volcano was. So you could have actually just walked out of Pompeii. Just no one knew about what a volcano was. It's the first time they saw something like that. Oh, man. Night was so... I mean, I don't think it would have mattered there. Night had to head back anyway. Maybe a bit later for QSS. No, but that is very interesting, Bucky. I didn't know all of that. Okay, let's get ourselves onto stage. I'm gonna get myself another coffee for this one. Okay, right, so I'm gonna miss the first bit of draft then. I did run the Anvitz, I gotta get stuff later. We had some fun Roman-based facts, that was fun. And my roast, I don't think it landed too well, but I did say that in a world of Caesars, Seraph is a Mark Antony, partly because Caesar was a great military general, and Mark Antony instead said, oh, unga bunga.
Did, however, steal Caesar's girl.
Oh, wait, no, that wasn't him. That was,
I thought Mark Antony and Cleopatra had a thing.
Oh, maybe that was the thing which happened later, but I'm pretty sure it's Pompey Pompey was there first, and then they delivered his head to Caesar on a platter, and he's really annoyed by that, because he's like, I didn't want him dead, I just wanted it, because he wanted him alive for, like, political reasons, so, like, to have the political handover. Anyway, whatever. Gonna, give myself a coffee, and I shall be back.
Becoming a massive Goo 1 fan. I don't blame you, he's been good fun. Who won MVP in the end? About right. He was very good. I mean, it is. That's like, to be fair, if you were looking at where Wikipedia got a lot of their history stuff from, it is Roman history, right? Like, it's just. No worries, Victor. Thank you for coming and saying hello. Appreciate you. Right, to draft we go. So, bands coming out this stage: the TF away from Care, alongside the Renekton and the Lucian. Not going to give Viper his Ezreal. Not going to give the Orianna over. The Karma is already out. Let me move this camera up so if we get to see the Fearless bands. There we go. A little bit better. Right. So. We are down. Karma's still up. Karma's still up. That's what I wanted to check. Are we just first picking Karma for on? You're welcome, Zareth. And in fairness, you did end up... Yeah, I mean, you end up dying in a horrible way, but that's just the way of these things. Aurora is considered and locked in alongside a Pantheon. Varus locked. The Carmen still not decided upon. I don't know whether the patch is nerfed her enough to really take her out here. I think the Shinzao or the Skarner both feel kind of fine here. The decisions... being flickered around. Oh, Evelyn would be wonderful. Come on, Sean, give me the Eve. Not going to see Evelyn in pro play again, I suspect. She would need some serious meta shifts to come into the play. There's the Shun's out. LeBlanc. Okay, we're at that stage. Shinzao, LeBlanc, very good skirmishing right now from BLG, but NIP are right there with the Pantheon and the Aurora. Bit more single target pick and burst from BLG. A little bit more AoE to go with NIP, and the Misfortune would certainly play into that. Can manage the Varus relatively well in lane, so Jackie Love have a very good showing on it the other day. My suspicion here is we're going to look to ban the Nautilus away then, as a good pairing with the MF. CC on both sides is a little limited here. Shinzao can obviously help with the 3 Talon Strike. LeBlanc's got Chains, you've got Chains of Corruption. So the pick is kind of there from BLG, but you could probably use something with a little bit more snap to it. Really confirm what you're looking for. Renata, yeah, we are starting to get to that stage, aren't we? Can be a good one because you can just ult and respond to the MF ult and force her to stop ulting quite happily. Neferi ban away. They're thinking about flexing this Varus top. The Neferi ban is to say, yeah, this makes you think about a potential Varus top. Have you noticed they've slowed down suddenly with the bans? That's what that Neferi ban has done. And then up here going, oh, wait, what? Because it could still be a bait and switch and that Varus is going top. And I'm not sure NIP had fully considered that. Okay, the Rakan comes out. Would have been good for On, I think. In general, there would have been that Gage. Could follow up on the Shinzao and the LeBlanc very well with the Battle Dance. So you do have that ability to dive in a bit more freely. Malzahar away. It's been Angel who's played that a little bit down in Group Nirvana with EDG. But it has started to come out. It can be very annoying for the LeBlanc because LeBlanc hops in. You press R and she goes, ah, that's a bad time. Gragas for Hoya. Gragas for Hoya. It has been his pick into tough matchups. Had some really good showings on the Gragas. Even into matchups, it seemed very challenging. He's still been quite strong at it. Do we want to flex that Varus top now? Locking support here would keep that blind, but they are debating just saying, cool, Sion into the Gragas. We force you into the blind pick on that one. Yeah, this is more like what I thought it might be. They can Alistair. I'm imagining now we Nautilus here for Jewel. Is the flex dead? Where is this Varus going? The Neferi ban highlighted it as a possibility. Sion would still be just fine here. Be good front to back. Gives you a bit of extra CC. No one really here is going to be the greatest anti-Sion option. Misfortune never had the most fun at shredding through tanks. You can't really see the Liandry's builds from the Aurora, so I think the Sion should have a fairly good time here. This would be fun. Would flex the Gragas support. The Silas could then go top, and they've done it. So is that Pantheon support, Gragas support? So, as it stands, Silas mid, Aurora into the Sion where you can run the Liandry's. We are running Gragas support for Duel. And the flexes have come on through. NIP with the curveball. NIP with the curveball. Because basically BLG said, right, we're going to ban this Neferi, threaten the Varus flex. They lock the Gragas to say, okay, well, if you lock the Varus, we'll still lock this Gragas who deals okay with the AD carries. Have been threatened with the jungler. So then they say, cool, well, we'll lock the Sion into that, and Gragas doesn't really say a lot into the Sion. It's not the most fun. And the flex comes through from NIP. Drafts are wild, Al.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll have to react to that after I have a bit of time to think about it.
So, we're going to run some quick ads, folks. If you don't want to see the ads, subscribe. If you haven't followed, please do that already. If not, then support the channel by watching the advertisements. Turn the cameras off here. Al, we're about to head on to the Rift. But we had some very fun draft one-upsmanship happening there that was great fun.
Okay, well, Sam, I've got plenty to react to here. Let's get ourselves onto the Rift. NIP once again in a situation where... What the hell are those photos, man? Ah, jeez.
What's happening? The NIP fans suddenly a little bit loud, a little bit discoordinated there. We've got two different chant leaders, two different sides of the stadium. Just echoing a little bit funny there, but that's always good fun. Knight with the Ignite. Right, Al, let me explain where this went in draft.
Yeah, I know. You talked about like the Gragas being picked and then flexed down. So what happened exactly?
So we did basically start with Pantheon Aurora first round for NIP. They lock in the Misfortune. On the other side, we saw LeBlanc, we saw Shinzao, we saw Varus. Varus was first pick there from BLG. Good heal trade there. The double pulverize, though, kind of nasty. Viper They get the wrong end of that PTA. Should be the end of that. Then we come through to the second phase of bans. And BLG banned the Neferi. And suddenly, NIP, wait, what? They're thinking of flexing the Varus top?
Well, you have to, right? You have to. So then they had to pick something which could last and go into both of them, I suppose. But then they had the out. Okay, very interesting.
So yeah, they locked the Gragas and then last picked the Silas and flexed everything around.
Very interesting in terms of those picks there. Knight actually hasn't leveled the W yet, interestingly, on the LeBlanc. Leveled the E level 1, didn't get anything from that. But you know, the LeBlanc very dominant versus the Silas in lane. Surviving Knight's LeBlanc is a hard thing to do, Sam, especially when you have a very squishy team. I see some people in chat asking, why the Gragas support? It's good versus the Alistair. If you didn't see 2020 and particularly 2021, we saw a lot of Gragas support in that era, particularly with the Gragas into the Alistair, because your belly slam will supersede the Alistair combo. That's the big thing for it. You can kind of cancel him out of it, and then of course you can kind of bop him into or out of the team as well. It can be very effective.
And that's actually meant that Viper's been shoved in, down a little bit of CS here as a result. On to get that double pulverized early, which was kind of nice, but it's not really led to all that much. Double heals burned there. Also, we were sort of having this conversation about Gragas into Sion. The most fun for the Gragas to say, okay, who's realistically going to deal with the Sion? Because this was Aurora's mid. Aurora mid tends to go Rocket Belt, Shadow Flame. This Sion could end up being a bit of an X-Factor pick. Throwing that Aurora top means you can get towards some more of those burn builds should Shito choose, and that kind of give you that additional threat. Silas as well will eventually hit the point where he gets to cycle through quite a lot of cooldowns.
And Bin Sion, not always been the best either. Like, he tries to have the team fight impact, but he struggles to use his ultimate, I think, as effectively as someone like 369 or particularly Flandre, who's been very, very good at that pick for the last while now. Knight has the one last minion, so Care can jump beyond that there. Just get the chain on target though, freezing the waves. So Care's not too happy there. Knight will regain himself his CS lead from that move.
Worth noting as well, Knight has gone towards the Ignite, so looking for that early lane dominance. Also good to have the anti-heal somewhere here, and just being able to ignite the Silas when he looks for players.
They're going for the teleport gank here. No one else is around. Care will just about get out with the flash and the E, but summon it down for free. What's happening with the wave? Well, with the cannon dying so quickly, Knight's actually in a good spot here again. Cannon will crash into turret, but Care misses most of the minions. This is the changes to Shinzao. There's a bunch in there, but big thing is basically has better AP ratios on a lot of his stuff, where some of his base ratios are down.
Yeah, gone towards the early long tour, flash over. We're playing this. On's also fallen for the pulverize there, but back. Knight's there with the ethereal. Chases no more Aegis Assault. Shun gets the assist as Knight gets the kill. Care is ignited. The make it raid is not quite enough, but a final flash for the auto should do it. Sorry, it's actually Strut on in. The Misfortune didn't need to burn the summon. A 1-for-1 as it stacks.
It's a little far from BLG. The E lands, draws around, could potentially get himself the knock-up. Knight's cooldowns are back up. Where's the chain? They don't see Care in the brush.
Ooh.
Knight manages to snipe him. Another one, 2-for-1, I believe, in the full trade. BLG get a lot off of that. Knight uses Ignite in the play too. Who are the people who died? Jungle, AD carry. Assumes going to be missing a lot here. I mean, the wave was kind of hitting itself for a while. In bot lane, full wave into mid lane turret 2. Care's going to lose, I think, the whole wave there.
Yes.
That's a huge loss for him. Knight has 2 kills. Sadly, before the Dark Seal comes in, I don't think he'll care too much, though. He will get himself 2 Hunter stacks. I'm not actually sure which rune he went, whether it was Ult Hunter or sometimes it's the Relentless Hunter for the move speed. Occasionally it'll be the Treasure Hunter 2 for the extra gold. I mean, Shun and On, really good ability from them to punt Guon back into Knight. That was a really slick play from them.
Yeah, assume, of course, you are the Misfortune. Your ability to press the W and get to plays fast is one of the reasons why she's been a perennial pro play champion. Your ability to get into spaces is good and does manage to punish well, but then Knight with a really good angle doesn't jump into the bush, which would have been death. Finds a good angle off to the side.
Oh, that's sick. Now he has himself the Dark Seal and the Lost Chapter. 800 gold ahead. Does he land the charm? Waiting for him to get away from the minions. Care sticking in them for now, but the red buff just keeps ticking. Another Q on target. Chain misses though.
Jewel can potentially come over the wall here. There's the body slam, but it's onto a clone. No, it's not. It's the real Shun. Nice Chili gets caught up in there. Got a bit lost with who ended up where. Either way, nice pick up there as Jewel burns the flash to get involved and does help get the kill.
Took a little too long. I think Knight was okay to stay longer. He had the flash and he had his passive, as you noted. Not that it ended up being used there, I don't believe. But Shun couldn't do that. So now Shun's died twice in this early game. Great response from NIP. Look, BLG are a fast, heavy skirmish team. NIP also love that. They're another team which has learned from BLG playing like this over the last few years. It's become, you know, an LPL staple. We've always loved our early skirmishes here in the LPL. BLG are just the best at it after the last few years. So most teams take the lead from BLG.
Great response there from Jaw to get into that Raptor Pit and get a really good flash body slam. Did get the clone off of Knight. I suppose it's the additional prize there. Shun being down, that additional death is whatever. But as it stands, just making things a bit more even. BLG with the minor early gold lead. Isn't necessarily game breaking or anything at this point.
Knight was trying to freeze that wave again. You know, you see the way that he's been like trying to just hold the wave. It's just trying to make sure that Kerr is losing as many minions as possible and can't just kind of walk up for free. Has to overextend. The Silas really hates being on the other side of the lane. It's a big problem for him. And you were right, Sam. Actually, I actually didn't notice the clone got popped there, which is why I got confused as well. Sometimes they because they overlap with each other. It can be a bit. It's not that long a cooldown. It's only about a minute long cooldown. It's not like a 5-minute cooldown like the Onivia or something like that. It's actually quite low.
Allowed for the LeBlanc to play some early plays. Has got the early Sork Pen boost to really outspace this Silas best she can. The Merc tried to trade on the other side, makes some sense. Did get some Dark Seal stacks there, did Care, which is important because had been bleeding out of the game a little there. Worth noting to see a pop up there. Gragas Drunken Rage has seen some buffs, so I couldn't tell you what they were.
Yeah, I mean, he got nerfed a lot in regards to that before. So his damage reduction is up. It's, hang on a second, Care ends up stealing the Mimic. It does steal the specific... Oh, he stole the Mimic Distort, because it steals the specific version which of the last skill cast by LeBlanc. So when you steal it after the jump, you get the jump. After you steal after the chain, you get the chain. If you steal after the sigil,
yeah.
You get the sigil as well. Now, the big thing about it is that it's a very low cooldown, so you don't end up really losing that much for stealing, because obviously Silas... his like ult cooldown on the champion itself is based on that champion's ult cooldown. So if you steal a Karthusol, a Gangplank ult, very long cooldown, something like a Zoe, basically nothing for the lockout from that champion.
The one, Bin, tearing out the wave up here best he can. It is going to be the Fated Dashes there from Hoya as expected. This was their way of getting some burn into the build, into a team comp that isn't necessarily the best at dealing with the tanks. Now you've got the Aurora who will be able to manage that a little bit better, particularly in those 1v1s.
Now, one thing which I'm seeing quite a lot in chat is where is the damage going to come through from BLG later on? And normally I think that would be a big question for it. The thing is, NIP don't have that much tank. You know, the Aurora, not that hard to kill. The Silas can be, at points actually, that is worth noting there. The Silas, the Gragas and the Pantheon have kind of temporary kind of damage reduction or damage mitigation entirely. If the Varus gets really strong, and Viper has had a mixed record on the Varus side this year, but if he gets strong here and plays well, then you can one-shot people. Sion, in this kind of game, can actually do significant damage, as can the Xin Zhao. So my counterpoint to that is, if BLG gets, if it does go to late game, yes, it is definitely difficult, I don't disagree, but because there's no tank on the side from NIP that can really stop them from doing, really shrug off a lot of that damage, I don't think it's as much of a problem as it would be in another draft.
There's enough pick here that one shot is possible. Alistair combo into Varus ult, into LeBlanc, a Mimic Distort. You will die. You will die, and theoretically you can lose some multiple members. Of course, the other thing for NIP, they are running with a bit more DPS in general, a lot of AoE to work with between the bullet time and the cask, and the between worlds, obviously very important there as well. And of course, the Silas and Pantheon hardly slouches when it comes to the DPS. Could be quite strong. Silas here, got a couple good ults to steal, but the really key ones are going to be the Alistair ult, big time S tier every time you need to fight, plus the Xin Zhao ult, the two things that give you survivability, always the best things to keep an eye on for Silas.
So they actually have significant amounts of like temporary frontline. The question is how easily will that have to be blown by Care. You know, if he gets into melee range of anyone while running along the Alistair ult, he gets to use like 3 Ws on them and they die. And he doesn't really care on the other side. So we'll have to watch out Care. No, Care is a player who's talked quite a lot about saying, I get criticized when I lose, where's the praise when I win? If you 2-0s, Knight in best of 3s, I mean, despite it being a team effort, if he does take down BLG twice, you have to put some credit on his name. I mean, the thing is, Annie, even in the lost game, was really solid from him earlier in the series. See what he can do here on the Silas, and quite a potent draft.
Shout out to Assume there, did use that make it range. Just spot out the 3 men stacking in that bush, would have been a bit of a nasty one to walk into. It's like, I've got an inkling, and rightly had the inkling. There were people in the bush.
Hoya, as we said, death by touch building towards that burn, as you're correctly surmising, Sam. So he's going to be really nasty, looking for that poke against the Sion. One of the big things that people overlook from things like Leandries is that it buffs your rune and item damage and base damages. Most of the time when you go for big AP items, you expect it to be an AP scaling. Not always the case there, where the chain does land on tonight. Bloody hell, it almost one-shots him.
Flash for the shield ball, but in comes on with his own head button, gets the kill with the ignite. Nicely done. Nice, still got the flash. There's a cask away to buy some time for Guan. It's split off, doesn't have an Aegis up, but he's got some mortal will and a dream. On's got the ult, and that means he's tanky enough to tank the turret. They get another. Knight is 4-0.
4-0, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. Knight LeBlanc is terrifying. One of the best players of the champion to ever play the game, to ever pick up the mouse and keyboard. Care gets ignited. We were saying that he kind of needs to survive this. It's a hard lane for the Sylas. If he can get through to stealing the Alice roll, fantastic. Doesn't get to do so here. And the Ignite stops him from healing through nearly as well. It's an ult trade from Knight. Gets the full wave clear, gets the chain on target. Gets himself, I think it's the ult sigil, which is where the burst comes from. Yeah, he ends up casting the ult sigil. He gets procced by the chain. The Ignite was on target, and Care realizes too late, I need to get a W off or I die. Doesn't quite realize that in time. Doesn't get close. Can't heal. Dies.
On's still there, gets to decide to make his will unbreakable. Turns out his body follows suit in that regard, and they get the additional kill.
So now gold lead early for BLG, but they've done that before in this series and have not been able to completely close that out. First game, very nearly lost that. You could argue they should have lost that game if it weren't for the heroics of Shun and that 3-man dunk combo into the late game. Second game, they got ahead. Couldn't quite get that down either. Dragon's now up in 30 seconds, and BLG will want to try and push the advantage.
Misfortune cashed in her cull, got a reset off, is now about 700 gold as a result of all that. Has got the Bloodthirst or an early boot, so she's in a really good spot right now. So if there was a win condition here, Assume once again look to provide it.
Okay, so they're going to be a contest over this. NIP can't imagine they were. Hang on, they're looking for the play from Care onto Knights.
On's now split off as well, and I think you could just hijack that potential ult if required. Just keeps running at him. There's a little bit of speed up, but a flash for another body slam. Very nice from Duo. Will follow up to claim that kill. Guwon is the one who actually ends up getting the kill. Credit well played though by Duo to ensure that.
Yeah, it's too far from On. I mean, Shun's nowhere near. Knight walks around the corner, of course, but there are 4 members from NIP who get to the play quicker. Do they want to play without the Alistair? Maybe they can, because I mean the Gragas flash and the cask are down. Knight's walking over.
Does get hit by that body slam. There's a glacial slow, actually. It makes the thing very annoying. Hops back, gets a sigil, but no change. Dragon goes the way of NIP.
Yeah, so good play from NIP. Been doing really good job of just grouping up and forcing a play. Now, on the top side, credit to Bin, has not fallen behind Hoya at all. Right now, has the Kaenic Rooken first item against the Leandries of Hoya. Doing quite well at just walking up, getting Q trades there. Gold lead from BLG still there. We said they wanted to push their advantage. Couldn't do so around that Dragon. Good sign for NIP. And the later this gets, I think it probably does favor NIP with the Sylas, with the ults to steal. And, you know, just more ability to put out damage. I'm not going to disagree with that. It's not like BLG don't have options, but I think NIP, the more they stretch this game out, the more I feel better about them. Flash Gragas combos, Sylas with these ultimates too. He's going for a Rod of Ages, so we'll have more XP and more HP to work with as well. BLG need to find ways to blow up in this game. Knight being 4-0, yeah, that definitely helps. Need to start really using that lead now.
Yeah, they didn't get that Dragon because of that pick off there onto On, which was well done. Got left a little alone. Was there with Knights. Wasn't that they were entirely alone, but just the CC gens were ridiculous. And Jor, I think, is having a great game on this Gragas. His 2 assists have been pretty spectacular combos with the Flash.
And for once, you know, Shunjiao, the jungle champion pairing, it's not completely taken over this game. BLG, of course, the early skirmish worked very well for Knight. Hasn't worked out very well for everyone else. Viper is going towards, you know, the poke build, will be more supportive. On needs to be really careful about how he approaches the map, though. If he gives up more random kills like that, so hard for BLG to fight these objectives. Losing stuff like your flash, your ultimate for free, can be very, very bad.
There's that interaction you called out in the laning phase. The body slam interrupts the headbutt. It's also, as we say, glacial augment from George. Just means whoever he does get hit with it just gets slowed down forever, which is very annoying for people like LeBlanc, Shinzao, Alistair.
Bin kind of ignore Care. He's against double AP solo laners, the Scion. We said that Bin has struggled to have teamfight impact on this in the past. See what he can do. Now he's actually escaped what should be quite a difficult lane. And against the Sylas, now normally we'd say Sylas and Scion actually not bad, because you can just W him for forever. But this is actually a full magic resist Scion. So it's not going to be as easy for the Sylas.
You say that, but he's actually gone Swifty boots here to try and deal with some of the slows, interesting, over something like the Merc Treads, which I would have thought would have been my initial call.
His first item is a hammer item, so in fact that really, it ends up being about the same thing. The Swifties actually help you with walking out of the Q2 from the Sylas team, because the Q1 slows and you can walk out of that second explosion. So this is still a good build against both AP solo.
Oh yeah, no, I completely agree. I was just saying it's interesting to see that he's decided the slows are going to be really dangerous this game. Because Aurora brings her own slows, Miss Fortune's got slows, even Gragas Barrel Roll providing some slows, it's Glacial to deal with. I think it makes some sense. It's just interesting to see that has been the heads-up choice from Bin.
Yeah, if you see the way that he's been trading in lane, kind of walking up to just free Q, I think that's helped his playstyle there too. Harold started up, and MF currently on mid-wave, currently walking down towards bot side, so it looks like NIP are not contesting this.
Bit baited there by one of Xin Sao's FX. I thought that was the Pantheon for a second there. Hoya is potentially threatening Bin, but assumes going to walk up. I don't think he really got killed for
I don't get why he moved there. I don't get why he moved there, because this is a Scion with flash and ult. You're realistically not going to tap him down there. Don't have the damage for that. Potential fight on top side on using the heal to get the move speed. Looks like, oh, sorry, it's the ghost from the spellbook. I realized it was the move speed there, but managed to get that through. Quiet game right now. Besides the early skirmishes, things have cooled down a little. I think that favors NIP, Sam.
I completely agree. There's the farm alarm from Bin. Will ult towards that bot lane. Care dodges away from the ethereal chains. And look, Care is down significantly. That is a problem. Knight can absolutely leverage that to win this game. But at this point, we haven't really seen this LeBlanc do all that much for the last 5 minutes or so. And Care, if you stay at this level, I think you'll be okay to just play weak side and not give up too much.
Yeah, I mean, the Rod of Age is going to help in terms of picking up some of that gold. Viper's just teleported top side. He's baiting in the all-in. Here comes the chain. Here comes the Varus.
Chains of Corruption comes on down as well, and they managed to get that kill off and do so very successfully. Nicely done.
I mean, the teleport from Viper. Knight uses body language so well there. He knows that Care will all in, so he baits it, knowing that his teammates are there to respond. He frames it as an error, but instead it's a bait. Great job from Knight. We were just asking him to do more. Does just that.
Teleport was good, but on with that barrier, switching summoners again over towards that heal. And that's not a spectator bug or anything on that result, as Knight will get that turret shoved all the way up. They will take first turret as well.
So it's about on summoner spells. So he has a heal base, so he used the ghost, and then the heal comes, it's just kind of hidden underneath it.
So he just went barrier, so that's the reason. I didn't see he had barrier on him, so it's like, how did he have barrier? I saw the heal still. I don't know whether it's spectator bug or whether the switch happened.
Gotcha. In that case, I misheard what you were saying. My bad. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. I mean, Knight is incredibly powerful. He's got 2 items at 18 minutes. That Shadow Flame means that he'll be one-shotting now. There is 1 Merc Treads on the other side built up as it stands. Knight, if he gets, I mean, look at this. That's just a single skill onto Hoya. That's the Ludens plus the Scorch on him. Didn't have to pull the Ignite. BLG, as long as they play around the LeBlanc, are probably winning fights for this period of the game. Now, it is worth noting there was a game earlier in this split. God, it might have been versus NIP. No, sorry, I think it was versus Anyone's Legend, actually. It was one of their 3-game series. I'm trying to remember exactly which one. Where Knight went LeBlanc, got incredibly fed, and BLG failed to play around it. And they ended up losing because the rest of the team fell behind quite far. Need to see BLG play well around the LeBlanc this time. Make sure that Knight's lead is actually used well.
Weirding still does damage. And again, the thing with this build is it doesn't make you tanky. He loses a third of his own HP bar to just a E press from the Aurora. Assume gone towards the Lord Dominic's second. No Collector, which has been the average build, but I think when you are into Scion, when you're into Analyst, even the Xin Sao, Collector would have been ill-advised to say the least.
Teleport coming down from Bin. Doesn't need to take anything on that top tower because top tower's gone. They have themselves the top lane outer tower down there. Dragon will be taken. NIP choose to push mid lane instead. Control their waves. Farm 3 lanes. BLG take the Dragon.
Sign up. Potentially jump onto this Miss Fortune. Speeds away there. Just about fine with the W press. Got a little nervous because Ben certainly saw an angle. Didn't find what he was looking for though. Good one. We'll get a bit of a look at the enemy jungle. Won't find too much. Knight looking for a chain just about out of range of the abduct. Gets out safely.
The strut, pretty useful from MF. You can walk out of a lot of things. Walking forwards into Care. Care. Hell yes, the double sigil trade there. I think that was Knight taking most of the HP off of the Silas. Next round of cooldowns seems to be nasty. In fact, they're switching the solo lanes around because they're afraid of the matchup there of the LeBlanc Silas. That's how badly it's been going. Viper might go for the all, and indeed does so. Cleanse from Assume fires back well.
Flash as a result because that bullet time would have been lethal. Very nicely done there from Assume to punish the pick and attempt onto himself.
Actually quite like what On did there, by the way. Just walks down just so he's in range for minions dying around him. Gives the heal to LeBlanc from his passive, that Triumph from Raw. Don't often see that, but On basically moving to be a heal bot. Hoya tried to get a good trade onto Knight. Knight heals up well, doesn't have the teleport, so he can't move around the map as effectively. That's something which we'll have to judge as well, because there's a global on the other side. You don't have a teleport on Knight. You do, however, have a spellbook teleport on, and of course Viper's running his own too. This is the Alistair. He has ult, so he won't die from this. He might have to pop ult.
He does pop that ult. Has got himself a little bit of a speed up there to roll with. Well, that was a ghost. No, it is just the home guard speed up, and he's fine. They'll get out of there, though. A few ults burned to try and punish the cow's journey onto the map.
And actually, it just ends up being the 1-for-1 in terms of ults. You know, it's just the Aurora for the Alistair. I suppose before that, I mean, Viper losing his ult, losing his flash, that one was a bit too much, I think. I mean, Assume really scary on that. Had a very good split this AD carry from NIP. I don't think NIP would be threatening at all if their bot lane wasn't on as good form as they were. I know at this series we're really focusing on Guwon because Guwon's been so creative with the way that he's played the game. However, I think Assume MVP from that last game on the Jhin, having a decent game in this time too, has to be a focus for the split.
Herald summoned. I'm not sure whether it was timed out or just because they wanted to try and make this play through mid with it. Worth noting as well, Assume's got the Hex Drink a third here to try and save himself from a very fed LeBlanc. Makes some sense to me. Hail of Arrows looking for a bit of chunk here onto this turret. They want to get this Herald charge in. They'd love to break this turret in general. Can't quite. Down to 10% and also a 2 away from death.
Yeah, Draw does have Flash Engage available, but goes down to half HP, makes it much harder to do that. I think the chunk onto Gragas solves this, really. If Gragas is full HP, you might be able to bop someone important back into turret. Not to be.
Nicely done. That's the mid lane outer gone. BLG still need to claim that bot lane one. NIP still yet to claim a structure.
It's been really hard because Bin's just been holding both solo laners, which is not supposed to happen. The Aurora is meant to really deal with the Scion. He's done well at this. Has himself the Zeeks to give himself more ult cooldown as well. Keeps him safer, and it's a good mixed resist item. And then, of course, Knight has been so far ahead. Neither of these solo laners can do that much there. They are jumping at him now. I don't think they can really even 1v2 him, can they?
Again, this is just a not even fully stacked rower on Care, who's got very limited damage to Bin, whose health bar has yet to move. He's lost shields, and that's it. Jaw's walking across the vision. They might try and jump onto him. He's not in time. The Chains of Corruption. You're not tanky as the Gragas unless you get a Glacial and an E-off. You don't, you die.
One last drink for the road, and certainly one last for this life of the Gragas. Goes down. His earlier plays were good, but the Gragas, one of the reasons the Gragas fell off is that he was just so squishy after all the nerfs to his base stats and many of the runes that he was using. He was a big kind of aftershock abuser back in the day. Knight might use the Mimic Distort to jump over the wall. In fact, waiting for his regular one here, looking for a heavy trade onto Hoy. He might one-shot here.
Ooh, Ethereal Chains land. Hoy's about to come visible again. Can't chase for too much more, but half the HP bar with basically one ability is kind of ridiculous.
Actually worth noting, if you land the chain, they are visible in that case as well. So if he was in range for the sigil, you can actually hit him. Didn't realize... Wait, did he not realize the ward was there? Oh, he sees the ward. Oh, come on. Okay, in that case, you see the ward. You see someone there. Yeah, that's disrespectful from Draw. I guess he thinks I've got Cask, I've got Flash, I should be fine. He's not fine. He dies very, very quickly. The Gragas, this is one of the reasons we don't see this. It is a good matchup into the Alistair. I like it for the draft, but you can't sit there pretending it's as tanky as an Alistair, Braum, Leona.
He has made some great plays, and I don't want to say it's been entirely useless. That one play does not invalidate the Gragas in general, but you can see it's not a purely simple affair. Dragon, 25 seconds off will be sold for BLG. Well, sold point rather for BLG. Give up that second dragon earlier on. Knight has now got the Verdant Barrier to deny some of that turnaround pick-off, and means things like the Pantheon W, the Gragas Cask. It's that simple to guarantee the pick onto LeBlanc with. Trying to get into the river NIP, shoving through mid lane. Shunna's around, so is On.
Now, Shun at the 2-item mark. Not been the main character in the way that he typically is on the Shun Zhao.
That was Flash from On, by the way. He went looking for a play and decided against it. I guess he's changing summoners. At this point, he's got Exhaust.
Okay, On. Truly a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Care steals the Alistair ultimate. Look at the poke coming through. Draw still has his flash available. Bin trying to frontline as the Scion.
Shun's not kind of split off here. Crescent Guard's well away. Now On's on the other side, jumping onto Guwon after flashed out. Care can keep rolling. Has yet to make his will unbreakable. He's actually relatively tanky at this point, and Shun's lost half his health bar. A little bit awkward there. Knight, though, hops onto Hoya. The Ethereal Chains have landed, and that is a very
disgusting LeBlanc combo. Knight just one-shots the Aurora, and he just solves the team fight himself. Look, Knight is the best mid laner in the LPL, and he's vying for best player in the world. It's players like him and BDD. Handful of others have their name in the hat, but Knight throughout this entire split has been indomitable, despite BLG sometimes faltering elsewhere on the map. Knight not perfect by any means himself, but God is he good when he's on form like this. 5-0, and he's even in the enemy jungle. He doesn't have the ignite. He will one-shot someone that walks over him.
6th level lead on that Gragas could have gotten quite scary. They're going to try and run at Bin, who flashes and gets to ult away. Nicely done. The Misfortune does do damage there, given the opportunity with the Black Cleaver behind. Oh my God, Knight is now looking. Jaw's got to be afraid. Kaz also lost a third of his HP, but they're going to teleport out. They know where Jaw is. They said, cool, you're going to TP out. We'll get the kill on the Gragas. And I'm going to point this out. Baron's there. Are we going to bait some people into contesting this?
They might try. They don't have good Baron speed. That's the problem. I mean, LeBlanc is not good at taking Baron. Varus' poke variant not fantastic either. I mean, he lands the chain, and at that point, it's just kind of lights out, you know? He goes invisible, but as I said, when you land the chain, you can still target them at that point. Grants you vision effectively. So Hoya hasn't really managed to establish this lead as the Aurora over the Sion. Hasn't been able to lane versus the LeBlanc. I mean, the LeBlanc is a counter to the Aurora in mid lane, and you can see in side lanes now how unplayable it's been. Now he's got the spell shield. You can't even chunk him back well.
Very challenging. He may not even need to bother turning that into the Banshee. He's like, look, the minute cooldown is more than long enough for me to be annoying with this. Let me get towards a Void Staff where you will have very limited options, if ever, to deal with me.
8 stacks on the Dark Seal for Knight. Yeah, he's really fed. And as we said, NIP, they don't really have a true tank. They have temporary tank, but they don't have anything which can shrug off LeBlanc when she goes like the second cooldown. You shrug off the first one, sure, when you cast like an Alistair ult stolen by Silas or the Pantheon E, what have you. Not going to be able to do that for the second one. Bin on the other side, he has 1200 W stacks. This guy is so fed. People don't talk about this with Sion, but as you said, he farms well, then he just gets ungodly tanky.
I mean, he just got to sit next to the Aurora and go, I don't think I care. And it has been very, very easy to get those stacks off, and that has been a little problematic. He's now, what, 6,000 HP? 5?
Many lots. Does potentially have, like, if he gets the roll quest shield and then the W, his effective HP is just nuts. I think he's just below 5,000 HP right now, which is 2,000 more than Care, and he has resist on top of that.
The most I've ever seen was Baus getting to 10,000.
Yeah.
In a pro game, no less. That was in a pro game.
Ah, Baus, what a guy, Yeah. If things go late with the Sion, that's why Sion has remained meta when many other tanks like, you know, Maokai top lane fell off, Volibear top lane fell off. They don't have that infinite scaling that the Sion does. Sion will just scale for forever. Even something like a Malphite, you can get really, really tanky. Doesn't have the laning phase of a Sion either. Sion was always seen as one of the more skilled tanks to play because you're entirely skill shot based. You don't have point and click. Potential fight hit. They are teleporting right on that, and the Pantheon's there too.
You can see Shun sitting in front of that Varus to knock anyone away who tries to jump at him, and now Bin is here as well, so they get TP, they get an ult. Kind of it for now, and actually BLG might now look for a pick of their own. Here comes Knight, level 16 by the way, so the max rank of the Mimic is available, and those Mimic abilities scale real nasty. Out comes the Make It Rain, but Ben has so much shield. He's got 2,000 health worth of shields! Ethereal chains down onto Jaw, loses about half his HP as well. The wind becomes lightning. He's now also suffering somewhat. A piercing arrow will leave this Gragas down and bleeding. Not dead, but does need to reset. Make no mistake about it.
Hang on, spotted Hoyer over there. The Q stops the spell shield, hops back knowing that the spell shield was blown, but he stops the backs, and it means that NIP once again are a little bit slow on the defense. It will allow some free hits from BLG onto turrets that they weren't potentially owed beforehand. Knight's taken over this game. BLG have done so well through their mid lane at once more. Q landing onto Guon puts up that E, but again, the ult is only temporary. You're a tank for about 3 seconds and it's not enough. Jaw goes in. It's not a bad Aurora ult, but that's a good bullet time.
It doesn't only really tag anyone but Bin though. On gets to front line. Maybe we can start playing the extended fight, but goodbye, Jaw. You've only got so much drink in the cask and he's all out of beer, and that means he needs to go home and get sleep off the headache.
I think that might lead to the Baron now. No disruption from the Gragas, nothing from the Pantheon either. The bullet time being down. Knight might look for a pop of the Alistair ult on the other side. Assume still a little scary. Knight can one-shot. He absolutely can. BLG, credit to them. They're, for once, showing that discretion is the better part of valor. They don't have to overforce this. They take 2 good picks, but I think they realize that taking Baron is really slow for them. Like, really slow. It's not very quick for them at all. Knight, in fact, going to take a small Raptor for the hell of it.
I think he wanted to hit something that was the big one and didn't, so because he didn't hit the big one, he couldn't do the damage. He's like, fine, I'll go over here instead. Viper's picked up the Campunk Chainsaw. Been a while since I've seen that item.
Well, he is the person who's most likely to apply anti-heal. That makes sense. It used to be a very good stat stick. We used to see it first item on Vi, Shinzao, Jarvan, you know, your AD skirmishes, the ones that you see right now, because it gave you just so many stats, and he didn't hang on ult onto draw. He doesn't have his ult, has to Mikhail's.
But does have to burn that, and that means a lot of other members are going to be a lot more at risk here. I think you're happy enough that. Worth noting, Knight is back. He's already got that void stuff from the last play, but he's got himself a book. Of course he does.
extra move speed is really nasty. It means he can walk into position that much quicker because he's using Fog of War very well. Right now, they don't see him again. Kara is spotted there. Knight can potentially blow the Alistair ult. Yeah, you see that right there?
Yeah.
Big tool blown just from Knight walking around Fog of War.
Can try and jump on the other side. Jewel goes on in. On has got his own ult to work with. Hoya left a little low, goes across the veil. Jewel also on this flank angle. Does not burn the cask as yet, and they need to. Needs to find a way forward. Go on with a Mortal Steel stack. Use it on the Q. Doesn't get that much value. Bin will Soul Furnace in trade. Assume back steps out of that one. Again, he's got his own move speed to work with 2000 HP. It's going to be a flip over this one. On goes into the back line. Dragon taken by BLG. 3 Mountain Dragons and a Mountain Soul. Sounds pretty good to me. The bullet time is solid. They blow up the Alistair at least, but that will be it.
The reason that isn't a blowout fight is because Knight got knocked out of his last Distort. That means that NIP don't lose anyone, but they lose the Dragon. Knight fishing for recalls. Every single member there doesn't end up going into them. I think probably for his own good there, actually. There were 4 people who potentially could have caused a lot of issues. I mean, they've missed the smite. Sometimes it happens. BLG get Mountain Soul, and now it's even more difficult because you have a Scion with 3 Mountain Dragons, who already has, you know, just an insane amount of HP, and now Knight can be just even more brazen with the way that he looks for poke.
Again, the LeBlanc that gets to play ahead, not be threatened going forward. It's a very different kind of creature to the one that has to put her life on the line every time she distorts in. Takes her back to the platform and blows up Assume. Knight might well die, flashes out. They can't get him. The cooldowns are too ridiculous, and he's body blocking with the clone. Care gets nothing.
That's not a Knight, Sam. It's a ninja. Knight goes in, goes out. Assassin, perhaps not honorable, but it's damn effective.
Care needs to reset. Guwon's about to get ulted. Here comes the pain train. The decimating smash is there. Shun finishes up with the wind, becomes lightning, and Knight resets. What a smooth recall.
Folks, sit back and enjoy this. Sit back and enjoy this. BLG, they've had their ups and downs this split, and even in this series, Knight has remained indomitable. I do think he may be the best player in the world. He's at least worth the consideration. BLG will walk away, I think, with the Baron this time, almost certainly so. Care, sadly for him, has had to play second fiddle to Knight this entire series, particularly in this third game. It's a hard lane matchup for the Silas versus the LeBlanc. It didn't get any better with the early skirmishes. NIP have not been able to find those creative engages. Knight has been finding the creative picks instead. Goes back to what, I mean, he charges up his Mimic, right? Goes back, goes for the Distort, instant death. Just instant death. Hops back and forwards, knowing that potentially Care could have jumped onto him. Gets another Distort back up because it was used in that initial play. Gets the Mountain Shield back after that point too. Completely safe.
Care's wondering what on earth more he needs to do to get on top of that LeBlanc. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, on the retreat, Guwon tries to jump away to that Scuttle Crab and the Pain Train. Well, destination was Shun's, well, it's not Shun's head, Guwon's head. I'm so used to Shun playing the Pantheon, I forgot for a second there. But Guwon dies the 4th time. He's had an okay series. Honestly, it's not really been his fault. There've been some fun stuff in the draft. I think NIP have thrown hands very well with BLG, but sometimes Knight just ruins games.
I think that the solo laners have not been able to keep up in this game particularly. Hoya is jumping onto Knight. He ults him, but I don't think he particularly cares. The Pantheon ult is being cast. This actually might be good. They might kill Knight here.
The moment I say it, they're going to blow him up. That's a 1,100 gold lead.
It is, damn. He doesn't go back to return point, doesn't have his flash, and just as we were saying, wow, Knight, incredible play. Does go down for his first death of the game. BLG will be pushing out bot lane, but Knight does get caught out in the 1v4. There's recalls coming from them. Here comes the Scion.
Let's try and get into range. Can't do that much, though, so kind of holds that one off. They'll lose that turret with the man advantage. NIP smell blood in the water here briefly. The Chains of Corruption is going to force a cleanse, though, and they all go in, and now George thinks they're going to have to split to get away from that Chains of Corruption. Insidious it was, and even in the 4v5 it's dangerous. Assume goes in with that bullet time. It's good, but the piercing arrow claims the Silas. You can't break those chains. Now they're going to keep hunting for more. A triple to Varus, and it turns out Viper has still got a little bit of poison to him. Hoya flashes into the wolf bit, but you will not find a Civ HD this time around, a quadra to the AD carry.
Viper 8-0. The Varus has been so potent from him in this game. He's had mixed results on historically one of his best champions. This one is a much needed confidence builder for one of the greatest AD carries of all time here in China. after some time away. I think this will be the series, Sam.
It probably will be. 20 seconds to go. Jaw's got no cask up still. He's got to try and clear a wave into Baron buff minions for another 50 seconds. He desperately needs to get over there, and On is going to say, no, you don't. Stands there and body blocks the Nexus turret under siege, and Billy Gaming, it has been anything but clean. It has been everything in terms of entertainment, and it will be the 2-1 victory to the undisputed #1 team in Billy Gaming, 8-2 in series.
It says so much that BLG can have some of the flaws in their games that we have seen them have over the last month or so and still be clearly first place within the standing. Top esports in anyone's legend, despite the fact that we thought potentially they might be doing better than them in the regular season, there's still a win behind them now. BLG have had a really strong set of performances, even individual performances, even when other people have lacked at points. Knight did die that one time at the end of the game. That was a little bit of a blemish on otherwise an incredible game. For me, he's player of the series. For me, he's player of the game. I think he was excellent here in game 3. Kerr just could not stand up. It was a bad matchup for the Stars versus the LeBlanc, but Knight just punished them so hard.
Awesome stuff. Well, it was probably the cleanest game we saw was that final game, really. Game 1 was looking great until the horrible side lane fumbles. And BLG still have got a couple issues there, and we can see in those mid to late stages, once they do get that lead, it's very possible to attack them as they begin to split apart and think they can come and defend players when they couldn't. And I think credit to NIP, who, look, again, they are going to now be 4 and 5, but the thing is, they have shown now that they can throw hands with the very best of them. I think sometimes it shows who they prepped against, who they've not had chance to. They are not a team without flaws, but I do think that actually we are now going to have to start looking at NIP and go, you know what? It's not that many steps away from you legitimately being able to regularly take down the best teams in the league.
And that's why I think, you know, there are a lot of big streamers right now which aren't watching the NIP games because they want to watch LCK. They, you know, they think that NIP maybe not a team that's worth their attention right now. And I think if you base things based on the last couple of years, I would somewhat understand that. That has to change now. NIP deserve respect. They are a very entertaining team. They are a very creative team. I think that Guwon, yes, he has some of the worst games I've seen for jungle in LPL this split, but he's also had some of the best as well. Bot lane, one of the best in terms of 2v2. Not the best today, for sure. I think that they struggled there, but they definitely have that upper level. And the solo laners, while they were bested today, still had enough of that creativity and late game team fighting to hold even BLG to account in one of these 3 games and nearly 2-0'd the series, Sam. NIP, despite the loss today, I still think walk away with their heads held high.
Well, chat, with that wonderfully entertaining series to end out our day, we'll be bidding adieu to all of you very shortly. With that in mind, though, before we do go, it'd be nice to have anyone who's not hit that follow button, hit the follow button. I mean, come on, guys. Really not that hard. It means a lot to us to help get that towards. We're 150 followers away from 11,000 or so, which is pretty cool. And a huge amount of followers across this year so far. It'd be great to keep adding to that total to those of you who are enjoying what you're seeing. Do a little bit of cross-pollination as well. If you're not following the YouTube, follow the YouTube. If you're not following the Twitch, follow the Twitch. Please do come and help. You can follow myself and Alex at our various socials. And beyond all of that as well, I do have to do the ad read in the sense that, guys, if you want us to keep doing this, we're reliant on all of you back home to help us out by doing things like subscribing, by doing things like gifting subs, by doing things like throwing a Prime sub where and when you can. There's also a Ko-fi link, which again, if you're a YouTube viewer who's not that interested in throwing a Twitch sub out, completely get it. There are still ways to support, but we should make a massive deal. Thank you for that link there, Yoda. I know it's a bit of a shill. I know it's just begging for money, but the honest answer is welcome to being small to mid-tier streamers. If you want to keep doing this and keep growing, you've got to keep asking for those lovely bits and all the rest of it to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you for all those who do help out.
And if you would like to keep up with us and keep up with the community, learn more about LPL, learn more about when LPL is happening, chat about the teams, the players, and just about everything else, we have a Discord, we have other socials as well. Come join us on our various socials, both Sam and myself. We split things up a little bit, so because, you know, not everything has to be about both of us, I suppose. It's nice to be individuals too. Sam, are you streaming today, or are you...
I think I might pass out if I do, so I will probably wait until Monday for that one. I've been all over the place this last week, so we'll get back onto things on Monday.
I'm going to go get outside for a bit, because I spent too much time indoors. Night incredible series from him. We're going to head off soon, folks. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to send you over to. Again, we wouldn't be doing this without you. You're a wonderful community. We appreciate your time, your attention. Whether it's your first stream or your 100th, it makes a big difference to us. As we said, The LPL, we want to give it the best coverage we can. I've cast 2,000 LPL games between official and unofficial broadcasts like this. There is no official broadcast anymore, so if you want to keep this kind of coverage up and you enjoy watching it as much as we do performing it, we'd love to see you as part of our community as well. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.